What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, history made in the NBA last night. We'll talk about the historic moment that the LeBron James, Bronny James duo set in LA, plus a big trade in the NFL this morning. The Kansas City Chiefs acquiring a 5-time Pro Bowler. What does it mean for the rest of the NFL? We'll continue our preview of Texas and Vanderbilt. We'll do a little contender, pretender in college football. And a haunted house story that we teased yesterday. We didn't get to it on a Tuesday program, but we promise we will get to it on a Wednesday program. So a lot to dive into on a hump day edition of the morning program here on TSU. Happy hump day to you, my man.
Same to you, man. You know what? 87 feels like 97. Thank you very much. Yes, it's still warm. But in the mornings, absolutely beautiful. I did get up this morning, do a little stroll at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thought I left the water on last night doing watering of the new tree that I put in, and thought I left the hose dripping, but I did not. So I'm just strolling around outside with no shoes on, ready to be bit by some kind of snake out here in the hill country. But no, didn't leave it on. Smart enough to roll it up and cut it off, but just thought I'd take a little stroll at 2. Got up, decided to think about what I did, but didn't do it. So I'm okay. I'm not quite to that point where I'm forgetting about shutting off water valves and stuff.
That's a perfect time to take a leisurely stroll. 2
Oh,
in the
yeah,
morning.
2 in the morning. Always good.
Yeah, why not? Well, that's the best weather you're going to get nowadays.
Oh, my goodness. Was that?
You got a little taste of fall, and I don't know if we're quite back to summer, but it sure feels like it.
No, it feels like 90s. It's in the 80s, but it feels like 90s. So it is 90.
So you were wrong. I mean, you got mad at me for being too early with my start of fall prediction, and it appears that you were a little premature with your start of fall.
I should have said AM fall.
AM
because
fall.
by the time the AM is over with, it's back to summer.
Yeah.
It's not fall.
I don't know if AM fall is a thing.
It's a thing. You would know that. You're not a weatherer.
Neither are you, clearly.
I'm a weatherer, so you wouldn't understand that kind of lingo.
Okay,
so
weatherer.
It's an AM fall.
I'm going to give you another chance here, weatherer. When are we going to get actual fall, not just AM fall?
In 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yes, 2 weeks from this Wednesday. 2 weeks from Wednesday, yeah.
By the time we get to like the middle of November, we'll finally have the fall around here?
Yes.
Okay. God, I hope you're right.
You get AM fall, but you get PM summer still.
We get PM bullshit is what it should be.
That is stinking hot, and it's humid too now.
It is humid too now. You played golf yesterday, right?
Yes, I did, boy. And I played at a place that just is long, and the wind doesn't blow, and it was humid. But you know what? I hydrated pretty well yesterday. I felt pretty good.
How'd you play?
Decent for me at that place. Generally, if I can hold it together and be in the 90s at that place, it's a good thing. It's very long. It's a difficult place. And I went back to my old driver. I went back to my senior shaft driver. Pulled out the old senior shaft. I generally don't go back to old, like, you know what I mean? I try to keep up to date and try to pay as much as I can for some technology. But I went back to an old driver. It was pretty good. It was pretty good to me. Kept the ball in play. Because at this place, you're not going off if you're off the fairways, you don't go up and look into the woods. There were these beautiful turkeys out yesterday. The gobblers were that. Oh, yeah, they were huge.
See you in a couple of weeks on my dinner table.
Yeah, no kidding.
Turkeys.
No kidding. They were big, big suckers, too.
For the record, just because you're a senior does not mean you could take your shaft out at the golf course now. Just want to make sure that you know that. I don't want anything to happen to you. You can't be getting in trouble here, all right?
No, I brought out the old senior shaft. I haven't done it in a while. Back to regular shaft, and I thought that would work. And no, club head speed just not there anymore. So bring back the senior shaft. That works. I can get it out there about close to 190. I'm fine.
Off the tee?
And that's with run, though. That's hitting and then bouncing. That's not in the air. I don't carry 190.
Oh, man. Well,
those days are over with. I'm I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump from moving up permanently.
Yeah, 70.
Everybody stays the same.
Yeah, that's not going to be fun, but it will help your game for sure.
It's not going to be fun for me because I'll hear about it every time I move up. Hey, I hear about it just moving up at the par fives now. Hey, Grandma, why don't you move up there to the red tees? I mean, it's like, come on, man.
The Texas Cheaters. A round of golf with the Texas Cheaters will change your life.
Yeah, it'll make you not want to play golf anymore.
It'll make you not want to be on this planet anymore, too.
Let me just tell you this, and then they get to the point of, it's like they want to crack open more beers. You know what? It's like generally it's after 9 or the first birdie that they'll have a couple beers. Yesterday is the place is like, we're not making birdies here. It's the third hole. What are we waiting for? It's already afternoon.
Oh, no kidding. All right, we're going to do a giveaway on today's show. We'll give you the details on that in a second. But first, Buck, how about a shout out to the soldiers?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do for all of us. We appreciate you and your families. And to all you first responders out there, all of you, do be careful out there.
Well said, as always, my friend. All right, we do not have a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away this week.
Why? Why is that?
Because Texas lost to Georgia.
Oh, they lost that game.
I wish we were following the volleyball team because the Texas volleyball team beat Georgia over the weekend.
Yes.
So if we were following Jared Elliott's squad, then there would be a Cabo Bob's gift certificate for the people. But unfortunately, that is not the case. But hey, we don't want people to walk away empty-handed. It's still football season. We still have a game coming up this week. So no Cabo Bob's gift card, but instead, how about a $50 gift card to Via 313?
Very nice. You could always use that pizza, that's for sure.
Absolutely. If you want to enter for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Via 313 Pizzeria, all you have to do is hit us up on the CODA text line, 512-222-9328. That's 512-BABY-FAT. You send us any text there between now and 10 a.m., you will be entered to win that $50 gift card from our great friends at Via 313.
Nice.
Buck, history in the association last night. You had a doubleheader to start off the 2024-25 NBA regular season. The first game was an assing. It was ring night in Boston, banner night in Boston, and beatdown night in Boston. The Boston Massacre Part 2 yesterday.
Sorry about that, Knicks.
Yeah, the new look New York Knicks got boat raced by the defending champion Boston Celtics, 132-109, the final score there. Boston tied an NBA record with 29 made threes. They had a chance to break it. They had a few chances to break it, Buck.
They didn't stop. Boy, they were trying to break that record now.
They missed their last 13 three-pointers. They tied the record with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in the fourth quarter. You thought for sure not only were they going to break this record, they were going to shatter the record.
Oh, yeah.
And instead, they went 0 for their last 13, so they stay tied with the Milwaukee Bucks from a couple of years ago with 29 made threes. It feels like the way the league is trending, we're going to see somebody break that record at least once.
Yeah, it'll be the Celtics. Looks for them to try to do it in the very next game.
No kidding. What an assing by them. Jason Tatum. I think Jason Tatum's got a shot to win MVP this year. I think he's pissed because even though he won a championship last season, he's still getting dunked on because he wasn't the best player on the Celtics in the finals and didn't win finals MVP.
He's going for the scoring title this year.
He's going for everything this year. 37 and 10, 14 of 18 shooting. That guy was a beast last night. So Boston gets the win, but the real history was made in game 2 of that TNT doubleheader. LeBron James and Bronny James checked into the game at the same time late in the second quarter, the first father-son duo to ever share the floor in an NBA game. Did you watch this last night, Buck?
I watched that. I watched when they came onto the floor, and then after that, I went to bed, and I was thinking, I wanted to see what Bronny was like. It was like, hey, just go home, go back to the house, get on the court with your dad, then go in the shower, change, and go home. Because that's all you did.
Yeah.
He's not very good.
He played 3 minutes last night.
That's enough to show me he's not very good.
He was 0 for 2. He missed a 3, also missed a putback. Did have a rebound, so did do something on the box score. But, yeah, I don't know how much Bronny James is going to play in non-blowouts. I think they wanted to get him in for the first game just so they could make history. That felt like a scripted bit last night, but I don't think this is going to be something we see every single night. The Lakers.
The old man can still play.
Yeah, the old man could still play. Not his best statistical night, but he showed you some flashes of athleticism. Wow. Anthony Davis was huge. Nice win for the Lakers against a Minnesota team that a lot of people think is going to win the West this year. It's a good win for LA to start off the season and a nice beginning to the JJ Redick era.
Oh, yeah, that's right. For him, that was a good start. You're right.
That guy can coach, man. Like, that guy is neurotic about basketball. He even admitted it after the game. He's a little bit of a psychopath, which is what you want. That's what you want from a head coach.
That's what the Lakers need.
And it was cool to see the Griffies there, too. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw the dad and son, yeah.
Yeah, so that was cool. Nice little bit of history in the NBA last night. The question still remains, did LeBron and LeBron Jr., a.k.a. Bronny, shower together?
Private shower, yeah. They didn't shower with the rest of the team.
So the two of them were together and the rest of the Lakers were in the group showers.
Yeah, LeBron doesn't take group showers anyway.
Where does Jeannie Buss shower after the game?
She's upstairs. She's got one up there in the suite somewhere.
Is that a shower that I can have access to at some point?
No, I don't think so, young man. You're not going to get the shower with Jeannie Buss. Or watch her in the shower or do what other creepy thing you're thinking about.
I'm just a member of the media. I'd like to ask her some questions about the team.
No, you don't get to sit by her locker.
Can't do that?
For her to go shower.
Can't do that?
No.
Just trying to get a story out, man. Just doing my job.
You don't get to go where her locker room is and hang out.
Okay. That's probably.
She's got a peephole somewhere downstairs where she takes the elevator and looks down through she gets to see the NBAs of the world down there. Yeah.
Okay, Aaron Andrews. Be careful with the peepholes out there. So there you go. There's your doubleheader in the NBA. History made last night by LeBron and Bronny. We're not going to spend 2 hours talking about it like I'm sure ESPN is this morning. But pretty cool moment, man. Something we've never seen in the NBA. Something we've only seen a few times in sports. Obviously, the Griffies were able to do it. Tim Raines and Tim Raines Jr.
Gordie Howe and all his sons.
And Gordie Howe, who played into his 50s, Buck.
Yes.
That was an all-star in the NHL at the age of 51. That guy played with a couple of his kids in the NBA, in the NHL towards the end of his career. And that's it. Those are your father-son duos in major American professional sports. LeBron and Bronny, the first to do it in the association. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well. Rockets open up the season tonight. The Spurs and the Mavs will open up tomorrow night. They're playing each other on TNT, so a little Wemby-Luka action in the first game for those two Texas teams. That's tomorrow night.
Dude, that's still hard for me to believe that they couldn't get to 33s. They missed 13. And did you see the ones where they get the rebound and they chuck it back out? And I'm thinking, oh, they've got it now. No clang.
They had fans shooting threes. They had the popcorn vendor shooting threes. They had the T-shirt cannon guy jacking them up. Yeah.
They didn't miss anything once they started.
Yeah, they had their backups in, but they have Peyton Pritchard and Hauser. Yeah. They've got backups who are really good that played on the title team last year.
Yes, they did.
Those guys are good three-point shooters, and they couldn't make one. It's like there was a lid on the hoop after they tied the record.
They're just shitting on those guys today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one hurts for Boston. It was almost a perfect night for the Celtics. Get your rings, get the banner, win by 30 against a big rival. There was a Yankees suck chant going on at the Garden last night.
Yeah, well, that's wrong. We don't do that. We shouldn't be doing those kind of things.
I don't remember the Red Sox playing in the playoffs this year, but
no.
I do have a short memory, I suppose. But yeah, it was Boston almost had it, almost perfect. They just couldn't make that 30th three, and now it's kind of a joke.
And they will try again.
Oh, sure, they're going to break that record. I'm telling you, man. With the way the NBA works now, the record will be closer to 35. Right now, it's 29. I think by season's end, it will be 34, 35. And it's only going up for here until the NBA either institutes a 4-point line or says we're abolishing the 3-point line altogether. So that ain't happening. We know that. All right, Buck. Big trade in the NFL this morning.
Oh, yeah.
We'll dive into some Texas football, of course, but this dropped just a couple of hours before we got on the air today. The Kansas City Chiefs are bolstering their roster, and the Chiefs have been incredibly banged up at wide receiver. They lost Rashee Rice for the season. They lost Hollywood Brown for the season before the season even started. Juju Smith-Schuster is now dealing with the hamstring injury following his Yom Kippur services last weekend. So Kansas City banged up at wide receiver. They go out and acquire former Texan great and 5-time Pro Bowler DeAndre Hopkins. Does this do anything for you?
Yeah, it does. Doesn't do anything for me with spectacular plays, but it does it for Patrick Mahomes with some consistent play. I mean, he needs a receiver. I mean, this just adds sort of like Travis Kelce, a guy in the mid-range that will be right where you need him to be, that understands zones when he sees them, will gear it down and he can throw to, keep the chains moving. I mean, he's still got a deep weapon, but and they're going to get they'll get their running back, soon, and that'll help out a lot. They're not getting Rashee Rice back, but they're going to they'll have the running back, and I think everything will work out for them. I think this is a good move by them.
Yeah, I don't know how much Nuke Hopkins has left in the tank, right? I mean, he's clearly not the same player he was in Houston.
But he's going to be pumped up though to be playing there.
Yeah, I mean, his numbers in Tennessee through 6 games, 15 catches for 173 yards and a touchdown. Not very good, but he was also catching passes from Will Levis, not Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Mahomes isn't having his best year. It's weird looking at Mahomes' stats. They're not good at all right now, even though the Chiefs are the last unbeaten team in the NFL. But there's no argument. Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, major upgrade over what they've got going in Nashville right now.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe Nuke can find the fountain of youth here. This guy was the best receiver in football for 2 or 3 years. And if he could be like 70 to 80% of that, then he's going to be an upgrade over some of the guys that the Chiefs are having to throw out there right now.
Well, they're down to using their second tight end almost as a wide receiver.
Yeah. Noah Gray's been getting a lot of run there. And the Chiefs just haven't gotten enough from Sky Moore, who they spent a second-round pick on a few years ago. But it's really Xavier Worthy and Justin Watson. Those are kind of the 2 healthy Chiefs receivers who have a prominent role in the offense right now. There's some rumors out of L.A. that Cooper Kupp could be on the trading block. And the trade deadline, I think, is November 5th. So still a couple of weeks for teams to make some moves. But Cooper Kupp, even though he is getting hurt a lot these days, like that guy would have scared the hell out of me. Because I think that guy still is a lot more in the tank than DeAndre Hopkins does.
Oh, sure.
So I thought for sure. I mean, I saw some Vegas odds yesterday that the Chiefs were the favorite to land Cooper Kupp. And I'm thinking, oh, man, if that guy can just stay on the field, then watch out. Kansas City's got a real good shot to three-peat. Hopkins is still an upgrade, but, man, Cooper Kupp or Amari Cooper, you think of some of the other wide receivers who have been dealt or might get traded, I think those guys would have helped Kansas City a little bit more.
I'm still not sold on Amari Cooper. He'll be fine for Josh Allen. He'll be a dependable guy, but he'll also have some drops, and he'll have a game where he doesn't play quite as hard as you want him to play. So I think Hopkins is going to just be all pumped up. I mean, this is a chance to win a championship.
Absolutely. And then DeAndre Hopkins has not done that in his career. So, you would think like getting traded to a place like Kansas City can revive anybody. I mean, look at Devontae Adams. That guy went to the lowly Jets and all of a sudden became healthy and was ready to play.
I know.
Like just because he got to get paired up with his butt buddy Aaron Rodgers again, all of a sudden he's like, oh, I'm good. I'm great. I'm ready to roll.
And that team still stinks.
And the Jets are what, 2-4, 2-5?
Because that defense that everybody thought was so good is not so good right now. It's not just the offense. They're both bad.
The Jets.
They're Oklahoma bad.
Oh, no. No one's Oklahoma bad. Maybe the
Somebody's
Patriots.
Oklahoma bad.
Maybe the Patriots are Oklahoma bad.
Yeah, I would. Well, the Patriots at least found their quarterback. I'm not going to say they're. I got to believe it's got to be maybe the Titans. Titans may be Oklahoma bad.
Titans are 1-5.
They're Oklahoma bad.
Patriots are 1-6. By the way, this Sunday, the Jets at the Patriots. So the loser of that game gets to claim Oklahoma bad.
Okay, yeah, I would say.
I mean, thank God the Jets aren't in prime time. They're at 12 o'clock on Sunday. I'm tired of watching those.
That again?
Oh, my God. It's 2 years in a row of watching the Jets just blow chunks in prime time. Thankfully, we get a little bit of a reprieve on that this
Thank
weekend.
you.
Jerry Jones, by the way, while we're talking about trades, a lot of Cowboys fans would like to see the Cowboys make a move because their team is not very good right now. And even though they're looking as bad as they're looking, they're still in the mix, technically, in the NFC East.
Well, we're making moves. I don't know what you people want us to do.
Well, Jerry Jones was asked about a potential trade, and here's what he had to say on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas yesterday.
First of all, where are you going to go to get any players? Seriously, where are you going to go to get any players for the next week against San Francisco?
So there was Jerry Jones. That happened hours before a player was traded in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry, you go get them anytime you can get them. What do you mean where you're going to get them?
The Cowboys –
if you help their team, if it helps your team, you go get them.
Yeah, the Cowboys could use a receiver, couldn't they?
Yes, they could.
Like, they've got CeeDee Lamb. Buck, you've talked about this all season long. It's CeeDee Lamb and, like, Jake Ferguson at tight end, and that's it. So, Amari Cooper, that guy, we know that guy can help the Cowboys. DeAndre Hopkins, Cooper Kupp, those are guys who are out there or have already been traded that could have helped the Cowboys. So, Jerry Jones, the players are out there. You just have to get off your ass and do your job, Chief.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal is. That guy is staying pat. I told you, he's ready for the downfall to start all over. Everybody's gone after this year.
All in, I thought.
Except for the quarterback, because you paid. He is not going anywhere.
All in, Buck. What do you mean they're blowing it up? They're all in on this season. They told you that.
Coach is gone.
Yeah, coach is gone. One more from Jerry Jones here from his interview yesterday. And we did not get the fireworks yesterday that we got last week. But Jerry Jones did say he was surprised that last week took off as much as it did. It's like, dude, you're an owner and a general manager of a football team threatening to fire radio hosts for asking you fair questions. What do you mean you're surprised that people got mad? Jerry Jones talked a little bit about some of the issues that are plaguing the Cowboys. And when I heard this, Buck, I was like, oh, yeah, Mike McCarthy is gone.
Be looking at is, well, we're designing bad plays or we're designing bad concepts. The facts are that there's some of that, but there's also some of execution. There's some of the talent. I like our talent. I really do like our talent. I like our young talent, but young talent has a few more mistakes associated with it than if you are dealing with a veteran player.
Quit it with the young talent, and we've got good players on it. You don't.
He likes the talent, Buck.
No, you need to go back to the one where he talks about when he was a quarterback, because that's the best of all. How he goes down the line with the option, and he waits till the sideline. He pitches it to the guy when he's by the bench.
Oh, how he's Patrick Mahomes out there.
Oh,
I got to go back and find that.
My God, that's the best. That's what he
latest.
sounds like every time. When he tries to explain anything now, he sounds like that's his explanation of him being the quarterback, the option quarterback.
The option quarterback. He's got the option to do whatever he wants. And right now he's choosing the option of making you miserable if you're a fan of the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, I hear him just saying the plays suck and the concepts are bad and the designs are bad. And I hear that and I'm thinking, well, that's the head coach. So.
And then he says the players. He said, and some of the players, but then he talks about the young players are going to make mistakes.
Yeah. Well, he said he likes the talent and then he crapped on the coaching there. So, like, if you're hoping that Mike McCarthy, everyone's hoping Jerry Jones is going to fire himself. Good luck with that. But if you're at least hoping that Mike McCarthy's fat ass gets let go, then
he's firing that dude. He's firing that dude. He's starting all over.
I think, look, the Cowboys play in prime time this weekend. They're at San Francisco, place that has been a house of horrors.
Dude, if they can't beat that, San Francisco doesn't have anybody on offense anymore.
No, it's a banged up. Like, I think if the Cowboys keep it close and lose, nothing's going to happen to McCarthy. But if the Cowboys lose the way that they lost to Detroit, like they had 2 weeks to figure some things out because they're coming off of a bye. And like you said, they're playing a very short-handed 49ers club. If they lose the way that they lost to the Lions and they have nothing corrected, I would not be surprised if McCarthy gets the axe next week.
Yeah, if they can't stop Debo coming out from having pneumonia, which he should have been saying, I'll never have pneumonia, but he didn't. And he ended up getting pneumonia.
Is that a thing? I'll never have pneumonia?
Well, he should have been saying it. He never said it. He probably got it because he didn't say it. I'll never have the flu.
Do you say I'll never have pneumonia?
No, I said I'll never have the flu. I may have pneumonia or COVID or some other things, but I'll never have the flu.
No,
that's not a part of my lifestyle anymore.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
You never get it if you say it.
No, I gotta keep saying that, man.
But somebody's got to say I'll never have COVID or I'll never have VD or something,
A venereal disease?
Yeah.
Have you had one of those?
I'll never say I haven't.
Sounds like you just said you have.
I'll never say I haven't had it.
Oh my gosh. All right. There's your, I don't know. The Niners are 4.5-point favorites right now for Sunday Night Football. Like the Cowboys are banged up too. Still don't have Micah. They still don't have DeMarcus Lawrence.
Those dudes aren't playing. What kind of game did they put on? Can't they flip that with something else then? I don't want to see Brock Purdy tear the Cowboys secondary apart with nobody running down the field.
Well,
he's done for the year.
It's still a huge storyline every time these two teams.
George Kittle's going to catch every pass.
Probably. Usually.
They do have that running back that can run.
Mason.
Yeah.
Crybaby Justin Mason.
Crybaby Mason.
Yeah, he's having a good year. Yeah, look, anytime Dallas and San Francisco are playing, it's going to be a primetime game. Like these two teams could be 0-6, and they're not flexing it out because it's the Cowboys and the Niners, and people are going to watch because those are maybe the two biggest brands in the sport. So, it's not going to be your normal Cowboys versus Niners because both teams are struggling right now, and both teams have a ton of injuries right now. But as long as those two teams are on the same field at the same time.
Sure, I can't wait to see Zeke running up in there.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's I can. I wish the Cowboys had another bye week. Why can't we have two? Give me 2 bye weeks this year for the Cowboys just so I don't have to watch them play every weekend.
And when is their Eagles game? The following week?
I think so.
Ooh.
Well, the Eagles suck, too.
I think they'll beat the Cowboys.
That's a mid-off right there.
Isn't it?
The Cowboys are at Atlanta next week. And then
Atlanta's not what they're cracked up to be because my quarterback there, because Bijan Robinson never gets the ball.
Yeah, he got it a lot last week and was really good, but he's not getting it enough. I can't figure that out. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's some NFL here on a Wednesday show, 512-222-9328. Once again, if you want to enter for a chance to win a $50 Cabo Bob's $50 Via 313 gift card. I'm getting confused. No Cabo Bob's this week. Instead, we're doing a volleyball Via 313 gift certificate today. Hit us up on the Coda text line. Before we shift gears and get into some Texas Longhorn football, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
My good friends over at Sue Patrick, Sue and Jay Willems and the whole gang over there. They've got all those tons of Texas-themed gifts and items. And get ready for the holiday season because all the items are out there ready for you. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing, of course. All the polos, the Tommy Bahamas, the lids. They've got tons of hats over there for sure. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of room over at the store at 5222 Burnett Road. Head on over there. Snow Globe is out. Hey, the Christmas Snow Globe and the regular Snow Globe, they have one for all seasons that's available at Sue Patrick. They've even got luggage, the kind of luggage that your bag ape can't destroy. I don't believe the bag ape can destroy it. Maybe I shouldn't say that. They can destroy anything.
Oh, they'll try.
They sure will try. They'll give it their best. But check out the luggage over at Sue Patrick's. Check out all the books, all the fragrances that they have. What do they have over there? Kyler Perry, Tyler Campbell, right?
The detergent?
Yeah.
Yes, not Tyler Perry. I don't think they have any of his movies out there.
They don't have any of his movies there?
I don't believe so.
Oh, I love that. I've got that. We have that soap powder. I smell it throughout the house when I don't do the wash, but when I do smell it when we have it here. So, yeah, they've got that. I think they still have some of that Bijan mustard over there, too.
I think you're right.
Grab some of that. I think Jay may be giving that away by now.
Come on, man. Bijan's playing well.
He's not doing anything. That's because Kirk Cousins not doing anything either. You know what? I'm glad we got rid of him in Minnesota.
Okay, you like the Sam Darnold
I like
move?
the Darnold experiment that's going on right now.
I saw a rumor yesterday that your Vikings are trying to acquire Matthew Stafford from the Rams.
Wow.
Which would be interesting.
Why would they do that?
Well, Stafford and Kevin O'Connell have a relationship because they were together in L.A.
And they're just waiting for a screw up from Sam Darnold, so they just flip that in a hurry.
Darnold, the Vikings are 5-1. They just lost their first game on Sunday, but Darnold's last 3 games statistically have not been as good as his first 3. So maybe they're thinking like Darnold is starting to regress to the Darnold who has been there for his career.
And they want to take advantage of this defense the way it's playing.
And like we know J.J. McCarthy's the long-term answer at quarterback for Minnesota. It's not Sam Darnold. They spent a first-round pick on J.J., and if he didn't get hurt, he'd probably be playing right now. So I think the thought is like it's maybe a rental to get Matthew Stafford. Maybe he's a bit of an upgrade over Sam Darnold. And then, after this season, I think Stafford's a free agent. Hell, maybe he retires after this year. Then you just hand the keys to the car over to J.J. McCarthy. So I don't know. Like I saw one report. It's actually a buddy of mine who tweeted out that there were talks happening between the Vikes and the Rams. Something to look out for. It'd be an interesting move for sure. All right.
What's Matthew Stafford? He's coming to the end of his rope too, unless he's just going to get on stages and push women off the edge.
No, he didn't push her. He just didn't help her.
Are you sure he didn't stumble into her and knock her off?
Yeah, no, but I am sure he didn't help her when she did fall off.
He turned around and looked at his wife like, hey, you go help her.
That guy was like, I didn't see shit.
How did that happen? How did she get down there?
It was just one of these incidents. Remember this one?
Oh.
What happened there?
Hey, welcome on board.
Yeah, nice.
That lady's underneath the boat, isn't she?
Yeah, I don't know if she's ever been rescued. I don't know if they ever got a hold of her.
Lucky that's not the train down a subway or something.
I don't know what sandwiches have to do with this, but nice job there, guys. Hey, shout out to our friends at Real Truck. I'm rocking a Real Truck shirt on today's show. One of our newest sponsors here on TSU. Real Truck is the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party. They've got hitch grills. They've got power coolers. They've got weatherproof awnings. They've got truck bed covers and so much more. Gear up for the season. Bring your truck to life simply by heading over to realtruck.com. They do stuff with Jeeps. They do stuff with Broncos and any truck that you've got. Accessorize your truck at realtruck.com.
Absolutely, man.
And also some love to our great friends at AV Consultations. We'll let you hear from our man Tom McKay and AVC right now.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Very nice.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. A quick shout out to Altstad Beer as well, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. Get you some. More football tonight, more basketball tonight, more hockey tonight. The World Series gets going this weekend. We're in October, baby, the best sports month of the year, which means you need the best beer in the world. That is Altstad.
Did you say more football tonight? Are we doing Tuesday, Wednesdays, Monday, the whole week?
Yeah, and you did lose your 10,000 unit play last night, by the way.
Are you sure? Sure line wasn't 3?
No, line was 5.5. You had Louisiana Tech minus 5.5 against UTEP.
I tried watching that. Oh my God, is that horrible football?
It was a tough watch last night.
That is a tough watch.
I had it on too for some reason.
Yeah, remind me never. If I'm going to go midweek, I need to go Maction and not that crap that they throw out there from the whatever league. What is that? That's conference. Is that Conference USA?
I think so.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it really is un-American to be playing football like that. Like you can't call yourself Conference USA if you're going to put that product on the field.
Yeah, that's not good stuff.
They do have 2 games tonight.
Maction.
The Liberty Flamers are undefeated.
Ooh.
They're 5-0. They are at 0-6 Kennesaw, not a state.
Oh, that's got to be a big number.
And it's 25.5.
No.
And then your other game is the Middle Tennessee State Blue Raiders taking on Jacksonville State.
Guys, don't watch that unless you have a son or a nephew or something in that. Don't watch that stuff.
So you're not betting on it?
No, I don't. That's junk.
No plays for the people?
No plays for the people. The big play, the people, I'll let you know right now, Toledo this week. We're going big Toledo. We're going massive play on Toledo.
What's Toledo got going on?
They got it going on. They're playing like Miami of New Jersey.
That's not a team.
No?
Did they add a third Miami?
This is another. It's a state.
Miami,
on state.
Miami of Florida, Miami of Ohio, and Miami of Jersey.
Yeah.
Miami of Ohio is playing Central Michigan, so it's not them.
It's not the Chippewas.
No, Toledo's playing Bowling Green, who almost beat A&M this year.
Bowling Green goes down.
Almost beat A&M.
No, man, the Aggies were not. Aggies are tough right now. Leave the Aggies alone. I'm part Aggie, you know that. They're on a roll right now. They got a win coming up this week too. They'll beat those Bayou Bengals, those pissers.
Oh, I do hope you put a few units on A&M this Saturday, because I am rooting for the Bayou Pissers, as you just called them.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. All right, we'll get your Gold Star locks a little bit later in the week. I was doing some search on Vanderbilt as we sit 3 days away from Texas at Vandy. No, Vanderbilt, they're 5-2. They're 2-1 in the SEC. Everyone knows they beat Alabama as a 24-point underdog.
As everybody else has, yes.
Everybody knows they beat Kentucky as a 2-touchdown underdog.
Everybody knows that guy's almost on his way out.
And Vanderbilt's only SEC loss came at Mizzou in double overtime. So they're almost 3-0. They're almost undefeated this year.
They're almost undefeated, that group, yes.
I know ifs and nuts, and if my aunt was my uncle, she'd have nuts, whatever the line is.
Yes.
I don't know how it goes. But Vanderbilt's 2 losses, one of them came at Mizzou in double overtime. Their non-conference loss came at Georgia State, and they lost on a last-minute touchdown. Like, they were up in that game, and they gave up a score with like 30 seconds to go. And I mean, Vandy's a couple of plays away from being 7-0, and this maybe being a top 10 game in college football. So I don't say that to scare you. I just say that to tell you that hopefully the doors have your attention. Doesn't really matter if they have our attention. Hopefully they have the players' attention this Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Coming off the loss, they had better have their attention.
And their quarterback, Diego Pavia, Steve Sarkisian was asked on Monday about this kid. I think everybody knows this kid. He's like America's player this year. Like, Vanderbilt's one of the best storylines. I think it's hilarious that Army, Navy, and Vanderbilt are 23, 24, and 25, because those are kind of the 3 America's teams, if you will, in college football right now. And Diego Pavia has just become a very popular figure in college football. This guy's a problem right now. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking a little bit about Vandy's quarterback and some of the problems that he brings to the table.
Well, I think, he's kind of that definition of grit. Grit is always something very hard to define. Sometimes it's easier to see. And he's a gritty player. He's tough. He finds a way to make plays, whether it's with his legs, with his arm, with his legs and his arm. He runs tough. He runs hard. He makes the throws when he needs to make them. And I think that he's infused that grit into their program, and that's to take nothing away from Coach Lee. I'm sure Clark Lee knew and identified that and saw that in him, but they have it. And I think it's a real credit to him, because I really think that he's, like I said, he's the straw that stirs the drink for them.
Yeah. I mean, gritty players, if you force them into some mistakes, they become shitty players. They go from the gritty to the shitty in a hurry. That'll be on your defense, Sark. So find a ways to get that going,
Well, I will say this, and this is why Vanderbilt is as good as they are, because we'll get to some of their team stats in a second. If you look at yardage, if you look at points, if you look at most of the traditional stats,
right,
Vanderbilt is like outside of the top 10 in the SEC in just about everything. But why they're 5-2 and why they're so difficult to beat is they don't turn the ball over.
No, and they got that time of possession thing going on.
Those are the 2 things. Those are the 2. So, yes, I would love to turn Diego Pavia over a few times. Well, he has 1 turnover this year. And Vanderbilt as a team through 7 games has 2 turnovers this year. That's second in the country and tops in the SEC. And like you said, time of possession, they are first in the conference.
Just put him in a bad situation. He'll fall down to the ground and take a loss, but he's not going to throw the ball up for grabs.
No, that's the thing. Like you'd love to, because this Texas offense right now is not in a good spot.
No,
and it's 2 weeks in a row. I don't care that they beat OU 34-3. It's 2 weeks in a row that this offense has not looked the way that it did in the first 5 games of the year. You would like to be able to gift your offense some short fields, and Vanderbilt doesn't really give you the opportunity to do that.
You got to earn it. You got to earn it. You got to have some long drives because they'll go ahead and the option to go ahead and punt. They'll do it.
Here's a stat, Buck, with Diego Pavia. This is going to make you mad as a running back coach, and this is just mind-boggling. This is a testament to how good he's been and a testament to how kind of average the Texas run game has been this season. Diego Pavia has 414 rushing yards after contact. That's a quarterback. He has 414 rushing yards after contact this year. Texas's leading rusher has 330 yards total.
Yeah.
This season. And that's Trey Wisner. So Diego Pavia, he is tough to bring down. It is very rare that the first hit he takes knocks him down, and he's willing to take a lot of hits.
That's good, and that's good to hear because he needs to take a lot of hits this week.
22 missed tackles forced for a quarterback, and this guy doesn't have the speed of Lamar Jackson or anything like that. Like, he's fast, don't get me wrong, but he ain't he's going to shake and bake you. He's just going to run you over.
Yeah, you got to hit him. Once again, he's still a quarterback. And nothing like a quarterback with a bruised right shoulder or right arm or whatever, the way you hit him. You got to hit him hard. And you got to wrap him up.
Yeah.
Or you end up getting embarrassed by the guy. And one thing for Texas, they still, as you know, they have their flaws, but they still tackle pretty well. They've got guys that wrap up and do a pretty good job of that. You know, I hate that Makuba's not probably going to be back there. I'd feel a lot safer that guy be close to the line of scrimmage because I don't think this kid's going to drop back and throw over the top of you.
Well, don't sleep on that, Buck. I mean, he's completing 66% of his passes at 9 yards an attempt, and he's got 11 passing touchdowns to 1 interception. So that's what he does. They kind of lull you to sleep with the run game, a lot of zone read, a lot of options, stuff that you don't see a lot of in 2024. And then if you start to crowd the box a little bit, or if you lose your eye discipline as a defensive back and you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a run, I got to come down here and make a tackle, then they'll hit you over the top with the big play.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the secondary has played pretty well with that stuff, over the top stuff. And, you know, they played a couple of quarterbacks that actually have thrown it to them.
Yeah.
You know, this kid seems like he takes care of the ball pretty well. And he's not real risky. He rather, like I said, the option of punting the ball and having their defense come out there is good for them. They want to be in close ball games. They want the time of possession, you know, but once again, he wants to be a runner. You got to make those runners pay at the quarterback position.
Sure.
No matter what. I mean, he still is a silver spoon quarterback probably. And you got to all that gritty stuff. I'll knock the gritty and the shitty out of them. You know, you got to do that. You got to hit those guys hard that want to be part running back and part quarterback. And if they don't have that kind of speed, you know, to avoid stuff, when you take him down, you got to take him down hard. Texas has been really good at that, I think. And I'll still say that they tackle pretty well.
Yeah, they do.
That hasn't been what's killed them.
No, they didn't. Even in the Georgia game, right, which was the worst game of the season, they didn't miss a lot of tackles.
No.
So they've been a very sure tackling bunch, and if that
yes, they have.
Today, yeah, that's a good.
Not to say that they just play a team that their wide receivers can't catch either. I mean, when the quarterback does hit the wide receivers, they've had 2 weeks of back-to-back weeks of the receivers haven't been very good. They've been highly touted, fast, and all that, but when balls hit them in the hands, they tend to drop them. Not everybody's going to drop them.
Who's that?
You know, as they go along this season, but they've been fortunate. OU had none. Georgia had them. But the dudes, when they hit them in the hands, they popped them on the ground, you know?
Yeah, they did have a couple of drops, and that was weird to see.
That was very weird to see.
That game could have been worse. But
yeah, that's a scary part. If those guys could catch.
That is a scary part. Yeah, to me, this game against Vanderbilt is a do your job game because it only takes one player against an offense like this to lose contain, to lose his eye discipline, to just try to be a hero. That's what Alabama did a lot. Like their DBs were tired because Vanderbilt was just rushing for like 4 and 5 yards. It felt like every time they handed it off. And the Alabama DBs were like, dude, to hell with this. Our front seven can't get stops. I'm going to come down and get a stop. And then Diego Pavia would just over the top.
Yep.
Big passing play. So like you have to do your job. It's on the Texas front. Sark talked about it. You talked about it. Win on early downs. So Vandy isn't getting 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3 where they can either run it or take a deep shot over the top if you think they're going to run it. You win on the early downs, force them into a passing heavy team. Then that's
and at home they're going to go for it on 4th down, 4th and 3s and stuff like that. They're going.
Sure. Yeah, they should. I mean, that's what you do when you're an 18.5-point underdog.
Yep.
Which is what the line is. Like, they're not playing scared. It ain't your older brother's Vanderbilt. It ain't your mother's Vanderbilt. Hell, this is close to the Vanderbilt team that will beat up on Texas back in the 1920s pre-Depression era. That's a Vandy team we're seeing right now. Tell me about that team, Buck.
I don't know a lot about. I wasn't born then. I wasn't born until the 50s.
Come on.
I wasn't around for that. I wasn't in high school. I wasn't in college. No, I wasn't even a little embryo. I wasn't even thought of.
I feel like you were on a recruiting visit in Nashville for one of those games.
While they were playing, I was on a recruiting trip somewhere.
Yeah, you were there for a Nashville, Texas game back in the 20s. Memory serves.
This has got to be a cool trip for fans of Texas to head to Nashville, too. It's got to be cool.
I think a lot of folks are making this trip, right? And usually when Vanderbilt plays a home game, it is more than 50% road fans. Like maybe that will change because Vandy's actually good right now. So maybe more Doors fans will actually show up this weekend. But I still think there's going to be a large contingent of Longhorn fans who are in Nashville. Nashville's a great city. You have a good weekend there on top of going to the game. It's like outside of Austin, it's the only SEC city with an international airport.
It's not like going to Fayetteville.
No, like it's the only, like all the other SEC cities are college towns, which those are great too. But Austin and Nashville are your two, like you would go there for a vacation,
right? Even
without a college football game. So you get a cool vacation and you get a college football game on top of it. Like that's why, so many fans flood. What is it? Memorial Stadium in Nashville or First Bank Stadium? They sold their rights. First Bank Stadium is what it is now in Nashville.
It's one more Commodore Stadium.
It's not Commodore Stadium. It's not Lionel Richie Stadium either. Don't believe it's Night Shift Stadium. Cannot confirm nor deny though. All right, one more from Sark, Buck, and I don't think we've played this one yet. If we have, I'm sorry, but learning from last year. So Texas was in a very similar spot last year, right? They lost a game in the middle of October to a team they were supposed to beat, and the sky was falling. A lot of people were freaking out, wondering what was going to happen in the second half of the season. Texas righted their wrongs. They won the Big 12. They made it to the college football playoff. Steve Sarkisian was asked on Monday about learning from last year, right? What can you take from what went down against Oklahoma last year to what just went down against Georgia this year?
I mean, I guess it's relatively similar situation in that, every week's a championship game now. It's similar to last year in the Big 12 with no divisions. Now we come into the SEC, there's no divisions again. And so a lot of the teams that are at or near the top of our conference standings right now, we don't play. Some of them we do, but a lot of them that we don't. And so we have to really make sure that we take care of our business 1 week at a time. We can't just point to 1 or 2 games and say, if we win that one, we're going to be okay. And so it really feels like from here on out, we're kind of in an SEC championship game. And that's the same mentality we had last year in the Big 12, that every game matters to that degree. And we have to put ourselves in Atlanta, right? If that's what we want to be, we have to put ourselves there every Saturday. That's what we're competing for.
Yeah, we watched them do it last year. They're in the same situation, except for these aren't the same type of teams that you're playing now. When you're in that situation, it's not like you're getting a chance to play TCU. This is different. These teams are different. And I think we're seeing week in, week out in this conference that it's different. Mm-hmm. Whether you think the team is bad, whether we see them as not good teams, when they show up on Saturday, they tend to be physically ready to play. They don't have great individual talent, but as a team, they're physically ready to go in this conference, you know?
Yeah.
Even the bad teams physically, with the exception of OU, because they still suck. They just suck.
They really suck.
They really suck. I can't get enough of them. They're terrible. Can we play them every week?
I mean,
because 10 out of 10 times they would lose.
20 out of 10 times they would
They're
lose.
horrible.
Oklahoma would be like 6-6 in the Big 12 this year, Buck.
Yeah, they would. They'd be struggling. You're right.
Like, congrats on beating Auburn, but that's probably the Sooners' only SEC win of the season.
Wow.
They go 1-7 in the league, and they've got a brutal schedule, of course, but it's bad for them right now.
I'm so glad the SEC did that to them. Destroy their program in year one. Good job.
There were some folks who thought Oklahoma was more SEC ready than Texas, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Oops. You want to delete those tweets if you had those out there.
There's still a lot of season to be played out here for Longhorns, too.
Unfortunately, you don't have Oklahoma or Mississippi State on the schedule the rest of the way. And look, I mean, winning on the road in this conference has been very hard. Yeah. Texas hasn't had to do it yet, right? The Longhorns have not played a true road game in the SEC. So Saturday, even though, once again, there's going to be a ton of burnt orange in Nashville, it's still the first true road game for Texas. There was a ton of crimson when Alabama played at Vandy a few weeks ago. We all saw what happened there. Like, the home teams, we've seen all sorts of home upsets in the SEC this season. So remember last year, after the Oklahoma game, Texas's first game was at Houston. Longhorns almost lost.
Yes.
As a big favorite to a team that wasn't as good as this year's Vanderbilt team. Like, Texas was a huge favorite against Houston, and they struggled. They had to hold on for dear life in that game. Like, Texas did not get up off the mat right away after their loss last season. If you are still struggling, if you're still hung over from that loss again this season, then you might lose on Saturday.
Well, it's just that, once again, this has been back-to-back weeks of real hard mental preparation. I mean, you can run around and be athletic and do some of the great things that you're used to seeing Texas players do, but this takes a toll on you mentally, you know, Oklahoma and then Georgia. To win that Oklahoma game the way you won it, you know, it's still going to be a physical game, no matter how bad you beat that group, because they still suck. It's still physically and mentally taxing. And then to go and to lose this game, all the preparation and everything, the build up for this game, and to lose the way you lost, it's a downer. So you got to really pick yourself up. As I said, this will be a lot of coaches trying to heal guys mentally more so than get after them physically. They know the mistakes that they made physically. It's right there in front of your face. That's what film is all about. But the mental process of this week is important because there's a team waiting for you that wants to bash your head in after you just got destroyed. Yeah. That's what they're looking to do. They're looking to compound your problems, you know, at home. And it's a home game. And as you said, on the road, the SEC is a bitch on the road.
And Vanderbilt, like, I think a couple of good things that work in Texas's favor here to not overlook Vanderbilt. I mean, you shouldn't overlook anybody. That goes without saying. And you really shouldn't overlook a ranked opponent, which is Vanderbilt right now. But, yeah, the fact that Texas lost last weekend, you know, if Texas had beaten Georgia and beaten Oklahoma and they're 7-0 and they're number one in the country, you talk about rat poison.
Yes.
Like, this could have been a prime letdown spot. So now the coaches have their attention. Like, hey, if you play like you did on Saturday, you can clearly lose. We just saw what happened. And also, you've got a bye week next week. So there's no big game next weekend where it's like, it's lowly Vanderbilt. Like, we got A&M on the schedule next week.
Oh, no, you got some time off again where you need a little bit of rest.
Yeah, so Vanderbilt should have 100% of this team's attention. Because there's nothing to look forward to as of right now. Like, This is it. This is your game. Then you got a week off to get some guys healthy and to figure some other things out and clean some things up. But the doors should have this team ready come Saturday.
Yeah, there needs to be – Sark needs to offensively pick out a couple of guys he really wants to focus in on and take advantage of the guys on defense. When he's got the edge, he's got to go get it this week. And he needs to get the run game going again. There's really no excuse for that. I don't care who's running the ball, which dude is running. There won't be any excuse to not being able to run the ball against Vandy.
No, you're right. You're right. And you'd love to, kind of beat Vandy at its own game, right?
Sure.
Vandy wants to win the time of possession battle to keep your offense off the field. Why can't you do that?
Yeah, let them see how quickly they can score.
Yeah, would love, I think we'll see Jaden Blue actually get some carries this game. Would love to see Trey Wisner do what he did against Mississippi State and Oklahoma. And obviously, it starts up front with the offensive line. I mean, they got to create more holes. And
and you want to get the quarterback, get him going.
Well, hopefully you could do that with the run game.
Right.
Like that's take the pressure off of Quinn Ewers, because when your team runs 27 times for 29 yards,
wow,
you put a lot on your quarterback's plate. It's not absolving Quinn Ewers of that performance against Georgia, but you want to be two-dimensional when Texas just couldn't run the ball at all last week. They could against Oklahoma. They've been able to against a lot of the teams that they've played this season. You would really like to be able to get the ground game going once again, because you've got better athletes. This offensive line is supposed to be one of the best in the country, and you should be able to win up front against Vanderbilt. It is still Vanderbilt, right? It's still the nerds, right?
Yes, it's still Vanderbilt, yes.
A bunch of chem majors on that team.
Yeah, you should be able to. You got enough athletes to beat them. Just do your job. Have your responsibility. Get it done. You should be able to out-athlete them. And then you should have guys. You've got enough guys. You still have enough wide receivers. I wish the one guy Bond was ready to go, but you still have enough guys to get the ball down the field against this team.
Yeah, we'll see tonight. The first injury report of the week will get released, so we'll see if Isaiah Bond is on there. Nobody asked Sark about him on Monday, so we'll have to wait until tonight to get anything, and hopefully someone asks tomorrow about that.
Well, I mean, when a guy goes out of a game, when he's in, and then all of a sudden he's not in the game, and it's getting down to the nitty-gritty, that tells me he got hurt again. He re-injured something.
Yeah, the good news is he stayed in uniform, right? Like he didn't go back to the locker room. He didn't change into street clothes.
Wasn't in a boot.
Wasn't in a boot or anything like that. So I'd like to think that's all good things. Those are all good things. But until we see this weekend, I guess we won't know for sure.
And you still got enough other players. You just do.
Yeah, like can we see some Silas Bolden this weekend? I'm telling you, that guy is a weapon. This is almost turning into last year, where it feels like Sark's not rotating his receivers that much, but you don't have 2 top 50 picks in this wide receiver room right now.
Right.
Like get Ryan Wingo some more run, get Silas Bolden some more run. Your passing offense is struggling. It didn't struggle like this last year. It's struggling right now. Bring in some new guys who can maybe create some matchup problems for an opposing defense.
Yeah, I would definitely like to get Wingo going in this game, where he's going to be one of your focal points throwing the ball to, where you get him mismatched on one of their secondary guys that, their number 2 guy, where he just takes advantage of him with his size, and you throw it to him and you tell your quarterback, this guy can't cover him. I don't care if he's hooking up 12 yards down the field. Throw it to him and let him shake the guy off and go. Get him going. Get him excited in the game early. Man, we saw that with Whittington last year at times where we're like, is he ever going to throw to this guy that he loves so much, that he talked about since he got here, that love this guy? Or I think he's got an NFL wide receiver playing on his team that needs to be a focal point.
Yeah. Yeah, only 3 wide receivers caught passes against Georgia last week. It was Golden, it was Wingo, who had 3 catches for 12 yards, so not a lot, and it was Isaiah Bond, who missed almost half the game with an injury. So I don't have the snap counts in front of me. I don't know how much DeAndre Moore played. I don't know how much Silas Bolden played. Jonte Cook is on the side of a milk carton right now.
Of course.
But it's like when your passing game is struggling, I don't know. Maybe try something new. I get it at times. If you're a coach, you're like, we're struggling. I got to just put our very best guys on the field. Well, if those guys aren't getting open and your quarterback's not finding them, then
if your quarterback's having 28 pressures in his face too.
Yeah, it's beyond Quinn. It's beyond it was all ass from the Texas offense on Saturday.
Yes.
But I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to.
Well, I think the best said is get your run game going again. You just doesn't have to be. You don't have to be trying to blow the team out. You just try to get yourself well, and getting yourself well is getting your run game going again, where you find out who your runner is and get your offensive line going downhill instead of going backwards.
You're right. No, the pass game didn't do much against OU, and you still won by 31 because OU sucks. But also, you're able to run it for 170 plus.
Right.
So even if Quinn is not 100% Quinn against Vandy, if you're able to run for 170, 200 yards,
you win the game.
You should win the game. So All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Once again, we're giving away a $50 via 313 gift card before the end of the show. All you have to do is send us a text on that code to text line for your chance to win. Before we shift gears here, Buck, we got to get into this haunted house story.
You got to tell me about that. Let me tell you about it, folks, over at Relax the Back. Folks, my back, this is the time of the year where the weather in the morning is kind of cool, and I like it to be cool, but my back doesn't necessarily like it getting up and going out at 2 o'clock in the morning or going up and feeding the dogs in the morning. It's kind of stiff. But I've got this chair, thanks to Relax the Back, that is just making me feel great here over the last 2 hours of sitting in it. I was sitting in it during games also. Instead of the big taco, I'll sit in this chair right in front of the TV and watch all my sporting events. But folks, go to Relax the Back. If you got problems with your lumbar area, your lower back, your thoracic back, your shoulders, you need to go to Relax the Back. They've got all kinds of unbelievable chairs just for you. Select office chairs. They've got the Tempur-Pedic pillows, the mattresses, recliners that you will just love to be sitting in. Give you that firmness that your back truly, truly needs if you have a back problem. And if you don't have a back problem, you don't want to start to get one. Find a relaxing chair back that will help you with all the support that you can get, all the accessories. They have them. 2 locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and up in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you there at the Coverts.
Yes, absolutely. Love the Covert family. Also love the CentexTickets.com family. If you are making your way up to Nashville this weekend and you need a ticket to the game, head over to CentexTickets.com. Of course, they've got tickets to every Texas home game as well. Make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off your tickets. Texas football, Texas basketball. They've got concert tickets. They've got NFL tickets. They've got Broadway show tickets. You name it. If it's a live event anywhere in the country, find your tickets at Centex.
Hey, they got Yankees tickets.
They got World Series tickets.
There you go.
For you bandwagoners like the Buck.
Bandwagon.
Come on.
Just for that, my little friend is here. He's ready for Friday. He's ready to go. It's time for another championship in New York. It's been a while.
He's suiting up, huh?
No, he's too little now. He's shrunken down to almost Kyler Murray size.
Oh, what do you – the guy's like in his 40s. He's not like you shrinking.
Of course he is. He's got all daughters. Come on,
Not so
man.
fast, midget. Not so fast.
Kyler Murray had it going on the other night.
What, did he just get out of the pool or something? Is that the shrinkage you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
It's going to be a great World Series. It's going to be a great World Series.
Yeah, sad news real quick out of the world of baseball. It kind of involves the World Series. Dodgers legend Fernando Valenzuela passed away yesterday at the age of 63.
That's young, man.
Yeah, Fernando Mania, a guy who took the league by storm as a rookie back in 81, won the Cy Young and Rookie of the Year award in the same season.
I was around then.
One of the most impactful players in Major League Baseball history. Could hit for a pitcher, too. That guy could rake at the plate. That dude was awesome. And that's
bad for a round-shouldered dude.
No, he's a big boy. But he was intimidating up there on the mound. And, oh, man, he just the cultural influence that guy had
for sure
on the U.S., on Mexico, on a number of different Latin American countries. That guy was a beast. And World Series champ and a legend of the game. So, tough loss for the Major League Baseball world. I think Rob Manfred has already announced that there will be some sort of pregame ceremony before Game 1 in L.A. on Friday night. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dodgers have some sort of patch on their jerseys commemorating Fernando Valenzuela. But tough one. He was actually calling games for the Spanish broadcast for the Dodgers this season and stepped away a couple of months ago due to ailing health. We don't have a cause of death, but It seems like his health was waning a little bit in recent months. And, 63, like you said, gone way too soon.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks. That sucks. So game 1 Friday night, though, in the World Series. Quick shout-out, by the way. We got to mention this because we haven't done so yet. It's been a while, but our pregame show will be at Shoal Creek Saloon.
Yeah, baby.
We haven't been there since the Michigan game back on September 7th.
And we brought it then.
We did bring it then, and we brought a Texas Row to win then, too. So this Saturday, 12:45 to 2:45.
That's lunchtime. You're great. Enjoy a great lunch.
Go get some great lunch at Shoal Creek. We're going to be giving away some TSU koozies, and we're going to be getting you set for Texas Vanderbilt. Of course, they've got a ton of TVs there. They'll have the sound on those TVs so you can watch and hear the game at Shoal Creek Saloon. But come hang out with us, get some lunch this Saturday at the legendary Shoal Creek Saloon. Looking forward.
And you can see the foliage in the creek behind us. Hey, the foliage now, we're almost, well, not quite. Maybe the next time we're there.
What is foliage again? Another word for crap?
That's
almost
the different colors of burnt orange leaves. They're not quite burnt orange yet. We still have a ways to go. As I'm looking out here, all I can see is, those are not trees that will change colors out there. That's not going to happen.
I don't think it's
the
going
cedars aren't changing right now. The only thing you're going to get is cedar fever out here.
Yeah, I've got plenty of that going on right now.
Yeah, there's something out there right now.
Oh, yeah, always is. All right, Buck, Halloween is 8 days away.
Yes. I'm too old. No, I don't do trick-or-treat. I'm not trick-or-treat grandpa either. Sorry.
You're going to have candy for the neighborhood trick-or-treaters?
Oh, I have a gate. Kids don't get through the gates. The dogs will eat them.
Oh, dogs will eat the candy or eat the kids?
The kids and the candy.
Oh.
So no, I don't, I haven't done trick or treat since the kid threw the smoke bomb in my house.
When was that?
Back over in Circle C. Kid thought he was funny, threw a smoke bomb into the house. And
that is fun. That's hilarious. What do you mean he thought he was funny? That's awesome.
He got on the wood floor, and I had to put that thing out. I had that big old burn stain. I had to replace part of the floor, and I found out who the kid was. That's the kid who I egged his dad's car. At like 2 o'clock in the morning, I put on camo and got up and put like 24 eggs on the dude's car. And then next day, I saw the kid out there cleaning up the car.
That's hilarious.
Which part? Me egging the car as a grown adult?
All of it. The fact that a trick-or-treater threw a smoke bomb or a stink bomb into your house and then you retaliated by egging his dad's car?
Yes.
That's stuff of legend.
That is awful. That was the worst. That was stooping very, very low. When I found out, when the other kids finally told me who that kid was, and I egged his dad's car.
Well, how'd you find out? Are you like you hanging out with kids, Kevin Spacey? How'd you find out?
No, just my kids found out exactly who it was, who did it, the outfit, the whole works. I got up 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had camo on, BK, with 24 eggs, and just egged this dad's car. And it was a hot Halloween weekend. And the kid was out there scraping the stuff off, wiping down the dad's car because the dad knew that the car got egged because of the kid. He didn't know who did it. They never found out who did it.
Probably thought it was your kid.
No, they knew that I was no more than 50 yards away from them.
That's awesome. 24 eggs.
Yeah. Oh, dude. And I made sure I got it good.
Oof.
That is so immature and so bad. I felt so bad, No,
man. Two wrongs absolutely make a right.
That made a right. You think so?
Yeah.
I taught the kid a lesson. He was out there for hours cleaning up that car.
You had to even up the score. I mean, the guy threw a stink bomb into your place. You can't.
You don't have to get even with. You don't have to get even with.
Yeah, people. You do. You can't get bullied by some 12-year-old. Let a 12-year-old walk all over you. You got to stand your ground. Isn't that what the stand your ground law means?
I guess I could have had my son beat the kid's ass, but I didn't do that. I said, no, there's no reason for fisticuffs. I know what to do.
Hey, you could have beat the kid's ass and it would have been okay.
No.
Is that not a...
No, that's not a thing. No, you can't beat up on it. No, I try to give these kids tips in the car line. No need for violence. I don't think egging the car was violent, but it sure was funny watching him out there with buckets and buckets cleaning up this old man's car. Because the old man said, this had to be you. This is your problem. It's not my daughter's. It's got to be you.
No new segment for the show. Fists for kids in the car line. Oh my God. That's awesome.
Dude, he destroyed my floor. I mean, there's nothing like a smoke bomb on your wood floor. It was like, oh my God, what do? I can't grab it with my hand. I had to put my foot on it. It's like the old bag of shit trick, where you come out and start stomping the bag full of shit.
How do you get in?
That was it. That was my last trick or treat. That was my last deal with kids.
I don't blame you. How did he get in? You just opened the door to give him some candy and he just chunked it in?
Yeah, it just got chunked in over the top of some other kids, and that dude took off.
Man, we used to be awesome. We used to be a proper nation. Now that stuff never happens anymore.
Oh, no. No. You get shot. If you're a kid, you get shot for that kind of stuff now.
I don't think they're going to.
It's going to get basic trick-or-treating days are just kind of, you go to people that you know. Now, they still have groups of kids that come from different neighborhoods. They cart you into a neighborhood. But people are very, very leery of kids that they don't know, even giving trick-or-treat stuff to now. It's just, I used to go to every neighborhood. Dude, I didn't miss. I was out till 10 o'clock at night trick-or-treating. But I got to a certain age where I stopped. I mean, I told kids, I said, hey, listen, don't show up at my house. If my light's out, don't come up there with your mom's lipstick on, and that's all you have as a uni. That's what you're trying to trick-or-treat, and you're like 17. I don't do that. If you're like a grown-up, don't come to my house looking for candy.
Look, that's not a costume nowadays.
Oh, that's just the way the kids are dressed.
Be careful with that.
They're going out to 6th Street, huh?
Yeah, once you get to definitely.
14.
Yeah, I was gonna say high school has got to be it. Like maybe 8th grade, you could still get away
more than
with
9th.
it.
No, nothing past 9th grade.
I say nothing past 8th. Like once you get to high school, you got to be doing better. You got to be getting hammered during Halloween once you're in high school, kids. Don't do that. 21 means
candy anymore.
No, they're all in school right now. I think we could say that. Sorry about that, parents.
Yeah. It's there's a certain age when you just got to stop it. I used to have Circle C. You'd have kids coming. They look like they're like 19, and all they do is have some mascara on and say, "I'm like, what are you doing? This is not a trick or treat costume. Take your ass home and go study geography or something. What are you doing out?"
Are you a costume guy?
I was for a while. I mean, I used to take my kids around. They were great. I mean, and I remember I was the oldest of 8. So back in the day, BK, it was all you made. You didn't go to the store and you may have got to have a mask, but you didn't have to have the whole Spider-Man costume. When I grew up, that thing was too expensive. You made your own shit. You were always a bum or a ghost or something. I think I must have been a ghost for like 18 years in a row or something. Just stupid ass ghost.
What'd you do? Just paint white face on you?
Oh yeah. I kept my son was the cowardly lion. AJ was. I kept his outfit. So when it was almost like his, I get it was Iron Man sheets. When he went off to college in Maryland, I said, I still have your sheets. Would you like for me to give those to you? Yeah. Wouldn't those be cool when you're at Maryland? He goes, dude, I can't put these on my bed.
Careful how you wear your bed sheets, Buck.
How
many K's are in Bucky? 3?
No, just the one.
Just the one. Just making sure. That's fine.
No, so I kept all my kids' stuff. I was good at keeping memorabilia of my kids' outfits and stuff like that. It didn't matter. It's, Holy Communion ties, weird stuff like that. And then somebody got rid of them. I kept my daughter. She had a little tyke miniature house, BK, it had tall little people in it. I mean, Kyler Murray could have lived in this house, but somebody went and threw it away, went in the attic and threw the thing out one summer, just threw it all out and said, nobody here is going to use that stuff anymore. They never knew that I'd eventually have grandkids who would have loved to have had those things.
Oh, of course.
Because I always say, like I say to my wife here, I say, all the crap that I possess up here in the attic, it's my kids' deal. And when I die, to go up there and say, I don't want this. I don't want this shit. I don't want this nasty furniture. That's a rite of passage.
That's how it goes.
No, you can't do that to your kids. I'm like, no, that's the way it goes. They get to go up there and say what they want and what they have to get rid of.
It's rite of passage, like you said. Yeah. I'm very fortunate. I still have both of my parents, but they've downsized a few times. So even though they haven't passed, I've still had that happen a few times towards, we can't carry this stuff. You keep it. Oh, I don't want it. Throw it away. No, you keep it and you throw it away.
That's right. You're the one who has it. They don't throw it away. They make you throw it away. You take this to your apartment, and then when you absolutely say, no, it won't fit here in the corner because it's too big, we don't have big furniture like this anymore, then you throw it away. They never throw it away. You just leave it in the attic. That's what the attic's for.
What the attic's for. Yeah, they don't have one anymore. So I got all the stuff, and my sister's got all the stuff from the attic. So
and they can't throw it away until they're passed. You can't get rid of it because they're going to ask about it at some point. They're going to say, hey, what about that chesser that you took, that big chest? You still have that? You can't say no.
Oh, yeah. No, I say no. I've thrown a lot of it away.
Have you? They understand you've thrown it away?
Yeah, I think they wanted me to, honestly. They couldn't do it. All right. Well, let's get to this story. Good Halloween discussion here, but we've got a Halloween-related story. New research from Real Estate Witch has given us some information about haunted houses and whether or not Americans believe that they have lived in a haunted house. And they also asked Americans if you'd rather live in a haunted house or live in a house with blank. So we'll get to those in a second. But Buck, according to this search, about 1 in 7 Americans, 14%, believe that they have lived in a truly haunted house. So I'll ask you, because I know you've moved around a lot over the course of your life. Do you believe that you have lived in a haunted house?
No, I don't think I've come in contact with that. I used to think that I had a ghost up in my house back in Pennsylvania for a while up in my attic, but it wasn't. It was just me doing senior prom night where guys that couldn't go to the prom. Remember, I had my own little prom night. But no, I know I put stuff in a spot and say, well, things have moved. No, I don't ever think I've really lived in a haunted house. And I lived in an old house in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I mean, one of the old mill homes where, like where we went in Louisiana, the old plantation house that we stayed, the governor's house, where the brothers were coming up from the basement when you guys left me there alone and stuff.
Yeah, that might have been a haunted house.
That could have been haunted. But I wasn't going up the stairs or down the stairs to find out. I never left the room where I was at, where the TV was on loud. I never got it. Dude, I would have not roamed around that house. There would have never been a chance. When you guys were out of there and I was in that place by myself, I would have never gone upstairs by myself. No, I would have stayed right there for hours until people came back. I would have shit in a bucket before I had to go to the bathroom. I was scared.
Dude, I don't
play haunted house games. I don't play those games.
I don't think I would have stayed in that house by myself at all.
You know what? I don't think I would have either. Tell the truth, I don't think I would have.
I think you did though, right? Weren't there some times where like everybody else was gone and you were there alone?
Yes, I was there alone. I mean, during the game.
I wouldn't have done that. I would have been like, I'm going to a bar or something to watch the game. I'm not.
No, I stayed in the house during the game with the TV on and stuff. I would have never slept in that house in a room by myself. I'm just weird like that. I don't do that. If somebody told me, a guy got shot in this hotel room here a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't stay in there. I wouldn't do that.
So
I don't mess with it. I got my Catholic roots and all that and God and all that stuff, but the supernatural weird stuff still gets in my mind. I mean, that's from just one time seeing The Exorcist. That was enough. I don't need anything else.
The closest thing, like I don't believe I've ever lived in a haunted house, but I've had maybe a reason to believe that I have. And it wasn't a house. It was an apartment I lived at maybe a couple of years out of college here in Austin, kind of in the Arboretum area. Ooh. And there was, not in my unit, but in my building of the apartment complex I stayed at, maybe 5 or 6 years before I moved in, somebody like got murdered there. I think there was a murder-suicide in that unit, in the same building, not the same unit, but the same building. So I got a great deal because of that. Like that unit was a lot cheaper. And I was like, why is this so much cheaper than all of the other ones? Like the floor plan looks the same.
They're supposed to tell you that too. They're supposed to let you know what happened.
Oh, they didn't tell me that. I just went and did my own research. I looked up the complex and I'm just like, sure enough, 5 or 6 years prior, there's a murder-suicide in that building.
And that didn't, it's just in the building. It wasn't in your apartment.
No, it wasn't the same unit. I would not have lived in the same unit. That's too freaky.
There's no way for that, huh?
For a lot of people, even the same building would have been too creepy. But I was okay with that. I was just looking to save money. Remember, I used to work where you used to work.
Yes.
And I actually had to pay them to work for a while.
Wow.
Coming out of college. So I didn't have the money to afford a non-haunted place. But I don't believe I've lived in a haunted house. All right. So this is interesting, Buck. I'm going to ask you these questions. Would you rather live in a haunted house or the following properties? So would you rather live in a haunted house or a house next to outspoken Democrats?
I would still, I do the Democrat thing. No haunted house. That's just, no, I won't. There's a lot of things. I won't live in a haunted house.
Feels like a no-brainer, right?
Yeah.
36% of the folks that these guys talk to said they would rather live in a haunted house than live in a house with truly outspoken Democrats.
Yeah, because they would be talking all the time.
In an election year?
Oh, my God. Just nonstop, just chatter.
Just every time you walk out to take out the trash or get the mail.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
did you see what?
I remember when Bill Clinton, no, dude, please just don't talk to me anymore about it. No, I wouldn't live in a haunted. No, still wouldn't live in the haunted house.
What about outspoken Republicans? That was asked as well. Same answer?
Same answer. Same group.
Yeah, 42% of respondents said they'd rather live in a haunted house than live next door to outspoken Republicans.
No, still no haunted house.
Okay. What about a house with no internet access?
Doesn't bother me. I'm not on the internet enough as it is.
You're on the internet right now.
I felt like that during the week, this weekend, when all these people were in our city. So I got that all fixed. I'm good to go now.
You'd have to commute to a radio station still if you didn't
That's
have
all right.
internet.
I'd do that. There's nothing big here. There's not much. I don't like to be scared. I don't like scary movies. I can't watch a scary movie by myself. I won't watch a horror movie alone.
Still,
I don't watch scary stuff. I don't want to be scared. I don't know why people want to be scared. I don't want to be scared. My mind is a terrible thing, and I don't like it to be it roams around enough, as people already know. There's like 20 different things going on as it is. I don't need to have horror in my mind.
You don't need to have horrors in your mind.
Horrors or horrors.
Interesting. Okay. So 39% of people said that they would prefer a haunted house over a house with no internet access. I'll say this. Give me the haunted house and internet.
Yeah, you wanted both.
Well, no, like I'll take the haunted house if it means having internet access.
Okay.
Like I'm in that 39%. I don't care what my neighbors talk about.
As soon as the first thing flies off a table and hits the wall, you're so out of there.
Yeah, but I'll be walking out of there with internet access.
There you go. Great.
I'll be able to have my Wi-Fi there. What about a house with a long commute? I mean, I think your answer is going to be the same, so I'll stop asking you. I'll just give you the numbers.
Okay.
House with a long commute. 43% said they'd rather live in a haunted house than live in a house with a long commute to work.
I'll take the commute. It's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I get up early anyway.
House with bad cell phone reception. I don't think you care too much. 48% said they'd prefer a haunted house over a house with bad cell phone reception.
Yeah, these are people that have never been haunted. They've never had that deal happen. Once they have it, they'd be going there. Hell no.
Yeah, one of those will keep you up every night, right?
Yeah, really. That's all you need is one. One time something flies across the room, and that's it. You don't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
What about a house with constant construction noise?
Oh, that may send me to the haunted house.
56%, more than half.
Yeah, that makes me.
Yeah, they prefer the haunted house over. Dude,
yeah, I'm telling you, my sight isn't great, but I can hear. I mean, like when I go to dinner and places, I can hear all the conversations around me. It is annoying. And construction sounds would drive me absolutely crazy.
Even during the day, they suck.
Yes.
Like even if you told me it's just like 9 to 5 construction sounds, but when you go to bed and at night.
I told my wife, I said, hey, the trash can people are here. I'm on the other side of the house. She goes, how the hell do you know that the garbage collectors are here? I said, I hear them. Yeah. I can hear what they're doing with the cat. I can hear the truck. She goes, you can't hear that from me. You're on the other side of the house. Like she goes, no wonder the damn dog's barking, an acre and a half away from you. No wonder you don't sleep. You hear the dogs all night long barking. I said, yeah, I heard the dog bark last night. She goes, I don't hear shit in here.
I think I'd rather have the construction noise. As much as it sucks, I'll take that over a house that's haunted. Because if you told me the construction noise stopped at night, I know I could sleep. If I think my house is haunted, I don't know I could sleep.
Well, I can't. Just the fact that I know that it's haunted, that something has happened there before, I won't sleep.
Yeah. What about a house with frequent power outages?
Oh, I would hate that. It might as well be haunted anyway.
Yeah, 58% said they'd rather live in the haunted house than the house with frequent power outages. That would suck. It's like a couple of times randomly per day. You can't time it. And it's just a couple of times. It's like, all of a sudden you got nothing working.
Yeah, I stayed at the old hotel downtown Austin off of 6th Street there.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the name of it. It was old, and they talked about how the hotel had been haunted. The hell's the name of that hotel?
The Driscoll. The
Driscoll, yeah. I stayed there one night, BK. I slept with one eye open the whole time. I swear, it was awful. I didn't sleep a wink. And it was about the most comfortable place you could be. Beds were comfortable. All the amenities were nice. But they had told me this was haunted by some old governors and shit. Dude, I did not sleep the whole night there. And this is when I was drinking.
Yeah, I've known this story before. Someone like fell in a stairwell there and died. Why is it haunted?
No, I'm going to go back someday.
When are you going to go back?
Never.
You live in Austin. Like, why would you stay at a hotel in Austin?
No, never go back.
No, I'm not.
I did spend the night there, yeah, and it was not. I spent it with my first wife, and it was not comfortable because, like I said, I had one eye open. I mean, I had the covers like all the way up to my chin and my eyes open into place the whole time. Never slept.
Don't let a foot slip out of the blanket.
Oh, no. Looked underneath the bed before I got into bed, looking in the closets.
Everything's got to be secure. Last one here, house with frequent break-ins.
Shit, no.
Yeah, 79% said they'd rather live in the haunted house than the house with frequent break-ins. I don't know what frequent means. I don't know how they define that, but dude, any more than 0 break-ins, I'm good.
No. I woke up this morning and went out to feed the dogs, and I had let the garage door up with the garage door to the inside of the house open again for the second time in less than a month. That is the weirdest feeling because I can hear the dog bark, and I'm like, wait a minute, in the garage door down, I go up, the garage door is open, and the house door is open too. Now, it's hard to get through these animals here at night without me knowing something's different about their bark, but you can't do that. You gotta lock the inside door, even if you leave the garage open. You gotta lock, but I did not, and that happens during the course of the night when I'm running, when I'm out at 2 or I'm running around feeding the dogs before night. But that's my job. See, there's certain jobs that belong to me, no matter who feeds the dogs, the last one in, and all that shit. My job is before I go to bed is to make sure that the house is locked.
I'm surprised your wife lets you turn the locks on the doors.
No, she lets me do that.
Yeah.
And I have not told her the last night that I left the garage door up and the door open. She freaks out.
Oh, you just did.
Yeah. Well, no, she's out. She's out, dude. She's at Bible study doing stuff.
Okay.
She's getting her God on right now.
Getting her God on.
Yeah,
right,
that's what she's doing right now. So
there you
she
go.
won't have time for my silly explanations of why is the garage door open, both doors open.
Yeah, no need to tell her that.
No.
I won't. All right.
Remember this. Once again, if there's an accidental shooting at my home, it's not an accident. Remember that.
By you or by her?
But if I've disappeared and there was an accidental shooting at the Godbolt home and Bucky's now shot, that's not an accident. That's what I had to tell my golf buddies. You need to understand that. You heard it here. Thousands have heard it, right?
That's a good move. Yeah. Tell our huge audience. So you've got a lot of folks on your side just in case.
Just in case there's a bullet like in my head, or it just happened to be, it looked like an accident. That's not an accident.
I don't like how often you've told me that. It's got me a little nervous, dude. Everything okay?
Oh, my wife, I believe I got protection in my house, but she's got the one that if you hit the trigger, it goes off like 50 times.
Yeah, you've got protection from others. I don't know if you have protection from her.
No.
That's not a house I'm messing with.
She doesn't play that game. She plays the game for keeps.
Play for keeps. I love it. All right. There's your haunted house survey on a Wednesday morning as we get closer to Halloween. We'll get back into the sports in a moment.
I lived for, with Pam Cummings and Jimmy, the whole gang. I lived in Pennsylvania. Yeah. That was an old mill house. Now that thing was in the 1800s. I lived in that place, and it was, had an old piano that every once in a while I swear I would hear the thing go ding ding, and it's just. And then there's probably one of them drunk coming in at, while I was asleep, hitting the piano or running into it. I used to always think, damn why is that piano making that noise? But then about 5 minutes later, one of them would come up the stairs, which means they fell into the piano,
Yeah, I feel like playing piano drunk is a fun thing to do.
Oh.
Just sitting down, just hitting a few keys, and then realizing you have no idea what you're doing, and then you just go to bed.
Nothing worse than going downstairs where there's no bathroom upstairs, sort of like where I am now. But go downstairs and there's your roommate. She's on the toilet, like passed out with her pants down to her ankles, and you've got to pee.
What'd you do? Did you just go in between her legs?
I've lifted her up before and kind of sat her on the edge of the deal so I didn't pee on myself. Yes, I've done that on many occasions. That was always great, having a female roommate.
Yeah, I could never do that, dude. That would not end well.
Roommate?
No. It would have. There would have been some sleeping with each other going on, and then there would have been some not sleeping with each other going on. And
that was tough. She was very earthy. I wasn't into earth, that kind of earth people at that time.
Yeah, that's good. It's for the best.
Yeah,
all right,
it's for me.
Let's give some love to some of our sponsors, Buck. I'm going to ask you contender or pretender in college football here in a moment. But before we dive back into the sports, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Just hello to the folks over there, to the gang over at Leaf, up north and out south, on Monterey Oaks out south. Leaf Landscaping Supply Services, folks. If you're looking to do what I'm doing right now, and I've been outside an awful lot, thinking that it's fall outside in the afternoons. It is not. It's still hot. But this is still a great time to plant. Get your roses clipped a little bit. Just trim the roses. Don't trim them back. Don't cut them halfway yet. This is not the time. You don't do that till February. It's around Valentine's Day. But if you want to trim them, like just give a little haircut on the top, you can do that with your roses. You can get your fertilizers in there. And very soon, BK, it's time to start mulching some of the plants around your home. And I learned that at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company. I love the folks there. Up north, Pond Springs Road, of course, and down south, Monterey Oaks. Find out what you need to do for your landscape. In all the different areas. I told you I put in a tree the other day. I bought the other tree from Lowe's too. I'm about to go pick that up today and take that off the truck eventually once my wife helps me, which she still can't believe a guy with a bad back continues to pick up shit that he's not supposed to pick up. But I'm going to get that done. But I also talked to the folks over at Leaf to find out if it's a good time to plant those trees. And they said, absolutely. These mornings are beautiful. So if you want to plant trees, do it. But if you want a landscape service yourself and a contractor to come out and look at your property, go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. They'll let you know that, and they'll find the contractor just for you.
Yep. And make sure you tell them that you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You'll get 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right. Shout out to our friends at passes.com as well. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. 40 of the top UT athletes are on Passes, and they are giving you content that you've never been able to get before. We're talking day in the life. We're talking behind the scenes access. We're talking exclusive memorabilia, stuff that you've never been able to get before, and stuff that you can't find anywhere else. Just head over to passes.com. You can also make donations to the Texas One Fund as well. And instead of just donating, you're going to get something in return when you donate to the Texas One Fund on passes.com. They are hooking it up right now. Get closer to the game than ever before. Just make an account at passes.com. Also, shout out to our friends at BUSR. If you want to make some money, you can do that at busr.ag. Make sure you use the promo code TSUWelcome. They're going to hook you up with a first-time deposit bonus. If you're trying to bet on sports, call your cousins. Tell them to go to busr.ag. You've got the World Series. You've got the NBA back. You've got the NHL. Of course, you've got the NFL and college football. So many sports happenings, which means you've got so many ways to make money right now. Just head over to busr.ag and use the promo code TSUWelcome when you sign up.
And I hope you all got an opportunity to see those Ricky Williams cans from BigHatSpirits.com. The folks there, Ricky had he was all excited about his picture on the can. He was here in town, of course, this weekend, and Big Hat Spirits, they've got tons of those cans. The mocktails, he's on the mocktail and the margarita BK. He's on both alcohol and non-alcohol cans for Big Hat. So hopefully that worked out. I know they had thousands of cans out at Formula One that the guys delivered out there from 34 Wine and Spirits. So hopefully everybody got a chance to try, whether if you like the alcohol, drink yourself the tequila or the ranch water, that's up to you. Me, I love the mocktails. The ginger was absolutely delicious. I had one when I was playing golf yesterday. Fantastic. Thank you to Big Hat Spirits.
Yes, indeed. BigHatSpirits.com to find a local dealer near you. And one quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Y'all seen the TSU hats? Matter of fact, got a couple right here.
There you go.
TSU hats. These things are clean. They look great. They fit great. They were made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They made our hats, our shirts, our stickers, our signs, our everything. If you've got a business that needs stuff to promote itself, call Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Reach out to our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641, or you can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing and shoot them a DM there. Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All right, Buck. Let's do a little contender pretender college football edition. This is for national title only. This is not to make the 12-team playoff. This is not to win their conference championship. This is, I want to know if you believe the following teams are a legitimate threat to win a national championship this season. Okay?
Okay.
So we'll just start at the top of the AP poll. Some of these I feel like will be obvious. Some of these, I'm curious. Oregon.
Yes. Just on offense alone, I think they can. I think they have enough offensive firepower with their quarterback that they can win a national championship. I don't know enough about their defense, but I know offensively they've got tons of firepower.
Yeah, they do. All right. What about Georgia? Contender?
No doubt about it. That group is a contender for sure. If their quarterback plays well and their wide receivers catch the ball, they're pretty much in the thick of things.
This is where it gets a little interesting. You wouldn't think in the top three there'd be any sort of debate here, but Penn State is your third-ranked team in the country. Is Penn State a legit threat to win the whole thing?
I just don't know if they have enough defense. They give up some scores. They've been giving up some scores to people. Offensively, their quarterback can make it or break it. They've got two running backs. They got a tight end that catches 17 balls in a game. So they've got enough offensive weapons. I just don't know defensively if they can stop people. And I don't know if they can win a shootout, but they can score points. I think they're okay. I think they're still a contender.
To win it all?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't. I think Penn State's a pretender. They've got a very tough 2-game stretch coming up. Obviously, Ohio State next week is the big one, but don't sleep on it.
This week.
Yeah, they're in Madison at Camp Randall. And Wisconsin was not good early on, but they look a lot better. And that's a tough place to win. So
yeah, that's looking like a tougher game.
Yeah, I could see Penn State losing 2 in a row here. I think they're good. I think they're going to make the playoff. But if you're asking about, and I guess I am asking about a national title.
I don't know if they can lose back-to-backers, though. That's the thing. Those are the ones that hurt you. Like the back-to-back losses are what people look at, you know? How do you rebound after a loss? Then you go get smashed back-to-back weeks. That's not why this Vanderbilt game is important for Texas.
Yeah, I'll never pick Penn State to beat Ohio State. Like, even if they lose this weekend, it's like, oh, they're going to be amped up and extra ready. And
no,
I'm not going to pick Penn State to beat Ohio State. I just
until they do.
Until they do. Even though the game's in Happy Valley, not happening. All right, Ohio State, contender or pretender?
They're still a contender.
I'm with you on that. Texas.
I'm going to say they're still a contender.
I think so, too. You got to get the quarterback right, but I still think this is very much a national title contender here in Austin.
I don't think they are if they have another loss, even if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think a 2-loss team is going to win it all, but I don't know what to expect.
Well, because of the conference is nuts this year.
College football has never been a as long as you're hot at the right time kind of sport. Like the NFL, we've seen teams with 7 losses win the Super Bowl because they just got hot at the right time. So maybe not in year 1, but at some point in college football, there's going to be like a 2-loss team that gets hot at the right time and wins it all. So I don't know. Like I'd prefer Texas to go in at 11-1 or 12-1.
Yeah, to go on the same roll they went on last year after they had a loss.
That'd be nice. What about Miami, ranked number 6, contender or pretender?
I looked at the Miami defense. Boy, they got a lot of players. They got some big guys on that defensive line. Their secondary is just kind of I think as good as the quarterback is, he takes a lot of chances. They'll end up getting beat because he'll be looking for the Heisman Trophy. He'll take a chance. Boy, can he move around and throw on the run? But I think he'll take too many chances and he'll throw a big pick in a big game. It ain't going to be this week against Florida State, I tell you that.
No. I'd like to see Westlake go up against Florida State this year.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting game, I think. Yeah, I mean, Miami's last 3 wins. Florida State only has 1. Miami's last 3 wins, 38-34 over Virginia Tech in the Hail Mary that wasn't game.
Yep.
39-38 at Cal. They were getting crushed in that one. And then 52-45 at Louisville last week. Like they
give
are
up a lot of points, man.
Talk about getting by the hair of your chinny chin.
And they've got some good players, but they together on that defense, not so much.
Miami is a pretender for me. I think there is a 0% chance Miami wins it all. They could win the ACC. They could go undefeated in the ACC.
Wait a minute. Pittsburgh's winning the ACC. What are you talking about?
Well, then I feel even better about Miami being a pretender if you're telling me Pitt's going to beat them at any point this season. All right, number 7, the Tennessee Volunteers.
I think they're pretenders with the young quarterback.
I do too. Yeah, I know that was a nice win against Alabama. And Nico looked really good in the second half.
Everybody beats Alabama.
It's just
Alabama's like OU. They suck.
Come on.
Well, nobody sucks like OU.
I was going to say, like, Alabama's different than the Alabamas we've seen, but they're not OU bad.
OU is really that bad, huh?
You know, Alabama plays OU in Norman, second to last week of the season. Alabama's going to win that game by a lot.
You think so?
Yes.
We're going to find out if the 2 sucky SEC teams play together. That's going to be awful.
Alabama plays Mizzou, so that's this weekend. They got to get by them first. If they lose that game, then they start to broach Oklahoma territory.
Okay. I would agree.
Yeah, I'm going to go Tennessee as a pretender as well. LSU?
Pretender.
No love in Brian Kelly?
No love. Sorry. Good coach. Pretender still. Not quite there.
What if they win in Aggieland on Saturday?
No.
Still nothing?
No.
Clemson?
Playing better. There's still something about them. I don't know. I think they're still a pretender.
Okay.
They're not going to if they win the ACC maybe, but I don't think they're winning the ACC.
Iowa State is your number 10 team in the AP poll.
That's a pretender. They don't have enough lights on their field to be a contender. They'll never be a contender. They still live on that defense. Come on. Somebody's found that defense out. Texas has.
Well, UCF
was in the dark.
Yeah, UCF almost got them in the dark last week at Jack Trice. Iowa State needed a last-minute touchdown to get that win there to stay undefeated. So that's your top 10 right there. And 6 through 10, both of us said are pretenders.
Yeah, it's Georgia, maybe Penn State, Texas, Ohio State, Oregon. There you go. That's it.
I was going to ask, is there anybody like BYU, Notre Dame, A&M, Indiana?
No, Boise State. No.
None of those teams outside of the top 10 are. So you're saying there's 5 contenders right now.
5 or 6 maybe. That's it. Because you're questioning Penn State. So.
But yeah, no. For me, I'm saying there's 4.
Okay.
I'm saying
I think there's 5 or 6. I don't see it. I'm like you with Penn State, but I think they have enough offense to get it done.
You're higher on – I don't, so you're higher on Penn State than I am.
Yes.
I think there's like a 0% chance Penn State wins the whole thing this year. They're just not. What about Army or Navy?
The head coach's job.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll make the playoff. Key will get to keep his job for another couple of years. But like to win the whole thing, you've got to win like 3 games against top 10 or 12 teams. And I don't think James Franklin is a good enough coach for that. I don't think Penn State's a good enough team for that.
Yeah, I mean, the team that I think has got really well in all this is you won't see any slip-ups is Georgia from this point on. There's nobody else that's going to beat them unless they get to the playoffs or a championship game. They're not losing to just anybody anymore.
Yeah,
and I don't even know how much they're going to struggle. I think their coach has solidly got his foot on their throats now where he wants them after this Texas game. And I think they just start playing better.
I thought Georgia was going to run the table this season, right? That was my preseason pick, that Georgia was not only going to win it all, but they were going to win every single game that they played.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they can't do that now. They do have to play at
the rest of them.
They do have to play at Ole Miss and Tennessee back to back, and that's after
Lane Kiffin is still just a pretending group.
I mean, I'm going to pick Georgia to win both of those games, but like they've got games on their schedule that they could lose, plus an SEC title game. Maybe against Texas, hopefully against Texas again. But yeah, I just like Georgia. If Carson Beck does anything, that defense on Saturday, that's a national championship defense.
Yes.
So if Carson Beck just can maybe not turn it over 3 times a game, and he turned it over 4 times against Bama, twice against Mississippi State, obviously 3 times against the Longhorns.
He can get it down to 1 turnover.
Yeah, 1 turnover. I mean, the guy, like last year, he didn't turn it over a lot. He already has more INTs this year than he did all of last season.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. They don't have the receivers they did last year, which is a part of it.
But they got receivers. They just don't catch.
Yeah. Well, Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey caught.
Yes. So
not having those guys is impacting Beck a little bit. But that Georgia's still my pick to win it all, man. Like I think there are 4 teams that can win it all in college football. And I know we've seen a lot of parity this year, which is great. People are saying no one cares about the regular season because the 12-team playoff exists. The malarkey, it's ridiculous. This season has been incredibly entertaining. But to me, it's one of Georgia, Texas, Oregon, or Ohio State is going to win
the ones that you thought in the beginning anyway.
Yeah, I mean that was the preseason top 4 at the start of the year. So
nobody ever thought Michigan was going to repeat.
No one thought Michigan was going to repeat. Nobody thought Florida State was going to.
Nobody thought that. I mean, bringing Cam Rising back, Utah was going to come out of nowhere like they generally do and be a part of it. No,
I thought Utah was going to run the Big 12, and they're not. They're running Cam Rising to a hospital again.
BYU is sneaky.
Yeah. I mean, before the year, I think people would have put Alabama in there. I think people would have put Ole Miss in there. Both of those teams have multiple losses, though. So I don't think they're in there anymore.
They thought Gundy was going to win the Big 12, and we see what that guy's like. He's like he always is.
Well, I don't know. He's usually better than this. Oklahoma State's the team that, like, when you expect them to do great, they don't. When you don't expect them to do great, they do.
Yeah, they win 10 games. You're right.
Like nobody thought they were going to make the Big 12 title game last year, and they did. They got boat raced by Texas, but they still got there. This year, a lot of people were picking them to make the Big 12 title game, and they lost 4 times, 3 or 4 times already?
Yeah, Texans just keep winning.
I'm just no. Tech lost to Baylor by 4.
They lost last week to Baylor. Now Baylor plays this week. Who's Baylor? Baylor's at home against.
I'm only doing this because I like you. I don't give a crap about Baylor anymore. I barely did when they were in the Big 12.
You love them this week at home.
Baylor has Mike Gundy.
Yeah, at home.
Homecoming for the Wackos. David Koresh is going to be honored.
How about the over in that game? That seems like there'll be so many points. The offense, the defenses are so bad that they'll be over. 47-52 or something like that.
Overweight?
He's fat.
Over the number this week. Hell, they got 59 last week.
Yeah, in Lubbock. That was weird.
That was weird. What happened there?
I don't know. Tech was playing some decent football. They're doing like bubble watch now, like they do with college basketball.
What?
Yeah, I know. So it's like, here's the 12, here's the first 4 out, here's the next 4 out. And Texas Tech was in like the first 4 out category.
Now they're out.
Now they're out. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you win the Big 12, you get in.
You're in. That's right.
Tech only has one conference loss. Their other loss came to Wazoo. So if they run the table the rest of the way in the league, then they could still make the playoff. But if they do somehow get in, they're going to get trounced.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, they would get trounced. You're right.
Yeah.
That's just a waste of a team. Don't even let them in.
No. Yeah, let's go ahead and have an 11-team playoff if Tech's going to get in.
I would agree.
They're wasting space. All right, there's your contender, pretender. Jake is saying that Indiana is a contender.
Is there a quarterback coming back? Although even without the quarterback, I like him this week.
Yeah, he's going to come back at some point, Curtis Rourke, but I don't think he's playing. Game day's in Bloomington. There were a lot of folks that thought game day was maybe going to be in Nashville this week. And I think maybe if Texas had won, even though game day was just here in Austin, they were going to do Texas Vandy for college game day. But once the Longhorns lost, I think that prevented any chance of that from happening. And they're at Washington at Indiana with a backup quarterback. They should be at Navy for Notre Dame at Navy.
That's true.
I think they do Army-Navy every year, so they're like, we'll get our academy fix at that point. But, yeah, Indiana and Washington is your game day spot on Saturday. So
yeah, and without their quarterback, they still should be able to handle Washington. Their defense is really good in Indiana. Man, they play some good defense.
Yeah, well, their quarterback got hurt, I think, at halftime against Nebraska, and their backup came in and continued to put the licking on the like that. It was 56-7, and a lot of that was with the backup in. So, yeah, that was Indiana's got a little something to them. Their schedule gets a little tougher towards the end of the year, but they only have one
Fighting Illini.
They don't. They only have one ranked game all season long because Michigan's not ranked anymore. Now that one ranked game
everybody wanted Indiana back in the day. Everybody wanted Indiana on their schedule in the Big Ten.
Yeah, the Big Ten is not very good. No. The only ranked game is at Ohio State.
Oh, that's right. Illinois is at Oregon.
Yeah,
getting 1 million points, getting like 21.
Is that this weekend?
That's this weekend.
So I'm gonna do a little screen sharing.
Can they go in there and do anything? No.
Here's an interesting Big Ten scenario that could play out. There's a chance that there are 5 teams that are 11-1 and 8-1 in the Big Ten this year. Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, Illinois, like based on their schedules and based on the fact that none of them have more than one loss to this point, like there could be a 5-way tie for first place in the conference. And then I don't know the tie-breaking rule. I don't care. But the Big Ten could have to pick 2 of these 5 to play in its conference championship game. This could happen.
I could see Oregon and Ohio State being the 2 they pick.
Yeah, they're going to find a way to amend the rules to get those 2 in there. Like Illinois and Indiana are getting shafted in this.
Oh, they're going to get shafted for sure.
If we get there. And there's a lot has to happen. Like this assumes Illinois beats Oregon.
Right.
Which I don't think anyone thinks is going to happen. So a lot has to shake out for this to.
Boy, if they beat Oregon, they're going to shoot up the board, though. If they can go in there and win that football game.
I mean, Illinois is number 20 right now. They did beat Kansas in the non-con, which a lot of people are doing that, but I still think that's a decent enough win for them.
I do too.
They beat Michigan last week. They beat Nebraska on the road. Their only loss is to Penn State, and that it's 21-7. Like they didn't get boat raced in that game. So I don't know.
Are you surprised at how Nebraska looks when some of these games that they're supposed to be back, and then some of the games that defense is giving it up?
I think Nebraska is the worst 5-2 team I've ever seen.
Okay.
Now they were 5-7 last year, so they're taking steps in the right direction under Matt Rule, but they've got a few more losses in them. I mean, Ohio State's going to destroy them on Saturday.
They're getting a bunch of 25 points. That's not possible. That's too. When you ever hear of Nebraska getting 25 points over anybody at any part of the history of Nebraska football? 25 points?
It's not enough, I'm afraid.
You don't think that's enough?
No.
Man.
No. I mean, they lost
to a touchdown.
Dude, they lost by 49 to Indiana. Ohio State's better than the Hoosiers in football, right?
Yes.
Like, I get it. It's week by week. It's game by game. Every time you think you know something in this sport, you learn that you don't.
I'm taking the points.
Good luck. Now I feel even better.
Ricky Raiola.
Patrick Mahomes Raiola.
Oh, my God, that guy.
That's amazing. All right, there's your contender pretender. A little look around the college football landscape. It's a great weekend. You think because game day's in Bloomington, there's not a lot of action, but there's 4 or 5 ranked versus ranked games and a couple of very juicy matchups. Really starting on Friday with that Boise State UNLV game. So we'll preview more of the weekend as we get closer to it. We'll wrap up with some fun though. But before any of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Oh,
Woods Comfort?
Yeah, for sure. Now my air conditioning is still kicking on, guys. Let me just tell you, I know I told you that it's fall. Yeah, but it's fall in the morning, summer in the afternoon. And so my Woods Comfort system just keeps popping on there with that air conditioning popping on, BK. And it's absolutely fantastic. I never have to worry. There have been homes that I've been in before that I've worried, is this air conditioning system going to hang in there and work? And the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, well, they make sure with their twice-a-year check of my air conditioning system and my heating system. And if you've got a problem with your air conditioning and it's just not just the way you want it, you need to call Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing this for almost 70 years in Central Texas. Let them come and make sure that you are ready and prepared for the winter months also. Not just your air conditioning, but your heating unit. And, of course, they do plumbing also.
Yes, woodscomfortsystems.com is their website. So you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Quick word from our friends at Parallel Lending. Hey, the market is crazy. The economy is crazy right now. And the need to diversify your investments is more prevalent than ever before. If you were looking to do so, check out our friends at parallellending.com. Investing in stocks and bonds, savvy strategies, but the most savvy investors are investing in alternative assets. And right now, private credit is a very popular form of alternative assets. Parallel Lending is a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed by real estate here in the state of Texas. And they just launched their flagship fund in which they are targeting an 11.5% return rate net of fees. And the best part, your investment is only locked up for 1 year and your income is distributed monthly. Check them out. If you're an accredited investor, if you got a little extra cash laying around and you want to increase that cash, parallellending.com/fund. They're raising capital over the next couple of months. They're more than halfway to their goal. So the time to act is right now. Parallellending.com/fund. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in parallel fund involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
Very nice.
Buck, a pretty funny moment. We'll do a little screen share here in a second.
Okay.
And then I want to play you some sound from something that happened during that Lakers-Timberwolves game in the association. It was Ian Eagle, Stan Van Gundy, and Candace Parker on the call. And someone was shooting free throws early in this game last night. I cracked up when I heard this in real time. And they were talking about the passing of the legendary Dikembe Mutombo, who lost his life a couple of weeks before the season started. Well, you got bills to pay, though. No, TNT's got to pay their bills.
Yes, they do.
So Stan Van Gundy's trying to throw in a little tribute to Dikembe Mutombo, and he gets bum rushed by an ad for a Kia Telluride.
Four-time Defensive Player of the Year, matching Mutombo and Wallace.
Of course, the NBA world just had a tough loss with Dikembe Mutombo's passing.
NBA on TNT, brought to you by the Kia Telluride X-Line. Kia, the official automotive partner of the NBA.
Save that for some other segment of the show, maybe.
They flashed
8 minutes later, bring that back up, the Kia deal.
Well, they flashed the Kia logo. Like they have to, Ian Eagle has to say that right there in that moment. And Stan should have probably known that was coming. Some producer should have been like,
Stan, this is about to happen here.
And instead it's, a tough loss for Dikembe Mutombo. let me tell you about the Kia Telluride that presents you tonight's NBA game. Congrats to Kia on becoming more important than Dikembe Mutombo, according to Longhorn Bear. All right, a couple of screen shares, Buck. We showed you yesterday the now deleted Instagram post that said Quinn Ewers was sitting out the rest of the season to get ready for the NFL draft. 24/7 Sports posted something else on its Instagram. Did you see this? Breaking news. Florida State quarterback DJ Uiagalelei will sit out the rest of the season to focus on getting his commercial driver's license.
Wow.
Yeah, that's I think that's real. I don't think that was fake.
That could be real.
The guy, he's got to find a job outside of football. He could be on those NCAA commercials going pro in something other than sports.
Does he have another year of eligibility left?
Everybody does.
That's what I was wondering. He's probably got at least one more. I don't know if he's played 7 years.
Nah, he's got a few
if
more
you need
left.
to check, just ask Cam Rising. He's the guy you check with.
Just keep getting hurt. That's DJ's problem. He's not getting hurt enough.
No, he's not good enough to get hurt.
If you play forever, or if you get hurt, you can play forever. And that's what Cam Rising is doing. And he apparently has the chance to play for an 8th year now.
They're really not going to do that. They're really not going to. He's not going to do it. His body's too old. It's too worn for the game of football now.
And we were talking about Gordie Howe. He played hockey into his 50s. Why can't Cam Rising play into his mid-20s?
Cam Rising doesn't have the body of Gordie Howe. He wishes he did.
We can bring on the fellas for this one. I don't know if you saw this, Buck. This was last weekend, the Illinois-Michigan game. They were rocking some throwback jerseys.
Oh, yeah, that's back to the Galloping Ghost right there, Red Grange.
So here's these were hand-painted helmets.
Isn't that cool?
Paying homage to the, I guess, throwback leather helmets that people used to wear on the football field.
So that's the ones they wore. That's what Red Grange wore.
So you're a fan of this look?
The Galloping Ghost. No, it doesn't make me feel good. I'd be thinking, I don't feel like I got enough protection with that leather. But if so, Tua needs to have one of these.
Well, this is not a leather helmet.
No, it's just painted.
It's just painted to look like leather. I think this looks like crap. Rodney?
Yeah,
I kind of liked them. I kind of liked them. I thought they looked pretty cool because I always make the joke when I'm doing a football game because I'll say, back when I played football when we wore leather helmets. So I kind of liked it. I'd put one of those in my mantle if I could get my hands on one of those.
Yeah, if you wouldn't put it on your head and go out there and start banging their heads with you.
I wouldn't want to see it like every week, but
and the Galloping Ghost is numbered. That's his number, I believe, 77.
I think it was.
Who's the Galloping Ghost? Red McCombs?
Red Grange, not Red Grange.
What, the little city that ZZ Top made a song about?
No, the great running back Red Grange.
Oh my God!
How many yards did he put up? That guy couldn't do it in this generation. That's for sure.
He'd have been pretty good. He and Ed Podolak.
Podolak.
Consider the opposition.
Ed Podolak's the guy who made my kolaches in the West last time I was driving through there.
Hey, speaking of that, guys, did you see that Denny's is going to close 150 restaurants in the next year?
Well, that ought to do it for them all around the world. Then, I mean, they're just closing shop now. If they close 100, that's it.
And they said they're also with the ones that stay open that they may change the whole 24/7 hour thing. And they said some of the factors are, number one, people drink too late and don't go to Denny's at all, and number two, people just don't want that kind of food anymore. So, man, Denny's.
When's the last time any of y'all have been to a Denny's?
A month ago.
Mine's about 12 years ago. Yeah.
I was in Houston for a race weekend. I got done. I was dying of hunger, and there was a Denny's right there that was like back ended with a gas station. And so I go rolling up in there, and yeah, Denny's. Yeah, it's expensive now, guys. It's expensive. I got a burger. It was like $16.
Might have been 20 years ago since I've been.
It's been a while for me. I mean, I go to Waffle House before I go to Denny's.
Waffle House.
And now the last time I went to Waffle House, the main one out here on the way to the airport, there had an old black lady in there who had the store closed. It was only takeout only. She was the only one behind the place. I'm like, hey, do I need to jump back here? Because I'm ready. I can work there.
Yeah, I need to scratch food.
I mean, I wanted to help that lady out. That lady was as old as my grandmother. When I remember my grandmother being alive and around, that lady was as old as she was running the whole shop. And she had like a couple people at the counter, BK at the store out there by the airport. But they had a sign up that said takeout only. When I came in, the door was still open. I came in, she goes, we only have takeout. And I'm like, I can understand. I said, are you the only one here? She goes, yes. And I'm like, damn, some people miss work or they're incarcerated or something. I'm like, I will help. I was going to help that lady. I was going to help that lady. I was ready to go back there. I'm like looking at the people. I'm like, why don't you people get back there? She's not going to stop you from helping her.
Did you offer?
No.
Yeah, I used to go to Denny's in high school. I grew up in the Metroplex, and the Rangers used to do a promotion where if the Rangers scored a run in the second inning, everybody would get a coupon for a free grand slam. And Rangers were good. This is like 2010, 2011 when they went to back-to-back World Series. Like they were good. They were scoring a lot. And I would always take like 5 of those coupons whenever they got passed around. So I went to Denny's a lot, but now it's like IHOP's ahead of Denny's. Waffle House is ahead of Denny's. I don't know if I've been to a Denny's since high school, honestly.
That was the place in front of Denny's.
Oh, Jim's, dude, give me some Jim's. I love. Sure. Oh my God, we need to have a TSU meeting at the Jim's.
Heck yeah, man. Jim's not just for breakfast anymore.
No.
Jim's is dinner, everything.
Give me that Frontier burger, man. I will hog that thing down.
Wow.
Whoa, I'm getting dizzy over here.
What's going on over here?
I don't know.
The randomizer at work.
The randomizer is out. We don't have a Cabo Bob's gift card because we weren't eating the dogs on Saturday night. But we do have a Via 313 gift card, a volleyball Via 313 gift card, and the winner of that is on the Coda text line. It's a 512 number, about 6679, who texted
Very
in.
nice.
Wife and I driving to Austin Thursday are going to try Via 313 after hearing about it from y'all and trying that pizza when we were in Ann Arbor. Who's a whore?
What?
They just put who's a whore in parentheses at the end. Either they're talking about their wife, they're talking about the city of Ann Arbor, or they're talking about pizza, but or maybe they're talking about you, Buck. Someone's a whore.
Probably me.
That's the weirdest end to a text we've ever gotten, but the randomizer has spoken, and congrats to you, 6679.
Does it really say that?
Yeah, 100%. Y'all can look at it. Y'all have access to it.
I'm looking at it right now.
I believe you. That's crazy.
All right, boys. I will see you on Friday. I am going for surgery tomorrow.
Best of luck.
Good luck with your
carpal tunnel. From all my work, computer work, all my working at Dell.
Good luck, Buck.
Be careful, buddy.
See you guys.
Be good, bud.
Care, man.
There they go. And here we are, man. Welcome to another show of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered on October 23rd, 2024, as the trash can truck starts to come through my neighborhood and making a ton of ruckus and noise. Rodney, how are you, good sir? And how is everybody else that's watching our sorry asses today?
Man, I'm doing good. I was kind of sad this morning that I saw that the great Fernando Valenzuela has passed away. I remember it, back in 1981. I'm old enough to remember that because they beat the Astros in the NLDS, I think it was, because that was a strike-shortened season when that happened. So they kind of split it up into two different things where it was the first half.
What year was that?
81, yeah. They knocked off the Astros. And Valenzuela, man, because he played in San Antonio. So for the old San Antonio Dodgers.
In the air tonight.
Yeah, man.
That's the same dude, right? Fernando Valenzuela, right? That's the same where they made the song "I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight." Fernando.
If it's Fernando,
right.
Yeah. And that dude had one hell of a windup. I mean, he'd roll his eyes back. It looked like he was like having an orgasm.
Looked like he was touching the sky for God, man.
Yeah, that dude. I'm like, man, what are you doing over there? But man, that year he was 13-7, 2.48 ERA is what he had. And you know who they beat that year in the World Series? The Dodgers.
I do not know.
The Yankees, my man.
There you go. I should have guessed that.
I I asked earlier, Wags, and it says the Dodgers are going to win because of Fernando Valenzuela.
Well, there you go. Spiritual connections, my dude. Spiritual connections. How are you on this wonderful Wednesday?
Oh man, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? My feet hit the ground. Felt great outside this morning. I got DeAndre Hopkins on my fantasy team.
What do you mean this one? Do you go outside and stand out in the backyard nude or something and do this grounding thing?
I don't go out there nude, but I do go out there and walk around with the dogs, just kind of smell
with your bare feet.
Yeah, barefooted. I like to ground myself into the earth.
What about all the critters and stuff that would bite your feet, and then you got ant bites on the bottom of your feet?
I don't care. What typically happens is I walk outside and end up with dog shit on my feet because the dogs have gone out overnight and I step in something. But just kind of feels good. You know what I mean?
My dogs are weird. Like I got to go outside with my dogs while they go to the bathroom. They have to have supervision out there while it's going down. It's very weird.
You know what? I'm glad you just said that, because that's one of these hypothetical. I know it's not hypothetical Tuesday, but that's a hypothetical question that I always ask when we talk about our pets. When we say the dog has to go outside and go to the bathroom, there's not like a bathroom out there. Isn't that funny? Where it's like the dog had to go to the bathroom. They went out to the bathroom. There's not a bathroom out there. They just
that is their natural bathroom.
Bathroom.
Right? They're not shitting in the house.
I know
that's not the natural bathroom. So yeah, the bathroom. I don't know. It might be funny. I guess I've never really thought of it like that, but yeah, that's their bathroom. Absolutely. That they have the biggest toilet in the world, and it's that yard of grass outside out back of my house. Yeah, we got some NFL news. What does the needle move at all for you for Hopkins? You just kind of alluded to it a little bit, but Hopkins getting a little bit of a trade here. Not a little bit of a trade. Hopkins getting dealt out of Tennessee. Wasn't really doing anything there. I mean, hell, nobody's really doing anything with Will Levis. I didn't expect Calvin Ridley to stay there either, but being that he just went there, there's not really any possibility of turnover or flipping him. So yeah, Nuke Hopkins on the move. Rodney, what's your impressions of this?
My first impression is look at our man Tom McKay here. When I piss in the pool, I say I went to the bathroom.
I don't think Tom pees in a pool.
In the old days, they'd put that shit in the pool where if you peed in there, it like followed you.
The red line that's a myth, right?
No, man, that was a real.
Did they just say that they were putting that in all the municipal pools so that people didn't pee in the pool?
That was a real thing.
Man, you always knew who the kid was peeing in the pool because he was all quiet and everything. He was sitting in the corner or over there trying to just tread water by himself and hey, get away from me, guys. I'm getting a little warm over here.
I think this is, and it's funny, we were just having this conversation yesterday. We were talking about the Chiefs, to where it's okay, you've added this guy. Like we talked about Rashee Rice coming back. I don't think Hollywood Brown's coming back. And now I don't know if that's really irrelevant now when you add this guy, but this is when you add DeAndre Hopkins, he's 3-4 years out of being one of the best receivers in the NFL. It's going to be a situation where I think
I agree with you. At one point he was the top-notch wide receiver. I have to agree with that.
Mm-hmm. He's going to go to a place where he's struggled and that injury thing that he's had, it's suddenly going to go away. And I think that Wags, this is just another
playing with Pat Mahomes just healed everything, right?
It's just another instance to where Kansas City, still undefeated, is just kind of stacking the deck. We're all talking about Baltimore looks really good and Detroit looks really good and all these teams are doing really good things. We were talking about it yesterday. Kansas City's just stacking the deck right here, and boom, they're going to turn it on and they're going to win another fucking Super Bowl. That's what's going to happen when you add dudes like this.
Yeah, I kind of alluded to it yesterday, right? It doesn't matter who you plug in their system. They just seem to flourish. And then you go out and you get a savvy veteran like Nuke Hopkins, DeAndre Hopkins here, and you expect a reinvigoration of this dude's career, right? Like he was almost forgotten about, very quiet, not being able to get anything connected with Will Levis here. Too much mayo for Levis on that ball. There just is. Look, Tennessee, it seemed like they started to figure something out with Pollard, but still it's what you're a quarter and a half through the damn season right now, and still there's not really any sign of Nuke Hopkins or Calvin Ridley there. Tennessee had to make a move. Perfect situation for Nuke Hopkins, who's trying to prolong his career and extend his career. You go and you land in the graces of Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. Suddenly you're gonna start to emerge and start to trend up as one of the best wide receivers in the damn NFL again. You'll be in a top 10. I won't say top 5 because I think it's too little too late, and Mahomes ain't really having the season that he usually has, right, where he's leading the NFL at this point. We kind of went through the numbers of Pat Mahomes yesterday, kind of real mid-season, mediocre season. But still, that's scary too, right? Imagine now with the addition of Nuke Hopkins, how much better Patrick Mahomes is going to be, right? You think that, all right, the crafty, savvy wide receiver is not just going to be able to use his speed like everyone else around here does. He's actually going to know how to run some routes and get open. The sky's the limit now for Kansas City. We talked about how well they were playing, or excuse me, how they were winning with how awful they were playing or how average they were playing. They just got one hell of a piece.
I know they really did, and
it might not look that great because he hadn't been doing much, but I'm telling you polish this dude off.
Oh yeah, well, it's that entire situation to where it's not going to take him long to get this figured out. Right. I mean, it's not going to take him long to get him in line right there. And you look at this is where, like with Devontae Adams, and I'll say it because I've thought it a lot of times, and I heard BK say it this morning, so I'll say it. Devontae Adams is happy now because he went to his butt buddy. And is this necessarily going to elevate Devontae Adams? I mean, I don't know what the situation there with the Jets, but I mean, this here, and you look at the move with Amari Cooper going to Buffalo, and I think that these are massive moves in the AFC, and this is going to fill a huge hole here, I think, for Kansas City. So good for the Chiefs, and like we said, they're just stacking. Talking about grand slams and stacks at Denny's. That's what the Chiefs are doing right here, man. They're just putting it in order, and they'll make a run right here, and probably going to repeat again.
That's probably why I was never really a big Denny's guy. Like I am like Waffle House is kind of my deal, or IHOP, right? Like I'm usually a pancake. Not even pancakes anymore. It's waffles. Like you could give me all the strawberry and blueberry or strawberry and blueberry pancakes. I think they're delicious. They're fantastic. But for me, just give me a stack of waffles and I'm fine. Like I'm pretty simple, pretty easy. Back to this Nuke Hopkins trade real quick. Look, you want to talk about weapons, you talk about all the speed that this team has, right? And I just got done talking about it. You get a crafty wide receiver veteran here that's able to come in here and show a little bit of the youth about how to run some routes and how to prep and be a pro as a wide receiver in the NFL. I think it's fantastic, not just for the Chiefs, but it's going to elevate Worthy's game as well. I don't foresee too much of an impact with Patrick Mahomes. I think Patrick Mahomes' game is going to find itself out, right? Like, sure, he's struggling a little bit now. I don't think the advent of Nuke Hopkins is going to transcend or ascend Patrick Mahomes to God tier like quarterback play. I think that, that's going to happen regardless of if Nuke Hopkins were to come at all. But having the ability to add somebody like Nuke Hopkins, we talked about who's going to be able to slow down Kansas City. Just as you're talking about an arms race, here comes Kansas City being like, oh, we're going to stay at the top of this arms race so that anybody that's trying to make a threat or trying to make a move at us, we're going to be able to topple them down. So I applauded Kansas City. Great move. Fantastic. Bringing over one arguably could reinvigorate a career of one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. I'm not saying that he's still one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, but he's still got potential. He's still got a chance.
Well, we've seen it happen in the past where, wide receivers that maybe end up in not the best situation end up in a different place and they're reinvented. And
Randy Moss.
Talking to you, Randy Moss. Yeah, where you go and play for a great quarterback and it elevates you to a different level. And, oh, by the way, you end up in a Super Bowl. So that could be what's happening.
Does Nuke Hopkins still, but does Nuke – okay, so let's break this down real quick. I know we got a few things on the slate here. But let's walk through this exercise since it's kind of emerged here. All right. Randy Moss in the in the ability and year that he had, or the skill set that he had when he went to the Patriots with Tom Brady. You could argue that it was still a high enough skill set. I mean, the motherfucker was running away from triple coverage, right? Like seriously, like the one play that sticks out in my mind of that year was I think it was one of the first touchdowns that Randy Moss caught from Tom Brady. It's him running a deep cross against the Jets, and he's running away from 3 defenders like that. And I didn't think that Tom Brady had that type of arm strength, and I didn't think that Randy Moss had that type of speed still. And Randy Moss is running away from 3 defensive backs, right? And that's just like, okay, yeah, Randy Moss is still a problem. Is Nuke Hopkins anywhere close to the skill set that Randy Moss was at the given time of their trades in the latter portion of their careers?
I think so. And you look at the common denominator with both of those is, you know, when Moss was, where is he, with the Raiders?
He was coming from the Raiders.
Yeah, it was kind of that same scenario to where
What's up, Mike?
They go into this situation and they're like, they fade into oblivion. And you kind of, I mean, not that you're, you know, putting them in the grave, but you're kind of getting that dirt ready because it's like, okay, they're done. They've come out of an amazing situation, and here they are now playing for a shitty. And this goes back to, you know, bad teams and bad organizations and bad moves. And that's where these guys, I mean, with Hopkins and then Hopkins, you have to think with Nuke Hopkins, when Hopkins is sitting there and you lose your running back that goes to Baltimore and is doing just incredible things. It's like, okay, the writing's on the wall right here. This dude is either going to be hurt.
Yeah, the franchise is kind of taking the turn here. Am I going to go down with the ship or what? You know?
Yeah, and I think I really think that this is going to be a situation for Hopkins to where it's going to be a lot like it was with Randy Moss, to where it's like, okay, I'm going to go play with a great organization. It's going to be a little bit of redemption coming up right here. This is going to be my redemption.
Big on the redemption tour,
dude.
You're somebody must have scolded you hard back when you in your younger days, because you're all about taking that redemption tour bus and going around and just scorching everybody else that scorched you. What, are you okay? Do we need to bring like a therapeutic type of conversation or a gathering here for you, Rodney?
We might need to have a what do they call it? A love-in? No, not a love-in. When people come in, what's that called? When everybody kind of comes in to help you. I forget what that thing is called. I don't know what it is.
What with alcoholics and
yeah. What do they call that? But not for that. Not for that. An intervention. That might be what we need to have.
I don't think you need an intervention, buddy. You don't have a problem.
I got a problem when people say, "Oh, well, he's done," and not that they've said that with him.
It's not your fault.
I know.
We don't need to have an intervention because it's not your fault. You're not.
There it is. Thank you, Ben J. And Ben J, by the way, do you need an interview? And I got to tell you, I think Ben J is saying here on the Coda text line 222-9328. By the way, we need to figure out who the winner was for the via 313. I'll go back here and see if I can find it. That whole thing with the dog going to the bathroom said it sounds like a George Carlin thing. I'm taking that as a compliment. If I say something and you compare that to something maybe George Carlin would say, that's I'm going on a comedy tour, for crying out loud.
I'm a free thinker. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I got a brain. All right, cool. You compare me to George Carlin?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shit just kind of comes out. I also
how all these guys, right? Like back, they were saying all this shit about 20 years ago, and
I know,
it's all coming to fruition.
Bill Hicks, you know, it's like Bill Hicks is one of those guys to where it's like people are like, whatever. I'm like, Bill Hicks. I mean, go back and listen to that dude. I mean, it's like, oh God, it's just good stuff back in those days.
Could they do their routine? Could Bill Hicks do his routine now, though?
I don't know. No. They'd probably pick it.
I don't know. Bill Burr pushes the envelope, and Chappelle still pushes the envelope. He might be able to get away with it. Might be. I mean, I think the routine it wouldn't be as pure or as raw as it was back in the 80s, but Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know. All those guys kind of quit too, so they quit when they're all those get like Leary doesn't do his bits anymore either. So not that Leary was anywhere near Hicks, but
yeah. I don't find a lot of comedians funny. For me, it's gotta be pretty raunchy. It's got to have a lot of cuss words.
Yeah, I got to have real disgusting. I got to have dark humor. You know, I do. Like it takes a lot to make me laugh. I get like I don't know. Like you need the raunch factor needs to be about 9 or 10.
Got to be a lot.
It just does.
It's got to be a lot. And just growing up back in the days that I did. I mean, people ask me what my deal is with Sanford and Son. I love Red Fox because that dude is raunchy.
Is that your favorite? Is that your favorite comedian or
got to be one? Got to be one of my favorites. Okay. Got to be one of my favorites. He was just so raw. Eddie Murphy. When Eddie Murphy was
like, you want to talk about rawness? Eddie Murphy to me is probably the top-notch comedian for me.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
no,
why now.
Like, I was probably a little bit too young to appreciate Eddie Murphy back in his prime. Chappelle is my dude. Like Chappelle's just probably the funniest guy I've ever. And it's not that he's overly funny. It's the delivery that Chappelle has. It's the engagement that he has with his audience, and also the message that he comes across with his audience too. Right? Like he really makes. Well, he's a realist. Like he's making you laugh, but then while you're laughing, you're just like, oh, you know what? Motherfucker, you're right. They are doing this to it. This is how this is going. This is what's going down in society right now. Like Chappelle's a very brilliant man. And anybody that says he's not, you're not listening to his shit.
Yeah. I will tell you who I find really funny right now. I mean, I truly do find her funny. Discount that she's a very attractive lady is Nikki Glazer. And
I haven't heard enough of her stuff. I gotta check it out.
Go,
but I haven't heard enough of her shit.
And she's actually going to be at the Mood on December 27th. At December 27th, Shelby, syntextickets.com. Help your guy out.
Shelby,
get
him to me and get him to me
quick. I want to see Nikki Glazer. Come on now. Yeah, I think she is so. And the whole thing is because she roasts people.
Mood yet?
Huh?
Have you seen the show at the Mood yet since the?
Oh yeah. I've seen a lot of concerts and all these different things. Haven't seen basketball. Wags, we need to go watch basketball, you and I together this year, whether it's the ladies or the men. Let's go watch.
Let's do both. Don't throw
We'll Uber over there. We'll Uber over there. Megatron, it keeps coming up right there. Megatron would be a guy. Imagine if Megatron would have gotten the chance to play. I mean, he played with Matt Stafford.
He had Stafford though, right? Like Megatron still had a pretty decent quarterback to throw to him. They just couldn't figure it out.
What are the Rams going to do right now? I see Cooper Kupp.
I thought Kupp. I've also seen rumors that Kupp was in the shuffle to be traded to Kansas City, but Kansas City didn't get enough in return for the draft pick or the compensation there. So you want to talk about that? Like Nuke Hopkins is a good fit, but Cooper Kupp in Andy Reid's offense, you think that he dominates in McVay's offense? Holy hell. You put this dude with Patrick Mahomes and then have him with the creation of Andy Reid's philosophy here?
Yeah.
Lights out, man. Now I know that it's Wednesday here and we're talking about a hypothetical, but damn, dude. Like, yeah, Cooper Kupp over there with Patrick Mahomes, that would be crazy. I'm trying to think of the wide receiver that would absolutely go off with Patrick Mahomes. I'd like to think that Chase would be fantastic with Mahomes just because they can get vertical and get to the boundaries. But and again, two different positions. I know that they're wide receivers, but they play two different wide receiver positions here. But Justin Jefferson, like you give Justin Jefferson to Patrick Mahomes, done, absolutely done. And yeah, like Patrick Mahomes is still, for all intents and purposes, even though he's not throwing like he used to, he's still the best quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And I love the call right there from CB because I've seen that as well. I have heard Matt Stafford to the Vikings, and that really seems to be.
Do they need to make that move though? I feel like Sam Darnold's got them right where they need to be, or Sam Darnold's got them in a really good position. Are they playing on house money? Did anybody feel like the Vikings would be this good?
I mean,
besides me.
Yeah, no. I think you were the Lone Ranger on that whole deal. I mean, but I think the thing is with Matt Stafford, and how about that? If let's say that does happen, where Matt Stafford would go to the Vikings, it's like, man, after all those struggles in Detroit, boom, you fall into the Rams, you go and you win a Super Bowl. I think you add Matt Stafford to the Minnesota Vikings, and that, holy shit, my man, he's throwing to Justin Jefferson. That's scary. That's scary, right there, man.
That's a lot of weapons that's a lot of young weapons for Stafford. Man. Stafford still has a top tier cannon, right? Like you could argue that he's one of the oldest quarterbacks in the league. Sure, fine, but his arm is still superior. It's still top. It's a top 5 arm.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean that dude. I think in a better situation.
Is there a scenario out there with him going to Minnesota?
Yes. That caught a lot of steam this morning that I heard about. So I think they play this week. I think them two play each other this week. I think the Rams play the Vikings. So I may be wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. I'll have to double check that. I'm speaking out of my ass over here. But man, that would be
well, it smells like roses in my house, so your breath must be great.
I also do want to mention before we talk about Real Truck, with the Dallas Cowboys and the lack of the running game, Alvin Kamara signed a 2-year extension with the Saints. It was announced last night. Dallas, Jerry, there's your guy. There's a running back. Another one.
They don't have that, but that's just it. That's kind of what Jerry. I feel like that's what Jerry alluded to with that interview, is that where he was talking about, it might not be a right fit for Derrick Henry here in this offense, because Derrick Henry, usually needs a fullback or a pistol type situation, and the Cowboys just don't run that with McCarthy here. But he also alluded to the fact that there wasn't enough space, or there might not have been enough space with the cap, right? So again, if you're trying to afford CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, and again, I'm not an expert on Dallas Cowboy finances here, but yeah, I would think that Derrick Henry might have put them over the cap. I don't even know what Derrick Henry's purse cost, honestly. So, but I would think that he was, or no, didn't he only go to Baltimore for $6 million, something like that?
They could have afforded him, Wags.
I thought it was a relatively cheap price tag.
It may have been 10, but from different stuff that I've read, I think he'd have gone to Dallas for cheaper. I mean, that's where he's from. I mean, that's where he lives in the off season. I mean, I think that they could have had this guy, and still that they didn't make that move, never made the call. That's the frustrating part.
You got to at least make the effort, make the attempt, right? You got to have that conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to start calling Jerry Cap Jones, because you can go back and listen to that yesterday on 105.3, and he was talking about they didn't make that move because of the cap. And then they asked him about Amari Cooper, getting traded to Buffalo, and the what Cleveland got versus what Dallas got when the move happened a few years back. And he said, well, we made that move for the money because we were in cap hell, pretty much is what he's saying. Everything comes back to the cap for that dude. That's like his whole excuse. Jerry Cap Jones.
Jeez. $16 million. $16 million is what the Ravens are going to ultimately pay for Derrick Henry. Now I don't know if Dallas had $16 million in cap space to toy with or to give to Derrick Henry, but I would have thought that that's a pretty decent investment, right? Well, and I can understand too, because even as and fantasy is nowhere near reality, we understand this. But even as a fantasy owner of Derrick Henry in a few leagues, like I have been looking to move Derrick Henry and get rid of him, because I thought his best years were behind him, right? I didn't think that he would have a season like this with Baltimore. I thought he would make an impact, but I didn't think that he'd be bursting 80-yard runs after the first hit. This is still Derrick Henry of 3 years ago that we're watching here. Now, maybe he's being reinvigorated because he's going to, a ground and pound attack with Baltimore here. It seems that Tennessee still had their identity with their ground and pound attack, right? But Baltimore, damn well they're going to come out and they're going to run. They're going to hit you in the mouth running the ball, right? And now they're back to throwing off their run, like being predicated off their run, right? That's usually it's starting to get a little bit more balanced. But now they're back to run first and then throw second, in my opinion. Like Lamar's probably going to drop back, 3 out of the 4 times, it's going to be Derrick Henry, and then Lamar could be going around the edge. And then, all of a sudden, now the throw's coming because the play action's built up. Again, I don't know how well that works with Dallas. I felt like Mike McCarthy runs a really good play action offense. I thought, I thought that Derrick Henry would have been a good fit regardless of what offense he goes to. But, I'm just a guy that sits here and talks to you guys, from my house and in my chair. So.
Well, Jerry likes his young talent, and he likes the 3-headed running back system that they're using, even though they've only rushed for 260 some odd yards and 2 touchdowns. And Derrick Henry
feels like they're only using 1 running back too. So
shit, even that. I mean, geez Louise. So, I mean, he's happy with what he's got. Pretty much listening to that interview yesterday told me that he's making Mike McCarthy the scapegoat. And if I'm curious to see what happens.
He's not going to sit here and say that, I made a mistake by not taking a running back. Jerry's never going to sit here and say that he is the problem or he is the issue here, when clearly everybody knows that, if they wouldn't have procrastinated and if they would have been a little bit more proactive and gone out and tried to get somebody in free agency to tote the rock, they probably wouldn't have been in this bunch of a struggle bus here. So.
And something else that he talked about yesterday, right at the end of that interview, because the coaching change thing came up, or not the coaching change, but hell, he may have brought it up, but he brought up when he replaced Wade Phillips with Jason Garrett in that season. I think they were 1-7 when he made the change, and then he talked about these are the things I think that make Jerry do the things that he does. Like me talking about redemption and all these different things. I think Jerry is like regret, because he was talking about Wade Phillips, and he goes, then Wade Phillips goes to Denver. They win a Super Bowl, and people are saying that's the best defensive coach, one of the best defensive coaches we've ever seen. So there's a lot of regret right there. And I think that's the thing that sticks in Jerry's 80 some odd year old mind, with those moves like that. So I don't know, man. One thing I do know, that if you want to tailgate like a boss, there is only one place to go, and it is realtruck.com, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States. Top selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party. Let me tell you, friends, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Gear up for football season, racing season, baseball season, basketball season, all of it. Bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. Here's a look at some of the great work that Real Truck can do for you if you find a dealer at realtruck.com.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
There it is, realtruck.com. Got another great comedian reference on the Coda text line, 222-9328. Richard Pryor.
Oh, yeah, that's the king.
Oh, now that's
I mean, one of my favorite bits is from Eddie Murphy. Does Richard Pryor laugh at your jokes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then tell Bill Cosby to have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up.
That's the reference there with that whole thing right there from Ben J. Ben J killing it on that Coda text line today. By the way.
It's Eddie Murphy raw, man. It was like I don't know. Bill Cosby was funny too. Like I forget the damn. Was it HBO? Bill Cosby on HBO, stand up on HBO. That was one of the funniest bits that I've seen that Bill Cosby's done. But yeah, Richard Pryor was wrong. I mean, he was absolutely fantastic. And again, you got to be raunchy for me to think that you're funny. I don't know what it is with raunchiness and crudeness with comedians, but that's going to win me over a lot more than you trying to be, politically correct and intelligent there,
yeah. There was one.
I don't care about how witty you are. Be crude, be nasty, man.
Yeah, man.
That's what comedy's supposed to be like in that type of environment there, man.
Yeah, there's been a couple of comedy shows that I've gone to with my wife, and again, my wife and I are very opposite on just a lot of things. But we've gone to these shows, and everybody's laughing. Oh my God, tears coming, and I haven't laughed the whole show, Wags, and I'm like, I'm going out there, and I'll be at the bar when this shit's over.
Let me go drink a little bit more so that you're funny, or you're appealing to me. No, I get it, man.
It's still not funny.
I don't even think there's like this Matt Rife dude. Like, I've seen a few of his skits. Like, he's funny, but he's not like the dudes from back in the day. You know what I mean? Like, he's not every one of his deliveries is not it's not like gut wrenching, or it's not knee slapping damn deliveries or anything like that. He's all right, but he ain't like the old crew. We'll just say that.
No,
he ain't like the old. Hey, I'll tell you what. Regardless of if you're listening to comedy, or if you're watching sports, or if you're watching reality television, you got to do it with the best and the brightest of the Austin, Texas area, and that's audiovisual consultations. Give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. But instead of hearing from me, why don't you hear from the boss himself? It's Tom McKay.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
There it is.
Yeah, that's the one edit we need to make with that one. That's a great little line there. But yeah, we got to get the kid out of the whole Bruins scene. Got to get her out of the old Boston scene, man. Bring her back down here. Get her wearing the green and black.
Yeah. One last thing on Richard Pryor. I remember when he got burned. Remember when he got burned? I remember being a kid. He was cooking.
Hold on. I don't remember this.
Yeah, he was getting himself some crack together. And he got burned. He was.
You serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
How have I not heard this story before?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and I remember there was. This was back. Way back in those days. It was. It wasn't very. They didn't sit there and actually tell you. But they were innuendos of what actually happened, and you could figure out. And I remember asking. I think it was my aunt. I'm like, so what happened to him? He got burned. What happened? And getting that explanation, it's like, well, mijo.
I remember Michael Jackson getting burned, but I don't remember Richard Pryor getting burned.
Yeah, Richard Pryor was grilling himself up some
extracurricular activities. Huh?
Michael Jackson. Yeah, he got burned on the Pepsi commercial.
Yeah, but I don't remember Richard Pryor.
Well, Michael Jackson, that brother had all that shit in his hair, and I'm like, dude. How much Valvoline? How much Valvoline do you need in your hair to make it look like that, dude? It's like all those pyrotechnics go off, and I'm like, dude, he got burned and burned his head. I'm like, oh my Lord. Oh, actually, I shouldn't laugh because they said that's one of the things that really kind of, caused a lot of issues for him down the road with painkillers and so forth. But yeah. Not really something.
Well, congratulations. You just made fun of Michael Jackson, the pop icon or the pop star. So
the king of pop. The king of pop.
The king of pop.
He makes.
What else we got going on here, man?
Hey, right quick, Wags. Also back to the Coda text line. Man, this thing is on fire today. # be nasty. Good day today. MRI test results came back from my brain.
Hey, there you go.
The news is good.
There you go. My it's funny you guys been talking about them. Coincidentally, my real father, he's actually going under the knife. He's under the knife right now, as a matter of fact, getting some getting some not tumors, but just some skin cancer, getting some skin cancer removed. So hopefully they get it all out of there, and everything's good to go. But yeah, thinking about you, old dude. Hopefully everything comes out all right.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it.
Like you guys know, man, it's kind of been a strange, my family. I have an estranged relationship with my family.
Sure.
Like I ain't been around in almost 30 years, so we don't even get together for Christmas and shit. It's weird.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's just different. That's all.
Totally get that. And by the way, ladies, I mean, I know we have ladies that check in. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so
hey,
I know a lot of people were during the year. That's it. Literally up my ass all year to go get my ass checked, and I did it. So, ladies, I challenge you: get those tests done. Get those tests done.
I'm. You know what? I'm a highly qualified. Actually, I shouldn't even joke about that. I'm not qualified. There's some real sickos out there that would say that type of shit. But yeah, I can't even make that joke. You want to talk about raunchiness and being, good stand-up comedians? I can't even make that joke to come here and let me give you what do they call? I don't even know what they're called. I'm just gonna say, just let me give you a feel. Let me test you. Let me test your mountains there, man.
See what I can find.
Let me see what's going on there.
Let me see what I can find. Wags, I made the joke yesterday about Sanford and Son with LeBron and Son. And I read yesterday where LeBron said, well, I'm not too anxious about getting to play with Bronny. It's going to happen whenever it happens. Sure shit didn't take long, did it? Happened really quick.
It's funny here because I can remember having this conversation about 4 years ago, thinking, how cool would it be if we saw LeBron James get to play with his son, Bronny James? Oh, it'll never happen. Bronny will never get to the league. LeBron James can't, prolong his career that, for that long to play 20 plus years to play with Bronny. It's never been done before. There's a reason why it's never happened in basketball. It's just because you can't hold up that type of physicality for that long. Mm-hmm. Well, sure enough, I mean, love him or hate him, he defied the odds. LeBron James is now the first person, it's unprecedented, to ever play with their offspring. So father-son tandem in the NBA. It was really cool to see too. Again, like he was kind of comparing it a little bit before the game to like Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. But no, like this has never been done before. And regardless if you're a LeBron hater or not, if you're a father, like it's got to be a really cool thing for you to see. It's like, oh man, these two are out here, balling and shit, thinking that you're just getting some buckets in a drop-in, but oh no, it's not dropping. It's NBA. It's the league of the leagues, dude. So to have this in the association, I think there's not too many great stories in the association. To me, this is a really good story to have.
I think it's really great. And
I think LeBron. Do I think Bronny belongs in the league? No, but is it a feel-good story? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Wags, I got to race. My dad raced cars for a lot of years before I ever raced, and turned over the mantle to me and spent so much money for me to go wreck his shit, year after year. And it was in '96, he and I got to race together 2 times. We got to against each other 2 times. And the second time that we raced at Longhorn Speedway in Austin, much smaller scale. I mean, this isn't NASCAR. He won. His second race there. He won. I finished 3rd. I got to go on a victory lap with him in his car. I got out of my car, jumped in his car. We did the checker flag thing. Fucking coolest day of my life.
Oh, yeah, I mean that's like I got goosebumps and I wasn't even there, right?
Dude,
like
I've got pictures on the wall over here of that, and it was, I won races with him, working on the car or whatever. But when he won, and I got to try to chase him, it's like, now it's great. It's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable one. I still have it on VHS.
Dude, I wish, see, I'm not jealous when I hear these stories, man, but I wish I had those stories with my own. Like, that's a relationship that you have with your
You've got Reed. So
yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, it's something that I have to give, right? It's something that I've never been able to feel.
Yeah.
Like, like I've never really had. I don't know. That's a really cool. We'll put it this way. I wish I would have been able to receive that instead of being able to give. But it's great that it's better to give anyways, Rodney. So
yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I'll actually get that. I'll get that put up on YouTube or on the Facebook or something.
Thank you. That's an awesome story.
Kind of the end of it. Because what I'll have to do, I'll have to go get the VHS and stick that thing in there and whatever. But I think it was a really great moment for that last night that it happened. And that is the other part about it, because that's the one thing, and I think I've said it, to where Bronny don't belong in the NBA. He needs to be in the G League or whatever. But I'm glad they got it done, and I'm glad they did it on opening night. I'm glad they were the spotlight game, because I'm glad it didn't happen tonight, because you got a full slate tonight.
Yeah.
Last night you had 2 games, and it was really cool. And on top of that, the Lakers won, so I think that kind of enhances that just a little bit more for them.
So where are you feeling with the whole, like, do you feel like Bronny stays up with the Lakers the entire season, or does he get shuffled? I mean, it's hard for me to sit here and think that Bronny James is better than Connect. Like, I just like Connect to me should be getting a lot more minutes, and he does. So I don't know. Like, I think he got 16 last night. Yeah, he got 16 minutes last night. So, and Bronny only got 3, but yeah, still. And to what Jake is saying here, like, Jake, that's kind of messed up to sit there. But yeah, it was kind of a make-a-wish. It's kind of a make-a-wish situation with Bronny James and LeBron James last night. So yeah, it was, again, feel-good story, absolute feel-good story. Regardless if you're a LeBron apologist or not. But yeah, for as far as for the game, I thought the Lakers did a fantastic job last night, playing a brand new look of the Minnesota Timberwolves here. It was very interesting to see how Randall would be able to get down with this new look of Minnesota here. But I feel like they're more solid with Randall than they are with Towns. Like, I felt like they get more of their bigs with Randall than they do when Towns was in there, because Towns refuses to bang.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I mean, that's a cool moment. I mean, that's a great picture. I mean, like him or not, I mean, for LeBron James, that's really cool.
Story.
It's really cool. And kind of something back to that you've said right there. Whatever you think about LeBron James, he's endured and still plays at this incredibly high level right now. LeBron James ain't been the biggest load management guy. I mean, he may not play all the time, but others have.
He takes care of himself.
He does.
Like, he takes enough games off.
He does. But yeah, I think Bronny will fluctuate. I think Bronny will, maybe for the first week and a half or so, and then he'll probably go get some G League and get him, try to get him more ready. Try to get him more acclimated for the NBA.
Now, and again, this is exact. Jake or Rob's kind of all over the damn head here. This is exactly where I was kind of going with. Do I think it should have stolen the scene and stolen the show over, Boston being able to raise the banner and have their celebration of opening night? No, I don't think it should have superseded that, and it did. And of course, if it has anything to do with LeBron James, it's going to steal the show and it's going to be the spotlight, right? And I think we all saw the shellacking. I think the bigger story was that Boston wasn't able to break the record for
one
3.
shot,
I
one
mean,
three-pointer.
Like, how long were they trying to get this thing to go down? It felt like I was watching it for an entire quarter, but it was only it kind of was for half the quarter, right? It felt like it was for half the fourth quarter they were trying to get the last 3, and it wasn't able to drop. But still, fantastic performance for Boston. They absolutely look legit. They look lethal, man. If this is supposed to be a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals, Jesus Christ, man.
Sweet.
Get it together, New York.
Yeah, man. Those guys, yesterday we boldly predicted that Boston would probably win the NBA title again. And I saw nothing last night to make me think different, man. That they are just so solid. And I was talking to a buddy this morning. We were talking about NBA, and he's like, well, it was all of the emotion of the rings. I'm like, well, I'm sure that helped, but they're really that fucking good.
They are fantastic. They're a well-oiled machine, dude.
Yeah. They're really that good. So full slate tonight. No, Dallas and San Antonio, I think, are tomorrow. So you get there's several games tonight.
Did we get your picks for NBA yesterday? I felt like I gave my picks, but I don't remember if I heard your picks. I know you said Boston. It's kind of hard to not pick Boston.
Yeah.
But who's your team out of the West?
I never really pinpoint said it. I kind of dicked around and hinted at it, but I think it's going to be Boston and Dallas. And I think Boston. I mean,
I'm with Dallas too. Like I think if I come down to it, it's probably Oklahoma
City. Yeah.
But I want to see Dallas do it, right? Especially, I think, with the move of Klay Thompson, maybe gives you that extra added sharpshooter that you need, that you weren't able to find that consistent third score last season.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you want to talk about finding a way to reinvigorate yourself in your career. That's kind of been the theme that, today for the conversation. Maybe Klay Thompson finds a way to reinvigorate himself and gets, that extra spark going here this season, man. I'm excited.
Dude. Yeah,
tip-off,
me too. Yeah.
Tip-off couldn't come any sooner, man. Let's go. Let's get it. You guys know, basketball has kind of been the sport, for the past 10 years that I've kind of involved myself with, just because it's kind of been the connection with my son, for the relationship between me and my son. So sports, we all know that sports is a compelling way to make relationships, and a great way to make relationships. And basketball has been pretty much that anchor and the common denominator for the relationship between me and my kid. And that's why I'm just so entrenched in basketball. So you're going to get a lot of basketball talk from me. Sorry, guys. I know. And we'll get some. You guys, we're going to turn you into loyal hockey fans eventually. If you guys aren't, into the ice, we're going to get you heated up and melt you down with the ice here. With a lot of talk this season with the hockey. We're going to have Tom McKay on this season to bring down a lot of hockey talk as well. So if you're not hockey fans, you're going to become hockey fans.
That's right. And we will start digging into Texas Vanderbilt. We will start digging into that tomorrow. Yeah. Also tomorrow, JJ Gotch is going to join us from the world champion.
Good pool, Rodney. Good pool.
Austin Gamblers rodeo team. We'll talk a little rodeo. See, that's what you get on Chaos Theory. You get it all, man. Damn it, today's Wednesday. Oops, nobody's asked. We'll get back to that as well.
Oh, I just forgot. Today's Wednesday and nobody asked.
See what happens when LeBron and Bronny play? It even supersedes that.
How do you supersede athlete of the week?
Yeah.
Did we even have a candidate? Yes, we did. We had a couple of candidates, as a matter of fact.
We did. I'm going to never mind. I'll tell you off record. We're proud to announce our partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask? Well, Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered up with. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top UT athletes. That's from football, baseball, basketball. It's about basketball time. The ladies, Vic Schaefer in that group, some pretty high expectations right there. And of course, my man RT, Rodney Terry, and the Texas men's basketball team. But it's not only that. I mean, baseball, volleyball, softball, the Olympic athletes, they're all on Passes, and they showcase their exclusive fan offerings and lots more. Through the avenues, we fans have the opportunity to connect with our favorite athletes like never before. I mean, there's behind the scenes stuff, a day in the life stuff, really cool things, engaging with all of us. Head over to passes.com and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is also the place to support the Longhorns. Subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, and athlete spotlights as well. Once again, it is passes.com. Go check it out and sign up today. There's a TSU site there, or a TSU passes spot there as well, where you can get some behind the scenes content, really, really cool stuff there as well. It is passes.com. Did you see Aaron Gordon signed a contract extension with Denver? We don't even talk about Denver anymore, right? Remember last year?
Like, very weird. And it's like before the season ended last year,
I know.
I crowned them as nobody's beating Denver. There's no way that anybody can beat Denver in 7 games, right? In a 7-game series, Denver just can't be taken down. Now nobody seems to be talking about Denver. So I kind of got a feeling that they're going to be able to figure it out.
I think so too. I think the West is going to be a lot of fun.
They just need better guard play. That's like if Murray can keep consistent play up there, you know what you're going to get from Jokic, right? If they can have consistent guard play, they can keep up with the rest of the West. Which talking about the top 3 teams in the West, you got Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Minnesota, right? What are the common denominators there? Fantastic guards. Absolutely fantastic. Lights out guards. So, again, I think Murray's got to do a little bit more. And, maybe it's a decent move for Denver to have Aaron Gordon, but because you need outstanding athletes like that. And, again, I think for me, it's just a little bit more shooting for Denver. And that's how I felt for Dallas, too. Like, I thought Dallas was a shooter away last year from being able to, well, they were a little bit more than just a shooter away to being able to compete with Boston. It didn't feel like anybody was on Boston's level once I saw Boston play Dallas. I thought Dallas might be able to kind of sneak away with that series, but once I saw the 2 teams on the floor together, it was clear that Boston was head and shoulders above Dallas last season.
Yeah,
without that third shooter, without that consistent third scorer.
Mm-hmm. And it really does. I mean, it does. I mean, I know we haven't seen Dallas, we haven't seen OKC, we haven't seen anyone other than the 4 teams that played last night. But it just when you stack all this up, Wags, that's going to be a lot to overcome with those dudes in green.
I will say this because it doesn't go on the stat list. It doesn't go on the stat sheet. And I'm going back to the Laker game here. Talking about guard play. The 3 minutes that I saw Bronny James play on defense, I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was absolutely. He had to go. He had one hell of an assignment guarding Ant last night. And again, like he forced a bad shot on Ant and then turned around and got the rebound on Ant too. So again, only 3 minutes of play, but in the stretch that he played, I thought his defense was okay. Well, his defense was good, and able to collect a rebound and then. Didn't really contribute that much offensively, but still did what he needed to do in that little stint of 3-minute play there. So again, I know we didn't really give him that much love, but if you want to give him a little bit of roses, man, his defense was pretty good last night on the stretch that he had.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Wags, with the Hopkins trade and with the moves that we've seen here so far, and the possible Cooper Cup thing and all that. Is there anybody, the one name that I've seen pop up a couple of different times, because Chuba Hubbard has run the ball really well.
I don't know if they can get rid of Chuba Hubbard, though, because of the situation with JB, right? In Miles Sanders, he hadn't been able to squander anything since his rookie season. So, Chuba Hubbard is a nice little piece, but I don't think Carolina can afford to get rid of anybody else out of their locker room, right? I think they have to rely on the legs of Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah. Barbara, and again, see, like we said, I'm assuming Barbara's female. Do listen to this.
I wouldn't assume anything anymore, man. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, you're right. You never know. Not so much that question. Tua is apparently going to play this weekend, and that's where it's like, I want to watch that game, but at the same time, I don't want to watch that game, man. It's painful every time that dude gets.
I'm gonna have to say Tua's more fragile, considering that he's had, 3 concussions in as many years, right? So, Ewers tends to, be able to go through a damn game without being knocked around and have his bucket rattled. So once you've already had one concussion, that's just you're just adding to it, man. You're just gonna keep adding drops into the bucket here, and you're more susceptible to being concussed even further after your first concussion. So, to answer that question, Barbara, I think it's Tua.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think the thing with Quinn, I mean, I think what we're seeing right now is Quinn. I mean, I don't care what. I mean, well, here's what Sark said. Here's what Sark said about.
No,
Quinn.
I don't think it's impacting him at all. I really think he's healthy and feels good about it. So, is he 100%? I don't know. Is anybody on our team 100%? Going into week 8, probably not. Everybody's got something right now.
Well, yeah, but he's not right. Something's not right. Something's not right. Maybe it's all fixed. Maybe it's fixed. We'll find out.
I think he'll be all right. I think he's going to be fine. I think just people looking for stuff to get at, looking for, shit to doomsday about. That's all. I see the guys in the waiting room, man. Let's bring them on here because I got to get out of here, man.
A couple of rebel rousers right here.
Go for it, Wags. Yeah, to Wags.
Sorry, guys. I got to roll, man. I got some personal stuff going down. It'll be good.
Yeah, no, Rodney, just real quick to your point and what you and Wags were just talking about. I mean, I've even heard, and this got started after the game on the flagship message board at Horns 24/7. People asking like, "Hey, does Sark need to hire an offensive coordinator?" I'm like, that talk stopped like last year when Texas was in the freaking playoff, and then after one game, like, oh, does he need Sark's play calling and him being, if you want to make the excuse that he was distracted, that didn't impact the defense. The defense gave up 30 points because they had consistently like 20-yard fields to defend in the first half.
Yeah.
So that to me, and as many. It's remarkable that they held Georgia to 23 points in the first half, considering how many short fields they had, how often Georgia had the ball in plus territory. So, yeah, I'm with Wags. I think there is something to be said for people just looking for, a person to blame, right? When it goes that bad, you need somebody to blame. My thing with Quinn is, hey, the OU game, give him a mulligan. Everybody knows how tough that game is. He's facing a good defense, first game back. The Georgia game, Jordan and I talked about it. Like, you can't excuse it. He didn't play well. It was bad. Everybody on offense was bad. Going into the Vanderbilt game, I'm going to lean on his body of work, the trajectory we've seen him on. If he plays well against Vanderbilt, then okay, then this game, what we've seen the last 2 weeks was the exception, not the rule.
Right.
If he has a bad game against Vanderbilt, now we can have that conversation. But I'm willing to give Quinn the benefit of the doubt. I think he's earned it. And now let's see what happens against Vanderbilt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, gentlemen. Friends, don't forget, Chaos Theory is always Monday through Friday, 10 to 11 a.m. Tomorrow, 10:30, JJ Gotch will join us from the world champion Austin Gamblers. We're talking PBR Rodeo on TSU. That's coming up tomorrow. All right, you guys have a great program, and we'll keep checking in.
Thank you, Rodney.
Sure.
Much appreciated. There goes Chaos Theory. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. JJ Gotch, by the way, he gets in the category of good dude, just for the record. So, Jordan, and CB mentions it. By the way, Jake, CB, Ruse, Daryl G, UT Parking, everybody else, Barbara, Rob, all you folks in the chat. Thank you for hanging out. And if you're listening on audio, thank you as well. CB said he's mentioned it in chats that people think Sark needs to give up play calling. Like, again, I don't understand this kind of all or nothing nature of fans. Like, is it? And I'm sorry that I'm not the hot take guy, but hey, just back away from the ledge, put the cyanide down, and just take a deep breath and relax. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right.
Yeah, the same people who are questioning if Texas needs to hire an offensive play caller are the same people questioning, or were probably the same people questioning months ago when it looked like, I still don't know what's really going on there. Where it looked like Sark and Miss Sarkisian were splitting up, those are the same people saying, oh, is this going to hurt us in recruiting? Is this going to – no. No. They're not hiring an OC. Sark is the OC. Well, actually, Cal Flood's the OC. And if we're living in this universe where Sarkisian is going to have someone else call the plays, I mean, again, this doesn't happen, but if it does, I would imagine they'd give Cal Flood a shot before they bring someone else in, or maybe give AJ Mill. I mean, it's not happening, so there's no point of us even talking about it.
Yeah, it's not a conversation worth entertaining. I'm just bringing it up because I think it's ridiculous. And Barber, this you can't generalize. We'll put this up on the screen, Jordan. I'll read it for everybody on that's listening on audio.
Which one?
Quinn versus elite competition. Bama 1-1, Washington 0-2, 2022 TCU, 2024 Georgia. Quinn is the problem. That you're okay. Quinn was the starter and played the whole way against Bama the second game in 2023. Quinn was not the problem against Alabama in the first game. If you want to say it's a problem that he got hurt,
yeah,
that's not entirely his fault. You can blame Dallas Turner as much as you blame anybody for that. Quinn was on fire to start that game. And the two Washington games, I'd say Quinn, this is off the top of my head, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'd say he played probably B games against Washington in both games. But in the CFP,
he was 1,000% better in New Orleans than in San Antonio, at least versus Washington, though.
Yeah. Against Washington in the sugar, like let's just the Alamo Bowl, let's just take that out of it, right? And to 2022 TCU, I'll give you, he wasn't good on that day. In the Georgia game, he wasn't good either. But in the Sugar Bowl, last I checked, Quinn wasn't the one that was unable to get to Michael Penix. Quinn wasn't the one giving up big plays down the field. Quinn wasn't the one who couldn't keep up with the Washington receivers. So, Quinn wasn't either one of the running backs that fumbled in that game. So to me, no, Quinn is, if you want to just throw a blanket over it and say Quinn was the problem, to me, that's inaccurate. That's not right. And that's not fair to just say Quinn was the problem. Look, this goes back to some of the quarterback gets way too much credit when things go right, way too much blame when things go wrong. So I'm not going to buy that Quinn is the problem against elite competition. Nobody was complaining. Now you can say whatever you want about Michigan. You go on the road, you go to Ann Arbor, you go to the big house and win a football game and to play as well as Quinn did. Are we just going to discard that? Are we going to discard Quinn being 2-1 in Red River games against Oklahoma? Knowing what we know about that rivalry. So no, I'm not going to say that's all on Quinn. You can have your issues with Quinn Ewers' level of play and his production without just making wholesale statements that just aren't true. And the numbers are there, and the eye test, more importantly, is there to back those up. Jake, I'm not going to get fired up unless I have a reason to do it. So, but Jose, I want to get, and that's not a reason for me to get fired up. I'm actually pretty calm right now. I've had my caffeine this morning, so I'm good and ready to go. I'm not cranky. We'll get to this one from Jose though, Jordan. It says, "Hefe, I listened to Joel Klatt today for the reaction to UT Georgia. He broke it down better than I've heard anyone, including Josh Pate. It seemed as if we weren't prepared." I'll go listen. I'll listen to Joel whenever Joel talks Texas. I listen. Here's my thing on that, Jose. Texas got hit in the mouth early. That's the old Mike Tyson quote. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. It's like Texas got punched in the face and they didn't knock out. They didn't get knocked out, but they were staggered against the ropes for way too long to really get their footing. And by the time they got their footing, the game was pretty much over at that point. They made that comeback in the third quarter, got it to within 8. Georgia puts a drive together, and boom, that's all she wrote. I don't know, Jordan. I don't know what you took from this, but it just felt to me again like Texas offensively, and you got to credit Georgia for some of this too. Like you're playing against a really talented defense. It has, between Jalen Walker, Mykel Williams, and Malachi Starks, that's 3 guys that are going to go in the first round of the draft in April. So you got to give Georgia some credit, but it just seemed like Texas was just a half step slow offensively in the first half. They're just a half a beat off. And, I don't know if that was Georgia's speed. I don't know if it was Texas not being prepared. I don't know if it was Texas being shell shocked, but they just seemed a half step behind, man. I don't know what you saw, Jordan.
Yeah, no, I agree with kind of everything that's been said. Georgia seemed more prepared. They were more prepared. As far as Kirby Smart's comments go, we didn't want to come into Austin and take a bunch of pictures or whatever he said. That bothers some Texas fans. I personally don't think it's that big of a deal.
I still don't know what
what
was he insinuating there. I still don't.
Most people have come to the conclusion he's effectively sneak dissing Sark for going on all the different shows he went on before, because apparently Kirby didn't go on them. I don't know. I didn't watch game day till about 10:15 on Saturday. So maybe at the same time, this is the guy who had his halftime speech leaked when he was up like 50 something points on TCU at halftime and said like no one believes in you. You know what I mean? Like Kirby Smart is going to say the things he's going to say, and that's fine. I don't think Sarkisian's approach heading into the game, from going on these shows affects the outcome really, at least in my opinion. Did that provide possibly more bulletin board material for Georgia? Maybe, but bulletin board material isn't what wins ball games, right? So I don't know. And I mean, I don't really have anything to add on to what you said. I will say, like, continuing to see more and more clips of different things on Twitter and see people break down different things. Yes, there are obviously individual plays that went wrong. That happens every football game. There are individual matchups that went wrong for Texas where they lost. Where, I think heading into that week, heading into that game, not only were, maybe us and Texas fans, maybe we were too confident in some of the individual matchups, but I think the Texas staff might have been as well. And I think, again, the individual plays, that's obviously a problem. But the overall scheme, I feel like, was way too east-west and not enough north-south. And obviously we've talked about that with the average depth per target from Quinn this season and in that game. But, I mean, like, running the ball was hard in that sense because you couldn't run it up the middle versus Georgia, but they couldn't establish their wide zone either. That's kind of the bread and butter of the Texas run game. So you can't run the ball. You can't throw the ball downfield. You have to throw behind the line of scrimmage or within 5 yards. Like, you're not going to win games like that. And I don't agree with it by any means, but I do understand kind of some of the I don't want to diss them, but kind of casual Texas fans that are calling for Arch Manning to kind of save the season, even though they've lost one game. What happens? Let's say Sark actually does that. What happens when Arch struggles? Arch is really good. He's going to be a star. He will be a first-round pick one day. I firmly believe that. But he's not there yet. So what happens in this hypothetical scenario if you play Arch, he struggles on the road versus an SEC team in Vanderbilt or in the game after, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he plays bad and you put Quinn back in, then you're no better than Oklahoma, except that's not a Sooners legacy Michael Hawkins Jr. 3-star. That's not Jackson Arnold, number one player in the state of Texas. It's number one player in the nation twice, Quinn Ewers and Arch. So they can't afford them to mess that up. They're not going to mess that up. And, like we said, this is Quinn teams moving forward. And until he shows us he doesn't deserve it to be his team anymore, then it's going to continue being his team. Expect him to play better, return to how he's playing. If he doesn't, then it's because I think he's injured and is trying to play through injury, like many other people have come to the assumption. So
I don't think Arch was helping you Saturday.
Yeah,
and
like for so many people were like, this was so stupid. It should have never happened. He shouldn't have played a snap on Saturday. I see both sides of it, but me personally, the way I looked at it, they couldn't get anything done with Quinn after the game. He was 1 of 4 for 0 yards and I think it was 1 interception or 2 interceptions after getting hit. That was his stat line in the first half after getting his head knocked off and fumbling. They weren't going to accomplish anything. I have no problem with Sark putting an Arch to try to get a spark. The spark wasn't created, and retroactively looking back, that's probably a good thing. But at that point in time, I can't blame Sark for that, and I have no problems towards Sark for that.
Here's the deal. If you look at Quinn's career, like go back to 2022, and we've talked about the 2 games where, man, if Sark was going to make a quarterback change, the window was open to do it against Oklahoma State, that game on the road, and the TCU game at home. What were the fallback options that you had in 2022? Turn around and hand the ball off to 2 running backs that are cashing checks in the NFL right now. You could lean on your run game to settle Quinn down. Basically, just take the ball out of his hands. Okay. Last year, we never really saw Quinn get to that point. The one time he did, he played his way out of it in the OU game and had that run where he completed with 18, 19 passes in a row or whatever. Okay. This year, and specifically this game, there are two things at play. One, you couldn't run the ball, or you were at the point of the game where, and I'm just trying to look at it through Sark's. I've got my Sark glasses on right now. You were at the point where the running game wasn't going to get you anything at that point because you're already down 20-0. And you've had enough of a sample of Arch as your backup quarterback to feel like, okay, we can make this change right now. And it could be that Sark knew he was going to go back to Quinn to start the second half regardless. But hey, I need to settling Quinn down supersedes me wondering what happens if Arch goes into this game and plays well. Because you're still going to need both to get you through the season at the end of the day. Chances are you're going to need both guys. Jordan, you called it in the offseason. I'll give you the offseason championship, the gold medal, the gold star. Like you said, hey, Texas is going to need both of these guys. Arch Manning will end up starting a game at some point in 2024. Just because that's what Quinn's history says. And lo and behold, Arch has already started too. So I just think the circumstances were different. And I'll go back to what Chip said. I think in the grand scheme of things, that Chip wrote this, I think on Sunday. In a grand scheme of things, it's probably a good thing for Sark that it went the way it did, where, Arch didn't play well. One drive you had a punt, the other one was a turnover, that you could go back to Quinn and, nobody's worse for it in the end. So to me, you had to settle Quinn down. That was the best way to do it. And you know what? Quinn actually played well in the third quarter, all things considered. But as far as the Quinn conversation goes, again, I think he's earned the right to play his way through this until it becomes clear to Sark, where Sark feels that this is detrimental to the team and you just need to go with Arch, which I don't think you're at that point yet. To me, you're not.
Agreed. Obviously, I'm sure we're going to end up coming back to it with Texas, Georgia, and Vanderbilt coming up on Saturday. One thing I wanted to ask you about, Jeff. I'm writing a story about the success that Vanderbilt has had recruiting the state of Texas because, like, everyone talks about Diego Pavia, everyone talks about Jerry Kill. Do you want to tell me what state the leading rusher for Vanderbilt and the leading receiver for Vanderbilt versus Bama come from? You want to tell me what state Randon Fontenette, who picked off Jalen Milroe for a pick six 7 minutes into the game, you want to guess what state those guys come from?
Be the great state of Texas.
That's right. That is right. And they actually have a lot of Central Texas players on their team. So I'm excited to get into that because, like, 7 of the players I'm writing about wore a juice uniform at some point. And, yeah, Vanderbilt, great guys. Like those guys up there, coaches, kids. They do a great job. Kind of bummed 24/7 won't expense my trip, so I'm not going to Nashville like I had planned to throughout the offseason. But excited for that story to be done. But when I was writing, or early this morning, I was working on writing it, I ended up going down a Wikipedia loophole and ended up on the Wikipedia page for Dennis Francione, right?
Oh.
Can you tell me what the hell is up with this newsletter deal at A&M? I had never heard about that. Or ever seen anything about that. So I'm reading this Wikipedia page like, yo, what? This also happened in College Station? Like, there's probably 2/3 of the A&M fan base on Twitter. And honestly, I don't get what the deal is on Twitter, and I hate to hate on them because I'm a young man trying to make it in this industry as well. But the amount of, like, fanboys A&M has that call themselves reporters and they're like 18 years old is ridiculous.
True.
And if those guys if I am who I am as being kind of a sports nut, college football nut, and I don't know about this Dennis Francione deal, I struggle to believe the A&M fan base does, or 2/3 of them do on Twitter. I don't know.
This is this is like the dollar store version of what I'm about to do to educate you on stuff that happened back in my day. This was like me at a Baylor basketball game one time, me sitting down next to the late great Dave Campbell, and going through an SMU football media guide because Texas had just Baylor had just played SMU in football, and I'm looking through the SMU media guide, and I'm like, why was SMU 11-1 in 1981, like in no bowl game? And that's when Dave Campbell had to fill me in on like all the probation and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, because I knew about it, but I didn't know about it. You know what I mean? So by the way, I didn't have this on my bingo card that we're going to talk about.
I figured I was going to surprise you.
So basically, what it was Dennis Francione wouldn't tell the media about injuries. Like he wouldn't, publicly report injuries, but he had a booster newsletter that he would distribute to like all the top A&M donors. That was a subscription-based newsletter that he would give all the injury information and basically all the stuff that he said was off limits in a press conference, the Gen Pop, he was putting in this newsletter and people were paying for it. So yeah, he was making a little coin on the side with the VIP newsletter.
Yeah, and it's like some of the Wikipedia blurbs are hilarious. Like they're like part of what folks believe led to his resignation or step down or that whole deal. I think they ended up buying him out actually.
Yeah.
They're like part of what led to it was this story written by this guy who used to work for CBS Sports where he's like, they have like 5 different reasons they can fire him for cause right now. like they're like, y'all realize he made about $37K off these newsletters because it was $1,200 for an annual subscription. They also found out that 5 or 6 of the people who were subscribed weren't paying. He was giving that good old boy discount. And the funniest part to me too, like they should have been on to this. Like his personal assistant who is writing these things had never worked in college football prior to Francione hiring him as his personal assistant. Before that, he was a journalist. So it's like, hey, this could have been pretty easy to figure out. But no, the CBS story was like, hey, what is A&M doing? This dude has made about $37,000, and if he hasn't told anyone, he's kept it a secret this entire time. There's no way he's filing taxes with the IRS. I just thought that was hilarious, that whole deal, because again, I never heard of that, and I just tried to picture, like, imagine Kevin Sumlin or like Jimbo Fisher, like writing the little newsletter for the Aggie brass. I don't know, but
dude, So I'm reading the AP story. Which was it was published at 7:45 p.m. our time. Basically, like pretty much they beat Texas. And Texas, that 2017. Oh, if Mac knew then what he knew later, Mac hated that 2017. Like they just frustrated the hell out of him. And they ended up losing in College Station to A&M 38-30. I'm talking like 10 minutes. I mean, literally, like it's probably a half hour after the game's over that, okay, Francione's done. Like he's resigned. Like it's over. Like they don't even have time to celebrate beating Texas. Like it's just boom, you're done. Your coach is done. It happened. It happened quick.
And there's a bunch of TCU fans hate him because he left TCU for Bama, and there was some whole deal there, right?
Yeah, dude, you want to talk about fan base, the fan base that hates Dennis Francione more than any fan base. Dude, go ask an Alabama fan, an old school Alabama fan, how they feel about Dennis Francione. Jordan, there was a time, believe it or not, there was a time in my time here on earth where the head football coach at Alabama left for what they perceived to be a better opportunity. Now, Alabama was on probation at the time, so keep that in mind. But the head football coach at Alabama left to take the job at Texas A&M.
Yeah, no, I read that too, and it was like,
wasn't like he got fired or it was a soft landing. Like, no, he up and left Tuscaloosa.
Remember? Sorry, we always got to revisit this because it's a hilarious moment in college football. Remember when the LSU fired Ed Orgeron like a season and a half after he won them a natty? Well, I mean, I could have won them a natty, but after he won LSU a natty, he was fired about a season and a half later. It's like, oh, LSU needs a ball coach. Everyone's like, oh, they're going to hire Lincoln Riley. Lincoln, you boys think I'm staying in the SEC? I'm going to the West Coast.
Lincoln didn't lie.
But who convinced those around him? LSU wanted him. Jimbo Fisher did. Highway Rob. I mean, like maybe I'm not remembering this correctly. He wasn't ever actually interviewed for that, was he? Or am
I think Scott Woodward, the LSU AD, he and Jimbo are real tight.
Okay.
So that's
what they're able to go.
Connection.
By the way, this is what the TCU blurb says for Francione. This is the 99 season. It says, despite the loss, the Frogs finished 10-1, were co-champions of the Western Athletic Conference, and accepted a bid to the 2000 Mobile, Alabama Bowl. Before the scheduled bowl game, Francione accepted a head coaching offer by the University of Alabama. Francione was voted by TCU players to lead the team in the bowl game, which Francione's defensive coordinator and newly named head coach Gary Patterson supported. However, after some controversy at the Heisman Trophy ceremony, TCU athletic director Eric Hyman reversed the vote, preventing Francione from coaching the bowl game. And then it says the tone and tenor of his exit from TCU remains a highly controversial subject amongst many TCU fans.
Yeah,
what happened at the Heisman ceremony?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened at the ceremony, but I remember that. Fran was almost the head coach at OU when they hired Bob Stoops. He was one of the finalists.
And then this is what the Bama blurb says. It says Alabama officials offered Francione a 10-year contract extension worth $15 million. And this was after year 2 in Bama. Francione, however, did not sign the offer. Following the dismissal of A&M head coach R.C. Slocum, Francione publicly denied before the 2002 Iron Bowl a rumor that he would replace Slocum. On December 5th, 2002, Francione flew to Texas to interview for the A&M job. His decision was influenced by the NCAA sanctions placed on Alabama, which included a 2-year bowl ban, the loss of 21 scholarships over 3 years, and 5 years of probation. Francione did not return to Alabama after being hired, instead informing players of his decision to accept a job at A&M by video teleconference. Damn, that was an 03, so he Skyped them boys, and it was like pixelated.
I remember that. As a matter of fact, Fran, I'm trying to remember the sequence of events.
Did you see CB's comment?
Yeah, so Francione apparently wore a maroon tie, an Alabama colored tie to the Heisman ceremony because LaDainian Tomlinson was a Heisman finalist.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the sequence of events, Jordan, but I remember Fran accepted the job, and I want to say flew. I can't remember if he had the press conference first and then went to watch Burnett because Stephen McGee was the quarterback at Burnett, and that was going to be Fran's first, big recruit. Or he just straight up went to the Burnett game and then went to the press conference. I don't remember, but I remember that was a big deal that like here locally, like, hey, Dennis Francione, like the first recruit he's going to see is Stephen McGee.
Yeah. I don't know. Man, don't get me wrong. I love the current Texas staff, but I always think like, what happens if they were to bring in a new staff? How would that affect us as a company? Because I mean, I've said it before, say it again. Never an easier time to build sources or whatever. And also, like, I don't want to say how the sausage is made too much, but when there's a coaching search, our numbers on the website go way up. That's how it works. So I don't know. It would be interesting. And like, I'm trying to think. Like, who did Mike and Nick report was the first kid Sark ever went and visited, like on the chopper or stuff like that? Like,
yeah.
Thinking back to that stuff would be interesting, but I don't know. Also,
I just remember random stuff because I was big into following Burnett at the time too, because I was still living in Florence at the time, or in Andice. They were still, to me, they were a local team, and like, dude, just watching. So basically, what's the 4A level now? Like watching Jordan Shipley and Stephen McGee at that level, like it was maybe the most, other than going back and watching like Adrian Peterson's high school tape, it's the most unfair thing I've ever seen. It's the most unfair thing I've seen in person.
Speaking of unfair at the 4A level, I'm happy you brought this up because we have not talked about this yet. There's a kid at Frisco Panther Creek named Jalen Lott, who's pretty damn good at the sports ball game. Son of James Lott, who's a 2017 Texas Athletics Hall of Honor inductee. Watch this. Whenever people talk about they glide when they run, this is what they mean. Number 0, slant 50-plus yards to the crib.
I got too many windows open. Hold on.
You're good.
There we go.
And he's a 2026 junior kid. Kank already has a crystal ball in for Texas. I'm eventually going to put one in too. But yeah, pretty good. He finished the game. I had his stat line. Where was this? Here it is. This one's pretty impressive too. There are probably receivers on the Texas roster who can't make this catch just because most people can't survive a hit like that. Do they see it coming and they don't actually catch the ball? This video doesn't really do it enough justice, but in person, this is pretty damn impressive.
It's nice when your pops has when you got the genes in your family of a two-way sports athlete at a place like Texas, and the genes they get passed down. That's pretty nice.
We always talk about who his daddy is. He won 4 NCAA track and field championships and is in the Hall of Honor. Started a few years at cornerback as well.
Oh, also James Lott, good dude, by the way.
Great dude. Talked to him. Mike Roach is actually at the game on Friday night, and we talked to Mr. Lott and Mrs. Lott for a little bit after. But no, Jalen. Everyone talks about dad. No one brings up his mom. His mom played basketball at Texas too.
Yeah.
And also, no one brings up his sisters. His sister is a redshirt junior point guard at UNLV. Has averaged, I believe, over 10 points a game since her freshman year. And then his other sister, whose name is Phelan, is a true freshman jumper on USC's track and field team. So, one of the better families athletically you'll find. Also, Jalen himself, everyone talks about how good he is as a track athlete, but people don't actually talk about the numbers. The PR in the 100 meters only 10.99 only. Still sub 11, and that was win legal as well. But his main thing is jumping. He's a jumper. His daddy was a jumper. He is one too. Jalen's high jump PR is 6'8". The long jump PR is 24.3. He also has a PR 40.58 in the 300-meter hurdles. The 24.3 long jump was what won Lott the Junior Olympics for his age group in July for the entire country, not just Texas, the entire country. That gold medal followed the gold medal he won at the 4A state championship track and field meet with a long jump of 22.925. He also got a bronze medal at the state meet with the high jump of 6.475. That was at the Junior Olympics, his high jump, and he finished 5th at the state meet. But really impressive kid. He's also having a really good year. 55 receptions, 785 receiving yards, 11 touchdowns. Also has 13 carries for 84 rushing yards and 4 more scores. And he's 2 of 2 passing for 55 yards, another touchdown as well. You average that out, 98.1 receiving yards per game, 10.5 rushing yards per game, and 2 touchdowns per game. He also goes both ways, plays defense, not full-time, kind of emergency situations, similar to how Lake Travis used Garrett Wilson as a senior, where, if there's a guy that starts taking over for the other team, it's, hey, Jalen, you're going to go guard him the rest of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that the game on Friday went into 4 overtimes, one of the better games I've ever seen, and it was only 9 minutes down the road. It was really, really convenient. He ended up playing about halfway through the 4th quarter. They stuck him in a corner, and they never took him out. So he went full-time both ways through all 4 overtimes and the back half of the 4th quarter. So I really like Lott as a prospect. Me personally, I think if you take the ball out of your hands, you're making a mistake. He should play receiver in college. He actually wants to play receiver in college. He's never going to say that in interviews or on record. But in talking to people close to him, I know it is fact. Texas right now, Terry Joseph and Chris Jackson are the folks recruiting him. So he is getting pursued on both sides of the ball. They haven't told him directly, we want you at receiver or DB. But Lott does believe that they lean towards the defensive side of the ball. I asked, is that different from other schools? And he's like, well, pretty much everyone's just recruiting me solely at receiver since I don't really have cornerback film, since I don't play it a ton.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, how do you feel about that? And he's like, honestly, I just want to do whatever helps the team. And that's what a lot of kids say. That's what Kate Phillips said. And I asked him, how do you feel about playing safety rather than corner? I think that could potentially hurt Texas. I also think there's plenty of time left to where they can switch their pitch to full-time receiver. If I was Texas, I would have started doing that probably last year. But they do things at their own pace, and they're successful at it. So you got to let them do their thing, give them the opportunity. As far as who the main competition will be, he listed – where is this? Texas, Oregon, LSU, Miami, Oklahoma, and USC as the top standouts. He was wearing LSU cleats on Friday night. I don't really see him going there. I see this coming down to Texas and USC. USC because of Lincoln Riley, but also because his sister that's out there. That's the sister he's closest to. She's only a year or 2 years older than him. So that could potentially be something to monitor. But again, Texas and USC, if I had a gun in my head, that's who I'd predict it coming down to.
Yeah. Yeah. Texas isn't going to have a problem recruiting receivers under Sark, but this is Jalen Lott's a guy that, man, just get him in the program and figure out a place to put him. I don't care where it is, but he'll help you win games on either side of the ball. So,
yeah.
Down with that. Hey, Jordan, before we do anything else, I have to let the folks know, have to remind everybody that today's show is brought to you by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party. They've got hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and much, much more. Gear up for football season and your tailgate party and bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. So thank you, Real Truck, for sponsoring today's show. As Jordan drinks from – that is one big giant cup, sir.
Yeah, I was up early this morning. I needed a lot of cold brew, more than I usually drink. Yeah, I mean, I think that, to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to I wouldn't be talking about him like this, so I didn't firmly believe it. I think Jalen Lott is going to play in the NFL, whether a corner or receiver. Rarely do you have athletes like this that test this well this early on, and that also, one thing that's really important that we rarely bring up when talking about prospects, he's actually a really good kid, and he's a smart kid, and there's still parts of him that are a genuine kid. Yeah. And, I can't overstate how much that actually matters for kids panning out and developing. I have absolutely zero worries about Jalen Lott ever getting in trouble off the fields or getting in the doghouse. That's not who he is. Yeah. So that gives me more confidence in, what could he end up as in the future. But again, I think he could be really successful on either side of the ball. But for me, I just think he's too dynamic with the ball in his hands, too smooth. And, but what do I know? Right. So
there's been a few guys at Texas over the years that I think legitimately could have played offense or defense. Like, guys get recruited as athletes, but like that could legitimately have done it. Like Kendall Sanders is one I think of that could have done it. Aaron Williams, I think, was another one that could have done it. Curtis Brown was a guy that could have done it.
You think Michael Griffin could have played running back at Texas?
Man, it's hard. It's hard for me to see Griff not at safety because he was so good at it. But yeah,
he was a top 10 draft pick. He could probably figure it out at running back.
It's top 20.
He went 13. My bad. Yeah. Top 15.
I think he went 18. He was 18. Aaron Ross was 19 in the 07 draft. Yeah.
Damn. All right, Paul.
But that list of guys that could legitimately do it, it's not as big as you'd think.
Yeah.
And
You're
I don't.
Correct. Yeah, he went 19. You're correct.
Yeah, and I don't think, to UT Parking's comment, I don't think he would get lost. He would get buried on the depth chart at wide receiver. This is too good of an athlete to get buried on the depth chart.
Yeah. Also, I get the point about Aaron Butler, but that was Texas who wanted him at receiver. And he's, and to be honest with you, whenever that first became a thing, and Hank and I had to call Greg Biggins, like, is this actually real? Like, is Texas actually recruiting a kid they've never had visit, I've never offered, and they waited until about midnight the night before signing day to do this? And we had to figure all that. Like, I remember asking, like, hey, is this a receiver or corner in college? And he's like, well, he's not going to go to Texas unless they're letting him play receiver. So my assumption is that they're only talking to him at receiver. And he's like, oh, okay. Ended up figuring out that was the case. That was the truth. He is only ever going to play receiver at Texas, or at least that was the plan, and he committed. But, I mean, looking back, Gonna pat myself. I mean, I shouldn't do that. But looking back in the moment, I remember being like, Hank, why are they doing this? Like, they don't need another receiver. They don't. Especially when two of the other takes were Parker Livingstone and Freddie DeBose. You know, Ryan Wingo's good, but you're really going to take 4 receivers, and 3 of them are pretty similar in terms of talent. So I don't know. But I need to be careful with my words and stop.
I'll tell you what, though,
something dumb.
That kind of the bottom of the depth chart now at receiver. That's going to be interesting to watch by the time spring ball gets here, because those guys will get to go through winter conditioning. And both, I mean, you look at Aaron Butler and Freddie DeBose now, they're both really lean. So can either one of them emerge as they add some more muscle, you know, and just put some meat on their bones?
Yeah, and also, like, one thing Hank and I have been talking about a lot these last few days since the Georgia game. So we've ended up finding out that Texas isn't going to take another receiver this cycle. Unless DeCorian Moore calls and magically just wants to appear in the class, they're not going to take another receiver in the cycle.
It'd be overkill at this point.
Yeah, and, you know, started thinking. It's kind of crazy that, like, Texas would hypothetically tell Kelshawn Johnson no if he wanted to commit, but I think Kelshawn Johnson's better than any receiver Texas signed last year, not named Ryan Wingo. And that would be 3 guys. So that's really interesting when you think about it from that perspective. I also think Dalen McCutcheon, I would take him over any of the 3 receivers or any of the receivers last year not named Ryan Wingo. But I don't know. Receiver recruiting will be interesting, especially in 26. They already have a commitment in Chris Stewart. There's 2 legacies out there in Caden Finley and Jalen Lott. It's a really good in-state class. Also have guys like Jordan Clay, Braden Robinson, Jaden Warren at Iowa Colony. And then, of course, there's the out-of-state guys Texas will always have interest in. Chris Henry Jr., number 1 overall prospect, Ohio State commit. Probably not happening, but they're going to continue trying. Caden Dixon Wyatt, another top 100 cat out of Modern Day. And then there's also guys like Calvin Russell at Miami Northwestern that they'd love to host on campus at some point too. So,
well, you talk about the guys whose little highlights or film I've seen. Calvin Russell. I don't know what it was, man, but I'm drawn to that kid.
Yeah,
I saw, you know, but I think too there's a couple things here to talk about. We talk about the receiver position. One, we talk about Dalen McCutcheon. It probably just came down to, hey, we'll take Dalen McCutcheon or Kelshawn Johnson. Pretty much whichever one of them says yes first, that's going to be our last receiver take. Because you kind of starting to get this logjam. Now, of the 3, are all 3 early enrollees?
Yeah, they will be.
Okay. So that's why. So
I haven't found a kid that is going to be there in June yet.
Right.
I haven't checked in with every single commit, but of the 21 kids, I currently don't know of any that are planning to be there in June and not January.
So let's say when you get to spring ball, you'll have the 3 newcomers. You'll have the crew that you signed last year. So that's Wingo, Livingstone, DeBose, and Aaron Butler. Am I leaving somebody out?
No, Wingo, DeBose, Livingstone, Butler.
You have Jonte Cook. So
Ryan Niblett will probably be back in the receiver room, I'd assume.
Jonte Cook's 8. Ryan Niblett, in theory, is 9. If Matthew Golden comes back, that's 10.
DeAndre Moore.
11. So, you're going to have 11 scholarship receivers on campus. That's probably...
And how many are on campus? There's 10 this year?
Let me see.
Livingstone, DeBose, Wingo, Butler, Jonte, DeAndre, Niblett, Golden, Bolden, Bond. I think 10. I don't think I'm missing anyone.
Yeah, 10 active. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And
that's if you include Ryan Niblett. It's 10.
Yeah. So another thing too, I mean, I don't really know exactly how it would work, like where he would go in practice. But if they get Michael Terry, he's probably going to end up like being with the receivers in practice, I'd assume, or that's where he spends the majority of his time, receiver and running back.
Yeah, I'd say probably receiver. Yeah, I I think a lot of that could depend on how quickly he takes to the offense. And it could be one of those deals where, hey, since it's spring ball and you can experiment more, maybe for the first half of spring ball, he's with the receivers, and for the second half of spring ball, he's with the running backs.
Yeah.
I don't know. You can do it. There's more than one ways to skin the cat. I don't know how
there's a lot of fun you can have with 6'3", 220 pounds that runs 10.72. So a lot of different things you can do. When does the 105 scholarship come into effect? It's still pretty vague to me.
I'm going to go ahead and do some parking, and I'll use the one answer, 3 words that I'm not afraid to say. And, some people are hesitant to say it. I don't know. And I think if you ask Sark right now, I think that would be his response too. I don't think anybody really knows for sure.
They say it should, I think, by the 24-25 athletic year.
It's supposed to be, yeah.
But like schools like Georgia are like Georgia's trying to sign like 8 D linemen this cycle. And they signed like 5 last year. And they're not doing this just because they love D line. They're doing it because, they think they're going to have 105 scholarships next season.
Here's the other thing with that too.
And that's also Texas has 21 commits. I could see them taking as many as 27 or 28 if it's the right guys. They wouldn't be taking that many if it wasn't, if they knew they didn't have room for them at 105. So I think it goes into effect next season.
Here's the thing too. When you look at loading up at a position, you say, okay, you might say, well, is it overkill? Well, if I'm Georgia, if I'm going to take an extra 2 defensive tackles, that's one he's not going to Tennessee, or he's not going to South Carolina, or he's not going to Florida. I just keep him in my room, develop him, and either he'll emerge 2 years from now as a frontline guy for me, a rotational guy, or he'll be in the portal.
Yeah.
Basically, you can kind of do that and keep other schools from getting a guy that could potentially beat you down the road.
Yeah, but eventually you do that too much and you end up with like 26 linebackers or something on roster.
True,
you don't want that.
True.
So, no, and that's another good point. Jake Bayless brings up an amazing point. Texas, if there are as of right now, I don't really think Texas is going to be hunting for receivers in the portal or really pursuing them. But if certain guys go in, I still believe Steve Sarkisian is of the best player available sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a spot and there is a guy like Micah Hudson, or there, is maybe an Evan Stewart level guy, like, he was in the portal last year, and Texas believes they could have a shot there, I could see them showing interest in recruiting, hosting a type of player like that for a visit. But as of right now, I can't really see I'm sure Texas already sat down and they have a really clear idea of how many takes they want out of the portal at linebacker or D-line. At receiver, it's probably like 0.5 or 1 or something like that now on the board. I don't think they're going to have a ton of emphasis on recruiting receivers in the portal, but they're going to do their due diligence and check around with the top options at that position.
I think with receiver, it ended up working out for them because remember, we've talked about this quite a bit too. If you remember early, we were hearing Juice Wells was one of the first names we heard for portal guys. Raleek Brown was another.
I was told Juice Wells and Will Shepherd. I was told Juice Wells and Will Shepherd wanted to go to Texas to the point where they told Texas that, hey, if you offer me, I'm going here.
Yeah.
And they hosted Juice Wells for a visit. They asked us not to report that until he'd already left campus, and we did. And they would have taken him, but he asked for a number that was way too high. And they're like, brother, we're already getting Isaiah Bond. We already have these other guys. We're not going to pay you.
Well, but the Bond thing didn't happen. You got to remember the Bond thing didn't happen until Saban. So of the guy of that first wave, the only one they ended up getting was Matthew Golden. He was a name, obviously, we heard pretty early. I think he was the second day the portal was open was when.
Yeah, he went. He was actually considering coming back with the new staff at Houston. But once the new staff figured out they weren't retaining Da'Keil Shorts, Golden was like, okay, F y'all, I'm leaving. and he went in the portal then. That was the same deal that happened with Jamar Caldwell and Brian Early, because he probably would have stayed at Houston if they retained Brian Early, but they didn't, and he went and got a job at Mizzou, and he's killing it there. But Yeah, CB is correct. Did you see the catch Micah had versus Baylor when they were down like 20-something points in the butt bowl?
Okay. No, but here's my thing. How the hell Baylor's put 59 on Tech?
Dude,
the hell happened?
I'm telling you, dog.
I thought Baylor would struggle to get 59 points this season.
Yeah.
They put over half 100 on Tech. Man, I haven't paid much attention to Big 12 to the Big 12, but like I don't know, the fact that Colorado is
also per sources, aka my eyes, Will Hammond is now QB2 in Lubbock. True freshman Hutto quarterback Will Hammond, aka the Mormon Missile. I can't wait till he turns college football around, gets Lubbock, Texas on the map, potentially Hutto, Texas on the map. And he's like, and someone does some story when they're like, man, how did Tech recruit this kid out of Hutto, right out of Austin? No one else did. They're like, well, boys, this isn't your normal cat. This cat's Mormon. There's some other stuff going on here.
Baylor needed that. They needed that win to really have a chance to feel good about getting bowl eligible.
Oh, it's that time of the show again, baby. Let's pull up the Baylor football schedule.
I mean, I'm looking at it. So right now, the Baby Bears are 3-4 with a 1-3 record in the conference. Man, you know who doesn't get enough attention as one of the most disappointing teams in the country this year? Oklahoma State.
Yeah, dude, they returned like 20 starters.
And
then, like, man, Ollie Gordon probably would have improved his draft stock more if he sat out this year.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Or if, like,
would you blame
that?
That's one position where if a guy opts out, like, everybody should just shut the hell up. Like, dude, if you're a running back, you're in however many times you carry. You get 15 carries a game, you're in 15 car accidents. Like, I don't care if a running back opts out. Like, let him.
So you're saying if Bijan was like, hey, Sark, I know this is your one for you. I know I'm your best player, but the NFL, you would just be like, hey, it's okay. We understand.
Yeah, but Bijan's got heart. I wouldn't worry about Bijan doing that.
Okay. But also, it's like, man, Oklahoma State stinks. Like, Alan Bowman is 27, is getting benched for Garrett Rangel. And by the way, Garrett Rangel went from handing the ball off to Ashton Genty at Frisco Lone Star to handing the ball off to Ollie Gordon at Oklahoma State.
It's not a bad team. But dude, you look at like Baylor play, and they don't have to go to Stillwater because Baylor never plays well in Stillwater. They play Oak State and TCU at home back to back. So they could, in theory, they could be at 5 wins.
But they have to go to Morgantown. I don't even know what West Virginia's record is, but I can't. Like, I'm pretty sure Baylor fans always talk about how they lose to Westby and Morgantown.
Dude, there is some putrid butt trash in the Big 12 this year, sir. West Virginia's 3-4, Arizona's 3-4, so is UCF. Kansas is 2-5, Utah is 4-3, 1-3 in the conference, and they got Baylor, Houston. Dude, I did not have Oklahoma State in dead ass last place in the Big 12 as we get to the end of October.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, the thing too is like
Jake Bayless.
Can Oklahoma State fire Mike Gundy? Can they?
I mean, they can. Of course, you can.
But will they?
I don't know, man. He's been there so long. He's probably telling admin what to do at this point. He's like, nope, I'm staying.
They're gonna Gary Patterson his ass, and it's gonna be so funny. They're gonna tell him like next week, like, hey, this is your last week here, or this is your last season here. And he's like, this is my last day here, and he leaves him there like Patterson did. But
like,
man,
so there's a path. Basically, there's very much a path to bowl eligibility. And like, if you're Baylor, if Dave Aranda makes a bowl game, can you fire him?
You should. He should have been fired. This is. Like, I don't get this whole Baylor experiment. Y'all just need to be cool with being average at best if you're going to retain Dave Aranda regardless how they finish out this year. And also, Jeff, think about this. Baylor, TCU, Tech, Arkansas, And maybe Oklahoma State could all be coming open this year.
Well, that Oklahoma State job coming open would be really interesting.
If all of those jobs comes open, Texas State's coming open. UTSA is probably coming open.
I would think Will Stein, Texas State or UTSA be beneath Will Stein at this point?
He's not leaving Oregon unless he's going to get a Power 4 head coaching job. I firmly believe
I mean,
that.
at the rate he's going, he can pretty much make that call, you know. Dude, I don't know, man.
Kansas has been horrible this year too.
Yeah.
Or Jalen Daniels. He should have sat out.
Lance Leipold's a good football coach. He just made an idiotic decision hiring Jeff Grimes.
I don't get how anyone let him do that. Like I know he's the head coach.
Anybody that watched Baylor the last couple of years could have told him, like, dude, that like just don't, man. Like that, just don't. And he did it. And you kind of get what you deserve sitting at 2-5 for hiring Jeff Grimes.
Yeah, and hey, UCF.
The Gus bus, man, that Gus bus, that didn't crash. The wheels have blown off. It's
man,
done.
did you see what one of their players posted on Twitter yesterday?
A UCF player?
Yeah. Did you see it? Okay, so I don't even know this kid's name. I've never heard of him. I think he's a tight end or something. And he was part of Gus Malzahn's like first full recruiting cycle or recruiting class. And he's from the Orlando area, and he committed super early, helped them recruit other players. Is a big part of this, like keeping those area players home in Orlando and at UCF, and kind of the early movement of the Malzahn era. And season hasn't gone how he's wanted. He hasn't played a ton. And in the offseason, he had sat down with the tight ends coach or his position coach or whatever. And it told him, like, hey, I would consider redshirting the season. I don't know how much you're actually going to play.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like he's played less each and every year. I believe he's been at UCF. It's one of those deals, which actually happens a lot at the beginning of coaching tenure sometimes, especially in the portal NIL era. But anyways, he decided last week, okay, you know what? I am going to redshirt.
Mm-hmm.
And when he did that, I think it was the guy's title is like chief of staff or something like that for UCF football.
Mm-hmm.
He came and told him, if you redshirt, I'm going to tell all the teams recruiting you in the portal that you quit on your team in the middle of the season and that all this other stuff happened. And this dude, this UCF player proceeded to write like a letter that he printed out and took a photo of, and he posted that on Twitter to announce he was redshirting and said, I wanted to get this out there in case anyone from UCF tries to smear my name. This is exactly what happened. Yeah. So
wow.
UCF isn't going very good. And Jake Bayless is correct. The Andy Kotelnicki hire, I mean, he's going to make Drew Aller an NFL quarterback. You can get him back. I mean, Drew Aller was our number one player for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not going to give our scouting team flack, though. Everyone missed on the 2022 cycle of QBs. Everyone did. Like, how many of those guys have panned out that were 5 stars? Klubnik is somewhat busted. Wigman is somewhat busted. Drew Aller's kind of on a redemption path.
Hey, Cade Klubnik is a Heisman candidate now, sir.
Cork it. It's week 8. Malik Murphy, I could have told you that was happening from a mile away. Like, I've never been a humongous fan of the big arm, big bodied QBs. And DJ Uwagale, or however you say his name, is probably the scapegoat for that reason for me personally. And I don't know. I mean, how many giant body type, huge arm QBs has Sarkisian recruited? Very few. So
it was kind of a throwback to like the guys Sark had when he was an assistant at USC, like Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, one of those dudes, Mark Sanchez, just kind of the bigger, 6'3", not that they were like as big as Malik, but just kind of, hey, kind of broad shouldered, 6'3" plus and can get the ball down the field.
Yeah, and like with Malik Murphy too, no one brought up, like, did y'all know he didn't even really start games until his senior year?
Yeah.
Because the kid that was a year older than him, who I think was a UNLV commit, was a starter. And Malik basically got all of his stuff from camps and showcases and events. And I mean, that happens all the time, but the experience is important. Everyone talks about the 25 start kind of threshold for college quarterbacks. Stuff like that exists in high school too.
Yeah.
I talked about it a few weeks ago, but that high school in Utah that's produced all those quarterbacks, Jackson Dart, Zach Wilson, Isaac Wilson, the kid in 2026 who just committed to A&M, amongst plenty others, Devin Brown too. All those guys led their recruiting cycle classes.
Were they all Corner Canyon guys?
Yeah, Corner Canyon. But every single one of those guys coming out had more throws, more passing attempts than anyone else in their recruiting class did. And every single one of those guys, except Devin Brown, played in some form or fashion as a true freshman. Stuff like that translates. So,
yeah. I say a post from 88 is great. Sorrell, 88 is great. We talked about Baron Sorrell yesterday. Talked about how he's made him some money and played pretty well against Georgia. Like that's what frustrates me about when Texas loses games like that. And we all have to talk about like what went wrong. That's what we do. But like what gets lost in that is like I said, it's the best game I've seen Alfred Collins play in a long time. Maybe since he's been in the Texas uniform. Baron Sorrell played a great game, I thought. And you can go down the list. There are guys that you can find that I thought played really well in that game. I mean, Makuba, Jahdae Barron, there were guys that had winning performances in that game. And the reason why I like to point that out, you mind if I tell a quick Casey Hampton story before? By the way, I'm going to hang out until like 12:15 because Eric's getting back from basketball availability.
Okay.
But 2000, Texas loses to Oklahoma 63-14, and Mac Brown rips into the rest of the team. He just rips into the entire team. You guys were all terrible today, blah, blah, blah. He's getting on the bus, and Coach Royal stops him. And he said, you need to watch how you talk to the team. And I'm paraphrasing here. And Mac kind of looked at him, and he said, hey, not everybody played bad. And apparently Casey Hampton was one of the guys that I think Mac said something about guys quit. And right after that, Casey Hampton walks up to Mac on the bus, like according to Mac, damn near with tears in his eyes. He's like, Coach, I didn't quit. And he went back and watched the film and was like, yeah, Casey Hampton played his ass off in that game. Texas lost 63-14, but Casey Hampton was not one of the reasons why Texas lost that game. So always got to look for, even in losses, man, you find, not that you're trying to sugarcoat it or find silver linings, but don't just lump everybody in that everybody played bad. You'll find some winning performances in there. Just like 2 years ago, that TCU game. Yeah, was the offense terrible? Yeah, but I remember what Jahdae had, like 3.5 tackles for loss in that game.
And Texas's only touchdown.
Yeah.
And also, like, man, because they lost, no one's really talking about it. Probably the best game Drew Makuba's played up to this point in a Texas uniform. And it could also maybe be the best game Jahdae's ever played in a Texas uniform up to this point.
Other than that TCU game, yeah, because I would say that TCU game is probably the best game Jahdae's played.
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Keenan ready?
Yeah, I see him back here.
Okay. Keenan, I don't know if Eric sent you the memo, but I'm gonna hang out with you until he gets here.
Yeah.
The only thing I've got on my plate is I've got I got Sark on the SEC teleconference at 12:30.
Oh yeah. No worries, man.
But Eric should be back by then. So
yeah. He'll be around 12:15.
Jordan, you want to hang out for a minute, or you got stuff to get to? Hold up that cold. You drink a cold brew out of that cup still?
Yeah.
That is ginormous. You just like got you like a work thermos going on.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. When I got out of high school, I was working at a coffee shop, and I ended up becoming manager of the coffee shop. Shout out Vivo Crepes and Coffee in Lakeway. Crepes and coffee. Yeah, I get fire.
Every time you mention stuff like Lakeway or Lake Travis and talk about your youth, I just hear like the violin music playing in the background.
No.
Keenan, you went to Jesuit. I
know, brother.
You can't say anything. I'm talking to Florence, Texas here.
I'm from Florence, Texas, America. I don't know nothing about no crepes.
Florence, Texas is like, if there is a stronghold of Oklahoma fans in Texas, it's probably in Florence.
No, we sent all them to Gerald.
We sent all them to Gerald.
Sent the OU fans in their meth labs down the bad side of FM 487.
Jeff, did you see that tweet I sent you the other day? That dude recording the TV.
Yeah.
In the trailer.
Yeah.
It was like, brother.
Dude, it's man.
But no, I drank a ton of coffee working that job, and my caffeine tolerance just went way up. So since then, I drink way too much coffee and take way too much melatonin before bed sometimes because I end up drinking too much coffee too late in the day. But yeah, Jake Bayless, it is pumpkin spice. I ain't afraid to admit I get my seasonal flavors on over here. So
I'll admit I'm not a big Keenan. I don't know where you stand. First off, I'm not a big coffee drinker. First off, I'm not huge really on the fall tastes like the pumpkin spice or whatever.
Man, I love pumpkin. I got pumpkin spice candles going right now.
My wife's big on the pumpkin stuff. What I get juiced for when I will visit the coffee shop is right around Christmas time. You put some peppermint or some cinnamon in there. This is the holiday flavors. I'm all about that. I'm all
Are you
about
an eggnog guy. You an eggnog guy?
You know what, Keenan? I used to be.
I love eggnog.
I think when I was like in probably my teenage years, I think I just overindulged. I think I drank too much eggnog, and now it's like, it's not like when you're younger and you eat or drink too much of something, and then later I was like, oh, that wasn't that great. I think that's where I'm at eggnog. It's very. I've never done the eggnog with alcohol thing, but like I can do it like maybe like a little glass here or there.
Put rum in it or whatever.
Yeah, I've never done that, but maybe that'll make it better. I don't know.
Make most things better, won't it?
My dad used to drink mix of Malibu rum with hot chocolate.
What?
Dude, I don't know, man.
Wow, dude.
What?
My
Malibu with hot chocolate?
Malibu rum and hot chocolate. My pops marched to the.
Is that year round or was that only around Christmas time?
No, usually when it was cold. Very, very, very rarely. Very rarely.
Where's your dad from? That's some Gerald shit if I've ever heard.
Oh, my dad, man, my dad lived all over the place. He was a military brat. He was born in Japan, so he lived all over the place.
Damn. Gotcha. Hey, fun fact. Ashton Genty is a military brat. Actually spent his freshman year of high school playing football on a military base in Italy. Not joking. But then he transferred into Lone Star. So
yeah,
I know it's well documented, but I didn't even know about that myself till reading Mike's story yesterday. But I want to ask y'all's opinion. I want to ask y'all's opinion on something. An ESPN writer named Collier, maybe I messed it up. Apologies if I did a story about former Dallas Cowboys players that are still in the league and comparing kind of what it's like being in a non-Dallas Cowboys organization. And, pretty much all of them are like, oh, it's just about X's and O's here. It's just about football here, where there's a lot of show stuff going on over there. So people said different things. These ones are making a lot of headlines. You got real facilities here, says defensive end Dante Fowler Jr., who spent 2 years in Dallas, now plays for the Commanders. You might not see tourists coming around, but it keeps the main thing. When asked what is different about Dallas's team's culture, Fowler, along with Curse, were 2 or 3 Cowboys player from the 2023 roster who independently cited the tours as a defining feature. Dude. You're on your way to eat lunch and you're running into tours, Curse says. You're on your way to meetings, you're running into tours. We're here for football. It's our job to come in and be able to focus whether we're in the weight room or our coach is teaching us something in the meeting room, where you have 30 to 35 people walking by looking through the glass while you're in meetings. Ben DiNucci, of all people, quote tweets this.
The Nooch?
And he says, I'll never forget when I would work out on Tuesday mornings and have people tapping on the weight room glass like I was supposed to do something cool on command. Definitely a different business structure inside the Star. And he's not wrong.
Like when you go to the aquarium and see fish.
Yeah. Do y'all have any thoughts on that? Like, do you think Jerry's ever going to take away the Star tours?
That's hilarious because Duke Thomas, when we were at SEC Media Days, he said the same thing. Like, I asked him, hey, people talk about, life in a fishbowl, Texas. What's the difference between Texas and the Cowboys? He's like, man, we're in Texas. Like, I was never working out in the weight room and like have people taking a tour of the building, walking by, like taking your picture and everything. So yeah, apparently the tours are like a really big deal that the players just do not like. Like apparently they're universally hated.
Yeah.
There's people that walk by when I'm doing the show, and that's distracting. They're not even tapping on the glass. I can't even imagine.
Like CB said, it is like going to the zoo. Like you walk by, like, I don't know, like the tiger cage, like, oh, do something cool.
Throwing rocks at it. Come on.
And
Hey,
like
wake up.
imagine if Jerry had the star built back then to where like they're doing tours and the dudes in the Great Wall of Dallas, like, yo, get the out of here, like
Man, I would dare somebody like Charles Haley be like, just try to make casual conversation, dude.
Hey, his son CJ was a friend of mine in high school. He went to Jesuit. He ended up playing corner at UTEP.
Yeah, I know you mentioned that. The Jeff have you read? Keenan, you're a Cowboys fan? Have you read the Jeff Pearlman "Boys Will Be Boys" book?
I've heard it's awesome. I haven't read it though.
The Charles Haley stories in that book are
crazy.
They're wheels off, and I've heard ones that are just as, if not more, vile from people who are around the Cowboys. And like Charles has talked about it now, like he suffered from bipolar disorder and didn't know
he's
it
bipolar.
at the time. Didn't get diagnosed till much later. But dude, it's you're like allegedly like a reporter is sitting there like interviewing like Troy Aikman or somebody like around and hanging around the locker, sitting in a chair and like feel something on your shoulder, and it's Charles Haley's crank.
Like, junk. Yeah.
Hey, and another topic we could talk about, Bama fans getting a little tired of Ryan Williams and his nails. As you can see, he is painted nails that are orange, and this Bama fan, I'm not going to say his username, says orange nails after losing to Tennessee, question mark. Is this a effing joke?
Man,
who cares, dude?
Who cares?
Hey, I pulled this up because me and Hank have been laughing at Bama fans talking about Ryan Williams' nails since this became a topic weeks ago.
I know.
Here's my thing on it. I don't care one way. Ryan Williams wants to paint his nails, whatever. I don't care. I think some people need to realize that, Jordan, you've talked about this. Like, fans are much more invested in like the history of a program and the rivalries than the players are. I think probably like once you get to where you're like a junior or a senior and you're like fully ingrained in that program, then yeah, you probably understand what it's all about. But if you're just a freshman, y'all know Ryan Williams is 17 years old, by the way.
Right.
When you're that young, like I don't think Ryan Williams gave it. I don't think he gave it like more than a split second decision, and Tennessee probably never entered his mind.
Yeah, 100%. Man, like this is a I've never brought this up. This is a good point on top of what Jeff said. Recruits know almost nothing about the history of college football teams.
Oh, yeah.
I'm at a training session at Shadow Creek High School with Donnie Baggs, friend of the show, great guy, former fighting Texas A&M Aggie, former Dallas Cowboy as well. Out of Clear Springs, Texas.
Yeah, I was going to say former Clear Springs Charger. Don't forget where it all started.
Oh, yeah. And he had several, I don't even really remember his kids out there that day besides he had Kosiak Paula and Myson Johnson Cook. That's who I was there for.
I just read Jake Bayless's comment.
Jeez. But no, we were out there and we were talking about the A&M Texas game. Kosiak Paula is not going to leave the state of Texas for college. He's a 2026 three-star linebacker. He's either going to go to Texas or Texas A&M. He's not leaving the state of Texas.
The way it should be.
Damn right. And we're just chatting, me, Donnie, and Kosi. And Donnie was making jokes like, Kosi, you need to text Elko back and tell him you're 1,000% going to be there at the game at the end of November. I'm trying to get a ticket too. And like we were making jokes about that. And he's like, you know how long it's been since we played? And Kosi's like, wait, A&M and Texas, like they played? And Donnie and I are like, and I was like, yeah. Donnie remembers the last time they played. Justin Tucker hit a field goal to send A&M home with the loss. And he's like, Justin Tucker played at Texas?
Yeah.
And there you go. That's because I mean, think about it. Kosiak Paul's a 2026 kid. That means if he's on the correct is in the correct grade he's supposed to be in, he would turn 17 as a junior this year. What year was he born in? 07 or 08?
Yeah.
So how old would that have put him the last time Texas and Texas A&M played? Something you got to think about.
4 years old.
You know,
my man wasn't even
That's
in kindergarten yet.
Exactly. So
that's nuts, dude.
People fans need to realize this. Like recruits know they know maybe 0.5% of what fans think like should be factored into their decisions.
And I think like the one exception I'll say, the one exception is the Dallas kids with Texas OU, because most of them, Keenan, I don't know if you did this at your schools. Most of the school districts, you have a fair day, you load up and go to the fair.
Yep.
Like and they know Texas, like that's but it's not because of the game, it's because they go to the fair, and then by extension, oh yeah, don't really go to the fair on this day because it's Texas OU, there's gonna be a bunch of people there. Like that's and then they get to know the game a little bit. That I'll say is probably the one exception.
Yeah,
is Texas OU.
Yeah, I'd say you're right, but also and like I've talked about this before, but like I was at Ohio State with Micah Hudson, and it's the Woody Hayes Athletic Facility that's humongous and super nice. And they have this humongous like shrine for Willie Hayes about all the different accolades and what makes him a legend. And like all this stuff is right there. His coaching record, his championships, conference, all the stuff. And Micah hits him with who's Woody Hayes? And like the Ohio State people, like they didn't even think anything of it. That happens all the time. I'm sure they get asked who Woody Hayes is by like every other visitor, right?
Dude.
But me and like the Lake Belton receivers coach, Lake Belton head coach, and his wife were all there. We're just like, Jesus, he doesn't know any better, and that's fine.
You think Ohio State fans get pissed off with people like me when I just sum up like the great Woody Hayes and his tenure and all he meant to Ohio State? I'm like, yeah, punched a dude in the face. Like, that's
he did
pretty
punch
much
a dude in the face.
Yeah, like no, it was more than that. Like I remember his last act being he punched a dude in the face in a game.
In a game.
Jordan, I'll contribute one quick thing to what y'all were talking about. Before Texas OU week, the Monday, a lot of the guys, I guess they were doing stories on the last time, Texas played or was Texas or Texas Georgia? I can't remember. Anyhow, they were asking the guys the last time Texas played in such and such a game. It was 2006, right? And asking them like, how old were you guys in 2006, 2007? And, first off, love these dudes. Great guys. Jeff, Jordan, Keenan did not come to school to play school. Because there was a player who I'm not going to name, I'm not going to dime out, who said he was 10 in 2007. We all know that's incorrect. Secondly, to your point, Jordan, yeah, like most of these dudes, they were in Pampers last time a lot of these things happened. So just figured I'd add that real quick.
Or not born yet.
And I kept trying to write about that last fall. Like, hey, y'all realize like the kids that are in high school right now have never seen Texas be this good in their lifetime. Like y'all realize that, right? Because not everyone does. And like Jalen Lott, one of the questions I asked him on Friday is like, your mom went to Texas, played sports there. Your dad went to Texas, played sports there. I'm assuming you grew up with the Longhorns on TV. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, how's it been, seeing kind of Sark come in and turn the program around to where it should be and making them the best they've ever been in your lifetime? He's like, oh, it's amazing. And that's pretty much the quotes he gave. And it's because up until Sarkisian, all Jalen Lott ever knew as the Texas coaches was Charlie Strong and Tom Herman. So
we're really
something to think about.
We're hitting a run of Texas fans, of recruits that can barely remember Mac Brown being a coach at Texas.
Wow.
I think I need a drink. I think it's about that time. You really again, I like that y'all just further the narrative of me being the old F among the three of us, and just keep on piling it on, man. We talked about Eric. We had to talk about some Dennis Francione A&M newsletter from 2007. Did that today. So
yeah.
We got to take Jordan into the Wayback Machine. All right.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for It's Only Now. Eric is here. I'm sure he and Keenan will talk about it was Tremont Mark and who?
Tremont Mark and the sixth man extraordinaire himself, Kendall Weaver.
There you go. Shout outs from Texas hoops, from Texas football. We will be back to do it tomorrow. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy false start, and have a good one.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Appreciate it, Jordan. It's only an hour and a half with Jeff Howe and Jordan Scruggs. Appreciate Jeff and Jordan sticking around. As they mentioned, I was at Texas men's basketball availability. Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark, Arkansas transfer Tremont Mark were made available. And Keenan, I will say this on the air. Both Tremont and Kendall not known for being the most loquacious of guys.
No,
usually are, rather on the quiet side. But it was weird today, Keenan. The media contingency was myself, Kirk Bowles, Brian Davis, and that's it. And then a couple students. Usually that means, all right, we're going to get this thing wrapped up pretty quick, right? You got 3 people there. But no, this gave, Bowles an opportunity to run off some questions. Brian Davis ran a few. Oh, sorry, Thomas Jones. Shout out TJ. Thomas Jones was also there as well. But still, a 4-person contingency with a couple of students. You're not thinking it's going to be that much, but it ended up getting a little long today. So I apologize for my tardiness. Anyhow, Keenan, he is Keenan Womack. I am Eric Henry. He has had AD in fantasy basketball. K-Will, how you doing today, my guy?
I'm good because I had AD in fantasy basketball. That man put up like 36 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 stocks. The man went crazy last night. Lakers win, Celtics win. We got Yankees, Dodgers in the playoffs. It's just a blue blood year, I guess, Eric.
That it certainly is. What up, CB? What up, Ruse Goofy Growing? Jake Bales, appreciate you rocking with us. As always, again, we're going to try to pack a lot into this 35 minutes. Going to talk a topic that, really, I don't know if Texas fans are tired of it yet, Keenan. If you check our Horns 24/7 message boards, they are not tired of it. And it's something that I think, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I do think it's worth talking about this week, considering the next 7 to 10, I guess the next 10 to 12 days for Texas football. And that's Quinn Ewers. And I'm not doing it from the perspective of Quinn Ewers versus Arch Manning. It's just Quinn Ewers. We will talk about that. Keenan wants to get into a little NBA because obviously the NBA will fully tip off tonight. He mentioned the Lakers game. I want to talk a little bit about the moment. LeBron Sr. and LeBron James Jr. took the court together. We'll talk a little bit of that. Also, just a little bit of college stuff generally. But Keenan, before we get into that, I tagged you in a post on X yesterday. A post regarding favorite rapper or rappers that never really reached their prime for various reasons. And listen to the audience. We'll have plenty, like I said, talk plenty of Texas. Give Keenan, if you will, indulge us the next 3.5 minutes. Talk a little hip hop. We'll do that. Keenan, who would you put on that list of guys that, for whatever reason, just like, athletes who didn't quite reach their prime, rappers, limit it to 2, just for the sake of the show. And I'll do 2 as well. Didn't reach their prime.
Okay, I won't do the one you posted because that's a really good one, but I'll say Bankroll Fresh, who was passed away. He was killed, unfortunately. And then there's a rapper on 2001 The Chronic who did a bunch of verses called Hitman. And I thought he was going to be like the next big thing when that album came out. He did like several verses on 01 The Chronic.
Okay.
And they were great verses, great songs, but he just never really did anything after that. So I would say those 2 guys were kind of examples of guys that never hit their prime.
Now, Keenan, to be clear, you said you thought that Hitman was going to be the next big thing.
I thought he was going to be huge.
Okay, if my math is correct, you were like 8.
Okay, well, fair enough, but you know what I mean.
Line this up for me, my guy.
When I got into that album, I was like 12 probably, and I was like, it was like probably 06 or whatever. I got into that record, and I was like, why isn't this guy bigger? Like that was always my question. Yes, Bankroll Fresh is one of my favorite rappers ever. Straight up, yeah, he does bump. I agree, Coach 420. Yeah, he's one of my favorites. He has several of my favorite trap songs ever. So shouts out to him, dude. R.I.P.
What I will say about Bankroll, one of my probably top 5 all-time favorite songs. I'd say top 10, maybe top 5, top 10. So I'm a big Jeezy guy. All There, baby.
Oh my god,
All There.
that's
You can't
such
put
a banger,
All There.
dude.
You cannot put All There on and not like just
such a bump, dude.
And the thing
Such
about
a
it is
bump.
all There fits a lot of occasions. Like if you're going out with the homies, you can rock All There, but you put All There on, you know, in the club or, you know, around some women, it's a beat enough to where it doesn't turn the women off.
Oh yeah,
All right.
that's a class. I know every word to that song, dude.
It's in the comments. I'm gonna go in reverse here. Jake Bayless says, "Does Mac Miller count?" Mac Miller was on my list. So my list of 3, and I'm just gonna I'm not gonna talk about 3. I'll just talk about the 2 because I limited Keenan to 2. My list of 3 was Lloyd Banks, Pop Smoke, and Mac Miller. And I'm gonna limit it to Mac Miller and Pop Smoke. Lloyd Banks, I thought would have been crazy huge. I thought Lloyd could have been bigger than 50, but I digress. Pop Smoke, I mean, bringing back that New York sound. So, and it's a different type of New York sound, you know? Because like, you could tell he's an up north artist, but the beats were different. You know, he kind of was like a new age dude. Yeah. And I'm sorry, like, I can't find a Pop Smoke song that doesn't bang. I love his flow.
So good.
Just everything about it. Now, Jake, to your comment, Mac Miller. You know what's funny is I just fell in the Mac Miller rabbit hole. And I was like, yo, I forgot how much I liked Mac Miller. You know, Mac Miller was a dude for me who, like, when I was getting to college, 2010, 2011, like, you could put Mac Miller on. And the thing about Mac Miller is you didn't have to. Mac Miller was the quintessential, like, if you didn't grow up in the hood, but you want to rock hip hop, that's who Mac Miller was, right? I mean, I probably grew up a little bit differently than Mac Miller, but still, I feel like I identified more with Mac Miller because I wasn't out here like banging, you know, like I was the guy, you know, try to actually go to college, try to actually do something, you know. So I identified with Mac Miller. Just such a smooth flow, you know. R.I.P. Mac Miller.
R.I.P. for sure.
I wonder what BK thinks. You know, Mac Miller and BK, they're gang. You know, so I feel like BK would like some Mac Miller. You know, hopefully BK, as he listens back to this, gets a laugh out of this. If he doesn't, and just fires me for that, then hey, it'll be false start with Keenan and someone else next week. You know, I feel like BK get a laugh out of that, but if he doesn't, y'all know what happens.
Definitely get a laugh out of that.
We're gonna do some of the comments here real quick. This is another good one from Coach 420. Keenan, I thought Cassidy was gonna blow. I'm a Hustler, AM to the PM. Like those two songs, bangers. Quad Standard Labs says we're talking about influence industry. Yeah, no. DJ Screw, no doubt.
All-timer for sure.
He said, had he been around in the mid-2000s, yeah, he would have been doing that's a good point. From a production standpoint, like that's a good point. You would have, especially the South.
So fire.
Good point. CB says
So
Young
fire.
Star. Definitely another one. Quad Sanders rocking with the Lloyd and Pop Smoke. Here's another one because I love this dude. Chameleon Year. The Sound of Revenge. Low key, Keenan. If you just want
good.
Top to bottom, have you heard Sound of Revenge all the way through?
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of Chameleon Air, dude. Okay. I forget which album has Turn It Up on it though. That's one of my favorites.
Sound of Revenge.
Yeah, that's the same album. That's a great record, dude. I love there's so many songs on that album that I really rock with, dude. Yeah, that's a good record.
Sound of Revenge all the way through. I'm sure Coach 420 knows this, but the Sound of Revenge all the way through, top to bottom, like just a banger. And if you remember, you may not remember this, Keenan, or you probably should. I mean, I'm only like 2.5 years older than you. Chameleon Year, like for his second album, he was like, I'm not gonna curse.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then it was like a weird time because that was like what 07, 08. So you in the peak, you know, like this is right before the Thuggin era kind of stopped and we got into it was the Thuggin / like, you know, snap bounce era, you know, with Atlanta music. That was right before we got to like the Kanye Drake kind of switch. Well, and Kanye came out before them, you know what I'm saying? Like Thuggin era
when he took over.
So I remember everyone making fun of Chameleon Year for that. Like, you're not gonna curse? Okay, whatever.
Mike Jones is so fire, dude. I'm sorry. Mike Jones, Screw Dat by Mike Jones is one of my favorite Houston rap songs of all time. It's like a top 5.
Come to that. Longhorn Beer says, who the F is Mac Miller? I mean, is Mac Miller pretty much, are we like the cutoff for Mac Miller? Like 30s?
Probably. Yeah, probably so. Yeah. I mean, he came up like right around 2010, 2011. I feel like that's when he dropped Blue Slide Park and all those tapes and stuff. It's weird. I wasn't really into Mac Miller until his later stuff. I liked his later stuff a lot more than I liked his earlier stuff. He had a couple of collabs with Chief Keef that I really liked, actually. They were really good.
CB, since the comments are blowing up, we'll roll with it a little bit more. CB says drag on. Yeah, if you're like my uncle's age, like I think CB's around like that, well, I won't call out CB's age, but I saw him kind of, if you follow CB on Twitter, you can kind of gather how old he is. If you're around like my uncle's age, drag on. Like that's one that they all ride for, no doubt. Who else we got? Yeah, Coach for Sound of Revenge has 0 skips, no doubt. 0 skips.
It's a banger of an album.
Really Mike Jones as well. Who else we got? Didn't Mac Miller date Ariana Grande?
I think so. Yeah, he dated somebody famous. I think he did date her. Yeah. I don't know much about celebrity dating, but I didn't remember that one.
No, I feel like I remember that. Yeah. So, fun little topic. Nice to do a little hip hop, here. Keenan and I, we probably want to talk more hip hop than we've had the opportunity to. So, fun to get into that. Keenan, you at the office?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, why are you You always look like, you just got the white tee on, bro. Like, y'all got no dress code? Okay.
It's not just a white tee. It's a band t-shirt.
Granted,
it's my favorite jam band.
Granted, who am I to talk? I got on a Homestead Grays Negro Leagues hat.
I was gonna ask if that was a Negro Leagues hat. That's so cool, man.
I got on a free Sugar Bowl hoodie from this is the media gift from the Sugar Bowl, a free, which also, by the way, if you want to see a media member and to spot one, you'll know by this hoodie because it's a fire hoodie. And there are 3 people today at availability with this hoodie on. It's a great hoodie. So who am I to talk about?
Yes, another young. I'm a huge Panic fan. Panic is one of my favorite bands of all time. One of my favorite bands of all time. I love jam bands in general, but Panic is probably my favorite. So, and Allman Brothers. That's the other one. But Webby.
Yeah, I was just about to say last one.
Awesome. Webby is awesome.
Webby was fire, bro. Webby was fire. But Webby kind of reached his peak though. I never thought Webby was going to be a superstar. Webby kind of reached his peak.
Webby had a couple of jams that I really like. I remember I used to wake up my wife when she would be going to work. I'd wake her up with Independent.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, K-Wo. Let's let's reset. Let's run a break. And reset.
Okay.
Good stuff. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. But don't take our word for it. We'll let them tell you all about it.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right, Keenan. Quinn, yours.
Yeah.
This is the perspective that I am taking on this. Would love our audience opinion, but certainly want to hear yours as well. Everyone keeps asking if there's a quarterback controversy. I did 2 interviews over the past 2 days. I've gotten that question. Is there a quarterback controversy? I don't think there's a quarterback controversy, Keenan. So I'm going to state 2 things. Steve Sarkisian came out Saturday, explained his reasoning for why he sat Quinn, came out Monday, reaffirmed that same reasoning. I do not think there's a quarterback controversy. What does concern me, and this is what I would love your thoughts, our audience as well. Quarterback, Keenan, you're a big baseball guy. It's like being a pitcher. It's like being a good golfer. It's physical, but it's also mental. And you can take it from sports. You can apply it to our jobs. If my boss, I do a lot of media for, covering Texas. If my boss comes to me and says, hey, I'm going to sit you this round of media appearances. We're going to go with Jeff Howe. We're going to go with Jordan Scruggs. We're going to go with Hank South. We're going to go with Chip Brown. But we're going to get you back. Just these big ones. The if I'm only, well, I don't want to denigrate anyone I've done, but you get the point, right? If hey, insert larger radio hit comes and we're gonna go with the other guys, but you can take the smaller ones. I'm gonna be in my head. I'm gonna be like, well, what did I do, right? If I don't understand why I'm being sat, I'm gonna be in my head.
Sure.
All that matters to me is that Quinn Ewers understands the reasoning behind the move. And I talked about this yesterday. When I asked Quinn, because Steve said, hey, we want to sit him down, get his eyes right, wasn't seeing some things, and Arch give the offense a spark.
Yeah.
You reaffirmed that in the postgame. I asked Quinn Ewers the second question. Quinn, did you think you needed that time to kind of recalibrate? And Quinn said, well, I guess so, And I'll try my best, Keenan, when you're talking NBA, to actually get that audio up because I want the audience to hear the way that Quinn said it, right?
Yeah.
Quinn said, I guess so. I did come out and play better in the second half, but it was a weird situation. Yeah. Because the audience wasn't there, they can't see Quinn's face. It wasn't like he was disagreeing with Steve, but it still seemed as if he was genuinely shocked in the moment as to what happened. And because Steve Sarkisian has been so adamant, Quinn is the guy. When Thomas Jones asked, what does it take to make a decision? Steve acted as if that was the most preposterous question in the world.
Yeah.
All that matters is that Quinn Ewers understands the reasoning. Because if he doesn't, Keenan, my fear is you're going to have a quarterback who's going to be looking over his shoulder. That's my concern. I'll let you take it away from there.
Yeah, I think that's a situation that you're in, to be honest. I mean, if say Ewers comes out and has a terrible first half where he throws a couple of picks, like what do? You know what the fans are going to be asking for. Not that you listen to the fans, but players hear the fans, dude. Like he probably heard how crazy the crowd went when they brought Arch Manning in. That probably messed with his head a little bit. And I imagine it would mess with anybody's head a little bit. We've seen coaches make these switches before, but usually they're permanent. This was a different situation. I think you still rock with Ewers, but the thing is, like, if Ewers can't, like we talked about this yesterday, if Ewers can't run the ball, you have a problem. I think he said that yesterday, like verbatim. And so Arch can run the ball. Arch is a better athlete. But Ewers is still the guy in my book. I think he has to be this. I think he has to be because if you look at the experience that he has. Also, we haven't seen Arch play against a good defense yet. You know what I mean? We saw him play 2 series against Georgia. That's not enough time to gather any kind of information. We've seen Arch play against 2. We've seen him play against Mississippi State. We've seen him play against UTEP. We've seen him play against Louisiana Monroe. He was pretty good in 2 of the. He was really good against Mississippi State. Pretty good against UTSA. Well, he was really good against UTSA. What am I saying? He was not great against Louisiana Monroe. So it's one of those things where, like, if you bring Arch in and he throws 2 picks, where do you go from there? You can't give the ball back to Ewers. Like, you're in a tough situation if you go away from Ewers. It's just one of those things where, like, I don't know, man. I just see a lot of issues with this going forward if they have to make the switch. I wouldn't make the switch if I were him. I would stick with Ewers just because it's a big problem if you switch him out and you don't get the results you want from Arch Manning. I think it's a big problem, and I think you're in trouble in that situation. So I would go with Ewers, and I would rock with him until you can't anymore.
All right. Thank you, Keenan, for helping me out there. I'm going to play the audio from Quinn Ewers. Let me go ahead and soup it up here so the audience can hear it. This is raw, so it's not going to be as clean cut as what you typically would hear, but it's the second question. And this is Quinn Ewers post-game UGA.
Ewers up front, please.
Quinn, we made it so tough on you guys tonight offensively.
I just think that we didn't start the way that we obviously wanted to, and playing catch-up is tough for an offense, but I think we stayed poised and composed throughout the entire game. There was moments that probably people thought that Georgia was going to start pulling away, but I feel like we always just had either we scored or our defense got a stop that just kind of kept us in it, which is cool to see, but we definitely did not play our game today.
Quinn, did you need that little break to kind of recalibrate yourself? Did you feel like you needed that?
I mean, it seemed like I did. So, I mean, I came out after second half and put a couple good drives together, but, you know, it's definitely a weird position to be in for sure.
What did Sark? There you go. You heard it there again. That was raw audio, so apologies on
really honest.
But
really
yeah,
honest.
It's like it seemed like it did, you know, and that was a thing. And again, I wish you guys could have seen Quinn's face. It was kind of like, yeah, you know. Let me respond to this comment here really quick, Keenan, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
CB said he's heard multiple people say Quinn was short Saturday night during his availability. Do we think he sounded differently than he did in past post-game sessions? CB, if you want to say who said that, I would be curious. If you want to message me, you can, so you'd have to say it publicly. Quinn is, and I've said this here on the show, Quinn is kind of a shy kid who doesn't like scrums. Like, you can tell the average person doesn't like 25 people hovering over them, asking them questions, right?
No.
So that, and whether it's Quinn or Arch, both of them are normally short after a loss. Arch, when he came in against UTSA, would have talked for 20 minutes. When and I should say after a loss, because they didn't lose to Louisiana Monroe, but Arch didn't play the way he wanted to. He was much shorter. So CB, to your question, I wouldn't say that he was shorter than normal, although I will say this. I moved off of Quinn after the third question to grab some of the other players. So I'll have to go back and listen to some of the rest of the audio. There were some people who said that he sounded irritated, but that could have had more to do with the loss than that decision from Steve Sarkisian. So
yeah,
Jess will address that there. So yeah, that's kind of how I'll do it with Quinn. But Keenan, real quick before we get to the rest of the topics, and I want to try and leave room for everything in.
Yeah,
I was asked this question by our Vandy site, and it was like a punch in the face.
Yeah.
Again, because Steve Sarkisian has been so adamant that Quinn's the quarterback, it's been very easy to answer whenever someone's asked, what would it take? Or excuse me, not what would it take? Will we see Arch Manning? It's like, no, we're not going to see Arch. Quinn's the quarterback. So let's go back to Thomas Jones' question. Keenan.
Yeah.
In your eyes, what would it take? Because I feel like if you make that move again, you can't go back. That's my thing. So I'll ask you, I'll ask our audience, what would it take Saturday for you to think, all right, maybe we got to do it again?
Take a pretty bad first half, man. It would have to look kind of like that first half. Here's the difference between Vanderbilt and Georgia. It's not going to be a blowout. That's not what I'm saying. I don't think Texas is going to walk in there and kick their ass with no problems. That's not what I'm saying. Vanderbilt's defensive line is not littered with five-star NFL prospects, though. It doesn't have five-star defensive ends. They don't have five-star linebackers backing up those defensive ends. They don't have five stars in the middle wreaking havoc and just creating hell. I don't think Ewers is going to struggle against this defense. I'm not saying Vanderbilt has a bad defense or anything like that. It just feels like he's going to go out and have a good first half. And I think we'll be able to put this to bed at least until they play a tough team again. And then if he struggles, we might have to go back to this topic. But I just don't think Saturday is going to be an example of that. I just don't think he's going to struggle against it. I think, another problem is they had no run game to back him up at all. At all, dude. They could not run the ball. They gave one guy carries. It was Quintravian Wisner the whole game, if I'm correct on that, right? Didn't Quintravian get like 90% of the carries?
Ryan Niblett got one carry.
Niblett got one carry.
Wisner got the rest, basically.
Okay, so 95% of the carries went to one guy, basically. So, I don't think that's Trey's fault. I think that's, again, I don't know how much of it is Texas offensive line's fault as much as it's just Georgia has a really good defensive line. And yes, we've seen them struggle against other teams, but Georgia was probably tired of hearing, oh, Texas is the new Georgia. Texas is going to run this conference. Texas, blah, blah, blah. They probably got pretty sick of hearing that after the run they've been on the last couple of years. I think they came in motivated as hell. We've seen Georgia play poorly against other teams. Mississippi State put up twice as many points as Texas did in that game, right? So I think it's an issue of like is this offensive line going to protect Ewers? I think they will in this game. I think he just needs to get his confidence back. And if he gets his confidence back, I think the team is his. It would take a really bad first half where they're trailing at the half. You know, if they're down 17-7 at the half, 17-3, something like that, maybe you make the switch, but like it would take a pretty colossal failure, I think, from the offense to make that switch permanently.
Yeah, I'll just quickly tack on before we transition. It would take Quinn looking horrendous in my mind. Because like I said, you do it again, you can't go back. There is no going back. I saw a comment. I didn't see who said it. Who said if you go back, I think it was SD who said, if you go back, you pull him and say he's done for the year, right? Like there is no going back. So what about, I would need to see just a complete first half that shows that there is nothing that's improved from the last 2 weeks. And I'll add this. It needs to be a close game. If Texas is up, let's just say 20-0, they get a defensive touchdown. They get a couple short fields, but maybe, they only settle for 3. You let Quinn figure it out, in my opinion. If Quinn looks horrendous and it's a close game, we saw what Vandy did to Alabama. Then you do it. Otherwise, I'm sticking with it. So, Naman Roberts, I'm going to address this question really quick, then Keenan NBA tip-off.
Yeah.
Texas does run a lot of wide zone. Naman, I this is speculation. I want to make this clear. I'm not reporting this. This is speculation. I think that is a lot of feel based on the back and what they like. Because if you remember, Sed Baxter and Jonathan Brooks, there was where the runs went, were a little bit different. You saw a little bit more inside zone, right? So I think that could be, again, this is speculative. I'm not reporting this. That could be hey, what carry do you like? And if it's a lot of wide zone, which Texas does utilize a lot of wide zone, then you will kind of get that because you're going behind Banks. So that's just a observation there. Keenan, hard shift, NBA tip-off. Take it away, my guy.
Yeah, we had a couple of games last night. We saw the Celtics looking very Celtic-y. I think they hit 27 3-pointers last night or something like that. I think they tied the record for all-time 3-pointers in a game. Just destroyed the Knicks. Now, I was saying this before the game started and during the game. Boston is like the worst possible matchup for New York. And I think New York has improved. I think the Towns move was a smart move because now you have a center you can play with the rest of your lineup. But yeah, 29 threes. Thank you, CB. The Knicks have like one primary ball handler, and against the Celtics, you have to have multiple because of the way that they play on the perimeter defensively. They have so many guys who can switch on ball screens. So it makes it a lot more difficult when you have one guy who's 6'2" running your offense, when they have 6'8" Jaylen Brown, 6'9" Jason Tatum, 6'5" Drew Holiday. Even Derek White is like a real tough assignment when it's possible to. It's really just tough to score against Boston. And when they hit 29 3-pointers, including 17 in the first half of the game, Eric, 17 in one half 3-pointers. They're impossible to beat if they're shooting like that. I think most teams are, but especially them with the way they defend. And then the Lakers beat the Timberwolves last night, which was a little surprising to me. I thought the Timberwolves would play a lot more. Timberwolves looked sloppy to me last night. They just didn't look – they looked out of sorts. Anthony Davis had a monster night. I mean, he was just incredible. But tonight there's a lot of interesting games. I know you're interested in your Magic taking on the Heat at 6:30. That's going to be a fun one.
I am.
Yeah. So I like what the Magic did in the offseason, adding Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. It adds to their defensive backcourt. Jalen Suggs is an elite defensive player. He just got a huge contract, I think 5 years, $150. I think that's worth it for him. I think he's an elite defensive player. He's a really good connective passer. He's a good point guard. Pacers Pistons is interesting because I'm fascinated to see how the Pistons use Ronald Holland, the former Texas commit who flipped to G League Ignite. The problem is the Pistons can't shoot, guys. Pistons cannot shoot at all. They still can't shoot. They had 2 guys who shot like in 50% from 3 in the preseason, and then nobody else who did anything close to that. Most of the guys shot in the 20s and 30s, low 30s. Ron Holland can't really shoot, but the dude is a monster in like almost every other aspect. He's great on the glass. He's a great defensive player. He's high energy. He just blitzes the ball handler. He's just a problem on defense. Cavs Raptors is interesting, but I'll go to the most interesting games of the night, which would probably be, let's say, Bucks Sixers. I think Giannis is a game time decision, but I imagine he'll play. The Sixers are down Paul George. I don't know if they're down Embiid. I can't remember if he's playing tonight or not. I feel like he is or isn't. I can't remember.
I thought I saw something that he was, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. I think he's just always day to day. Like every time you look at his status, he's day to day. You just never know with Embiid. So that'll be an interesting game. I really like the draft pick that the Sixers made this year. They got the kid from Duke, Jared McCain, who kind of plays like Tyrese Maxey. He's kind of like a combo guard that can fill it up, but he can pass a little bit too. So I like the combination of having both of those guys, maybe not out there at the same time, but I like the idea of having McCain come off the bench and kind of fill that role while Maxey sits. We'll get into our Rockets because I know we got some Houston guys in here. I love what the Rockets are doing. They play the Hornets tonight. They should win that game. I love their draft pick. Reed Shepherd is a baller. He's may not look at him and be like, that's an NBA star, but I don't know that he'll be a star, but he's a really good player, and he fits that system perfectly. Excellent off-ball defender, great connective passer, great shooter, like elite shooter. He shot 52% from 3 last year in college on like legitimate volume. He was the number 1 3-point percentage shooter in the country last year, doing it at Kentucky. So he was playing in the SEC doing that stuff. And then big game of the night, probably most people would say is Suns Clippers, but I mean, Clippers are down Kawhi. Suns have KD, of course, Longhorn legend KD, who was actually at the game on Saturday. I think Bradley Beal's playing, Devin Booker is playing, so that should be a fairly easy victory. Nightcap, Warriors, Blazers. Blazers are interesting because of Anthony Simons. They're down Shaedon Sharpe, but Anthony Simons is a really good scoring guard. I like Scoot Henderson at the point. He had some weird early preseason struggles, but he looked really good in the last couple of preseason games. And I really like what the Blazers did in the draft. I really like Donovan Clingan. I think he could be a future 15-10 guy for them, maybe like 14-12, something like that. I don't know that he'll do it early this year because he's going to be sitting behind DeAndre Ayton, but really interesting slate of games tonight. We'll get to Spurs, Mavericks, Thunder, Nuggets, and all that tomorrow because those games are tomorrow night. But that's most of the slate for tonight that I find interesting. Grizzlies play the Jazz, Bulls play the Pelicans. Here's a good question: does Bronny stay on the roster until the end of the month, or do they send him to the G League? No, they can send him to the G League, I believe. I believe he'll spend some time there. I think it'll probably be he'll probably play a few games here and there. They'll probably switch between. I forget what the rules are with the G League now, how often you can bring guys up and drop them down. But Bronny needs some reps at a lower level. And the misconception with Bronny James is that he's just a complete Nepo baby. And it's like, the guy was a McDonald's All-American, like, and he earned that. I watched him at Sierra Canyon. Like, I watched a lot of his tape because I was scouting other guys on that team. He played with, who did he play with there? I'll look it up. But he was really, really good in high school. And you don't just get McDonald's All-American by just being somebody's kid. Like, you have to earn that. He had a heart issue that sidelined him for a long time, and I think that's a big reason why he didn't develop as quickly. But, you know, he's going to take some time, and he'll be a role player in the NBA. I don't think he'll ever be a star. I think he'll play like a DeAnthony Melton role for the Warriors, or maybe like a Patrick Beverly minus all the annoying off the court stuff. You know what I mean, though? Just like an intense defensive guard who locks people up and makes timely shots, stuff like that. So I like Bronny as a prospect. He's probably a second rounder. He probably got drafted where he should have, but I think he has a little bit of upside, like more than people think.
I'm sorry for that laugh out loud. It's one of those things
don't be sorry.
Where it's like, would I ever want to be compared? I'm not even talking about off the court. I'm just saying in general, like Patrick Beverley. Like, you just hear that. And listen, Pat Bev, solid, decade
valuable
plus
player in his day
in the league. It's just like, what do you hear? It's like, yo, yeah, Patrick Beverley's your cop. It just makes you laugh. That's all. I apologize there. Like, I wonder.
No, you're good.
Who that would be in life, right? That's like, if someone said, my comp as a reporter was like, I don't know,
Skip Bayless.
Nah. We need someone a little more minute, like my man who does a show with Nick Wright, Chris Broussard.
Oh, that'd be a tough comp.
Yeah,
that'd be a tough comp.
That's just like a very specific. Yeah, that's a very specific comp, right? Like so it's a very specific comp. Oh man,
that's hilarious, dude.
All right, close the show. CB says you cheat on Nia Long, you don't deserve anything. Ime Udoka. CB, is Nia Long top 5 for you? Because you've mentioned Nia Long a couple times when we talked about Ime on nasty ass. So just curious.
She is. She's up there, dude. She is stunning, and she's still stunning at whatever her age is now. She looks incredible.
Man, Richard Rodriguez says Bronny averaged 2 points per game at SC. Yeah, played half the season. It was hard issue. He's a lot of minutes on the court in the G League. Yeah, I think Keenan would.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, and I'm not saying he's ever going to be a 17 points per game scorer. I think he can be like a 10 points, 3 assists, couple steals a game type of guy, which is super valuable if on a lower contract. Like, I like that. He definitely needs G League reps, though, no question. And here's the problem with the G League, though, and I'll end on this, is like your rim protection in the G League is bad, because if you're a good rim protector, you are in the NBA. So, like, if you look at like rim finishing numbers in the G League, like you saw like Jalen Hood-Schifino, who's the draft pick for the Lakers last year, like his rim finishing numbers were fantastic in the G League. But it's like, what's he going to do when he goes up against Rudy Gobert or like Jaren Jackson or like guys like that, you know what I mean, who are elite rim protectors? And it's like, you're not seeing that in the G League. That's the problem with the G League, is like, if you're a small guard, it's a lot easier to make it as a small guard in the G League than it is in the NBA.
No doubt about that. All right, we're up on the 1 o'clock hour. Chip and Zay will be up here in a moment. Keenan, have you figured out what you're doing for tomorrow's false start?
I haven't, but we'll figure something out. I'm talking to BK about it. We'll let the people know on Twitter for sure.
We'll let the people know on Twitter. I am traveling to Nashville a day early, which means I will not be on false start tomorrow. However, I will make it up. I'll be on next Monday instead of Joe Lonergan with Texas on a bye week. So with that, it'll be Keenan and a special guest host. I'm going to allow K-Wo to get back to work. Going to bring on my guy, Zay Collier. Keenan, as always, appreciate it. See you Friday. We'll be joined by Caroline Fenton. Caroline Fenton will be on with us Friday to go heavy football talk with the Horns in Nashville. Appreciate it, Keenan.
Yes, sir. See you, Zay.
See you, Keenan. Great show, man.
Thanks, brother.
It is my favorite Husky media brother in Austin. That is Zay Collier, self-proclaimed Husky brother himself. Zay, what's going on, my guy?
E. Henry, just living the dream, man. How you doing?
Oh, man, it's when I plotted this out, I'm sure, Zay, that I was trying to save the company a couple bucks when I was like, all right, I'll fly it on Thursday. In addition to the fact that I do have some, close college friends who stay out in Nashville. But, once you get in the midst of the season, we got media availability Monday. Tuesday is a busy day for us. Just came from Texas men's basketball availability. Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver spoke to the media. And now it's like, damn, I got a 6:45 a.m. flight tomorrow. I have not packed a thing. It's like my week is just so much more condensed, bro. Like, this was not a good idea to leave a day early now.
Yeah, that's the life of someone in the media, man. You work hard, you do a great job, so I get it. This is definitely your biggest, busiest time of the year. You said you talked to Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver. How'd that go? How those guys looking?
Yo, Zay, what's crazy is I know you obviously have a huge hoops background, so you're a wealth of knowledge with hoops, a major Texas men's basketball fan supporter. Mark, he's like, all right. Mark and Weaver aren't the most like loquacious dudes. They're not the most talkative dudes, but they had a lot to say today. Well, I mean, more so Kendall than Mark. I mean, Mark, you can tell was especially he kind of said to, I think it was Thomas Jones. I think TJ asked him a question about comparing his time at Arkansas to here, and it was like the 5th comparison question he'd gotten. And he's like, man, y'all love these comparison questions, huh? Like Jamal Mark was not here for your comparisons of RT, Kelvin Sampson, and Eric Musselman, right? Was at Arkansas? Yeah, so he's not for that. But no, it was cool. I mean, Kendall definitely livened up a little bit. You can tell Kendall's really, first off, Zay, Kendall Weaver has put on some weight. That boy got some muscle to him now. That's the thing for sure. It's noticeable with Kendall, like, and all the way through his he just looks more solid. So I'll be interested in that, because I think he was listed like 163, 164 last year. So that will be interesting, no doubt. And Jamal Mark, you know, Mark is an interesting dude. Zay, I'd love your thoughts on it, because he's the only dude from this team that got preseason recognition, right? Out of all the transfers they brought in, Mark was voted 3rd team all SEC preseason. So it feels like, even though, of course, Trey's going to be the number 1 option, that like Mark can't get lost in the shuffle here. He's got to play a major part for Texas if they're going to achieve some things.
Yeah, I think he's super versatile, and I think he's going to surprise a lot of Texas fans with his play. If you go back to his time with Kelvin Sampson at Houston, he didn't have the ball in his hands much. He was just one of those solid all-around guards that could do a little bit of everything. You know, Kelvin Sampson, he loves his defense down there in H-Town. So I guess in his mind, he thought, you know what, I'm more of an on-ball presence. Let me go somewhere where I could showcase that. And SEC media, they're familiar with him for his time in Fayetteville under Eric Musselman playing at Arkansas, where he was the point guard of that team, averaging around 16 a game. So I'm very curious to see how Rodney Terry includes him into this offense, because they're so guard heavy. Are you going to play some 4-guard lineups? And, you know, that's risky depending on the matchups that you have. If you play a team with 2 bigs that are pretty physical around 6'9", or even a stretch big, you could get killed on the boards depending on what 4-guard lineups that you have in there. But, yeah, I expect Tremont Mark, with him being a lefty, you know, I wouldn't go as far as saying he has a James Harden game, but he does some James Harden things. You know, he's very crafty, really athletic, and I think he could be a good 2-way player for the Horns. As far as Kendall Weaver goes, it's nice that he's put on weight, but I need him to improve that jump shot.
Yeah.
That jump shot, that's what I'm trying to see. Yeah, look at that. Look at that pure form by Chip Brown. Elbow in, eye on the target, good follow through. I need that for Kendall Weaver. You know what I'm saying? So if he can knock down the open threes that he gets, because you know the other team are not going to focus on that. If he can knock down a couple of open threes, which will open up everybody else's game to get in the paint and make some things happen via, you know, dribble penetration, then sky's the rocket for this Texas team and Kendall Weaver. But we'll see if that could happen. Starts November 4th when they go to Vegas and play Ohio State.
All right. And with that, I'm going to turn the baton over, because, like I said, I got to get packed for Nashville. I got to get the rest of this day going for my 6 a.m. flight out.
Yo, E. Henry, hit Broadway, dog. Hit Broadway. You a bachelor, single, you got to hit Broadway, dog. Them, you know, there's going to be some women out there that, you know, on that little drinky drink, bachelorette party. You know what they say about the bachelorettes. All them girls out there. You know, they see their friend getting married. They feel a little guilty about themselves. They throw it at anyone.
Listen, Zay, I've had my fun in Nashville a time or two. So
that's what I like to hear.
You keep it on the low. We'll see.
That's what I like to hear. You know your way around. That's what I like to hear.
But with that, that has been not It's Only an Hour. That's been False Start. Wrong show. I'm going to pass it over to Chip and Zay, who will take you up to 3 p.m. Fellas, y'all have a fantastic Thursday, Wednesday. I don't know what day it is. Fantastic Wednesday. Guys, have a great show.
I like how my man E. Henry said, I've been to Nashville a time or two. I know my way around. Hey, everybody. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on a wild and woolly Wednesday. My dog is losing his mind. I let him out. I always let him out before the show. And I told him, you better go number 2. He didn't. Now he's barking. He's going to have to hold it for a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. You had your opportunity.
Wow, man.
It's tough. It's a hard knock life out here, man. Dog eat dog world. Can't be wearing milk bone underwear. But just got off the SEC coaches call with Steve Sarkisian. Here's what he had to say. Zay.
Okay.
He was asked how his team is bouncing back after the Georgia loss. And he said, we've got a competitive locker room. We got players that have great leadership, great competitive spirit about them. I think anytime you lose real competitors, that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. So I think we've got a football team that's got something to prove. We'll find out Saturday if we walk into the game with a chip on our shoulder or not. So we'll find out where we're at.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I mean, yeah, sounds good. You know, I hope it's been a horrible week for the Texas Longhorns. You know, I hope Sark's been angry. Hope the whole team's angry because those Commodores, they riding high right now. They feeling good about themselves. Diego Pavia, he tweeting out, we need all the support we could get. We turned up here in Vanderbilt and Nashville and stuff. And it's like, okay, be careful what you wish for, but also you got to respect these guys. I mean, they play that slow, methodical game. They walk into the line, Ship. The play's over. They walk back to the huddle and stuff. They lollygag, light jog. They just want that clock to tick, 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 tick. And they can kind of lure you to sleep in a way, and then they hit you with one of those big plays by Diego Pavia improvising or something. So, yeah, the Longhorns, they got to take advantage of all their possessions when they get the ball. And if Quinn Ewers playing good football, there shouldn't be no problem. But the Quinn Ewers we've seen the last few weeks, it don't matter any of that coach speak that Sark's talking about. If he doesn't play well, and you got to make a move or you're in the ball game and things are getting hot, that's the last thing you want if you're Texas. You don't want to give those Commodores any doubt that, or you want them to have doubt, but you don't want to give them any faith that they're in the ball game, that they think they can win. You want to take them out early.
My man Naaman is on fire. He's had it. He's like, Ewers, put up a shut up time. He said, all that sounds good, but will Ewers start fast and stop turning the ball over?
Yeah.
Step the hell up in the pocket.
Step up, man.
And here's the thing. This is who'd have thunk that Texas going to Nashville would be this crossroad game for the Longhorns football season. But this is the Sudoku puzzle team in the SEC right now because they have a quarterback who can will his team forward. And I asked Missouri coach Eli Drinkwitz today about, the key to defending Diego Pavia. And he said, it's amazing how that kid can fall forward for a couple extra yards. And he said that can make a big difference. 3rd and 4 for them is a lot different than 3rd and 6 in the way that they call plays. And he seems to understand that. And he has a great relationship with Tim Beck, his offensive coordinator, who came with him from New Mexico State. And Drinkwitz was talking about they're studying they're playing Alabama this week. So they're watching the Vanderbilt Alabama film. And he said on that 4th and 1, Malachi Starks comes
More.
Malachi Moore, they go 4 flat. So he comes down, or 4 wide. He comes down to cover the flat. And Diego Pavia doesn't flinch, and he throws the flag.
Yeah.
And it's a 36-yard touchdown.
As he gets hit.
So this kid, he sees the field. He understands what he's looking at. And he's a 5th-year guy. Played a lot of football. Won a JUCO national championship. We're going to talk to Ralph Russo at 2:15 from The Athletic. He wrote a really good feature story on Diego Pavia. I used to work with Ralph at the Associated Press. Now he's with The Athletic. And he did a really good job documenting how, Diego looked up to his older brother, Joel, was a wrestler and a football player. So Diego was a wrestler and a football player and a really competent wrestler. And the wrestlers who go to football, they understand leverage. They understand how to shift their weight to maintain balance, contact balance. And that's why this dude's so hard to bring down. Eli Drinkwitz said he's like that rec basketball player who keeps making shots and he doesn't even look like he's that good. But he just keeps making shots. Yeah. Which is true. He looks like a fullback. Stumpy, thick.
I don't even think he's 6 foot. I think he ain't 6 foot. He's 5'10" and a half.
5'10". His brother, his high school coach said whenever coaches would come visit him, he would get on his tippy toes.
Yeah.
His coach was like, hey, man, I think they're going to know. You don't need to be doing that tippy toe stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, 5'10", 207. So
Doug Flutie was 5'10", wasn't he?
Yeah.
Johnny
Manziel.
Yeah, his idol, his mentor, Johnny Manziel.
Naaman said, Chip and Say, I asked this question before the season started. Does Ewers and can Ewers put the team on his back when the script it's thrown out the window? 3 years, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, come on, Naaman. You've seen it at least a couple of times. Did you not watch the Alabama game or Michigan?
So Quinn Ewers has won 8 straight true road games dating back to the Oklahoma State game in 2022. The week after that game was them going to K-State. K-State was on a roll at that time. Now, Ewers played a great first half. Now, the Texas defense turned K-State over. Remember, they had Adrian Martinez and Will Howard, and they were kind of going back and forth. Yeah. And K-State was driving at the end for a tying touchdown. And they forced a fumble by Adrian Martinez that Texas recovered and effectively ended the game. Texas was up 31-10 at halftime of that game. And then they held on for a 41-34 win, whatever it was. But Ewers was, after as bad as he played it against Oklahoma State, he was outstanding in the first half of that K-State game. And I thought we were going to get that kind of bounce back performance against Georgia. He still didn't look right. Says he's okay, I'm expecting it to be elite this weekend. Because if it's not, they're going to get drug into this 4 corners game. It's going to be ugly. They got to turn this thing into a shootout because the Texas defense will hold Vanderbilt. they'll get stops. Texas has remember they played a quarterback option team against Kansas last year, and they shut it down. They played a quarterback run game against Kansas State. They shut it down until Will Howard started slinging it all over the place because they were behind, and then he got hot.
Yeah.
But I trust Pete Kwiatkowski to put the clamps on the quarterback run game. I mean, Texas has too much speed, too much athleticism in that defense to let this thing turn into some kind of a shootout. So if Texas plays like they did at Michigan, they win. Probably by the same score. 31-12.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, that defense, vulnerable. Go back and look at the Alabama game. Jalen Milroe, that dude threw a pick 6. Jalen Milroe, he's had his ups and downs this year. So you got to be able to attack those guys. Their pass rush, nothing to write home about. Their safeties are all right, but their corners, they could get got. I'm with who said run the football up here. I'm with that. Run the football, damn it. Last week, that was a joke. 29 yards. Georgia did whatever they wanted. Yeah, our guy Israel, shout out to Israel. Good looking now. Yeah, run the ball, man. This offensive line, they should be pissed off too because they got embarrassed from a communication standpoint to a straight bully standpoint. They got bullied. They got punked. Hayden Connor, DJ Campbell, Jake Majors, even Kelvin Banks. Throw Cam Williams in there too. All those guys. Like, damn, Joe Moore, it got a little bit more difficult after that showing against Georgia. That's when you got to come out and say, I see you, CB. See me and CB on the same page. Let them know, damn it. Because y'all can make this game ugly too. Get a couple of drives in there, 10-play drives. Go all the way up the field on that raggedy-ass stadium. It's only holding 29,000 because they're doing $300 million in construction. That stadium's so damn raggedy, man. They ain't going to have the fans. A lot of Texas fans going to be there anyway. Coming off of Broadway, a little loose, a little tipsy. This should be one of those games, kind of like what you saw with your Lions at the Cowboys. A lot of burnt orange in the stands. So you should feel right at home.
Oh, Texas fans are going to Nashville. That's a fun place to go.
Fun place to go. This is an easy road trip.
DeLoss Dodds, the former athletic director at Texas, always told me he tried to schedule home and homes with schools where he knew Texas fans would be interested in traveling. That's why they scheduled Cal and Maryland.
Who's trying to go to DC?
I mean, the nation's capital.
I mean, yeah, but
don't you want to go see the Lincoln Memorial or the Jefferson Memorial or the White House or something?
No.
The
only thing I'd go for DC for is that chili they got. They got that spot with the chili, the famous chili. They always see the presidents eating that. But besides that, man, DC, one of the more overrated cities in the country. Absolutely. The Lost Dogs, nah. That's why he ain't here no more, because that don't make no sense to me.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm on one today.
You're on one today.
Yeah. Texas. Come on, man. Like, I look at Diego Pavia, he got a little bit more flavor than some of the quarterbacks you face, but yeah, he's just a great value bootleg-ass Johnny Manziel, and he ain't 100% either. Let's keep it the buck. We saw what they ran. Well, at least you and me saw, because we go back and watch the tape. Go watch that Ball State game. They ain't want to run it with him. Word on the street is against Kentucky, he got banged up a little bit. Lower your head, Diego. When you see number 0 in there waiting, lower your head. We love that. Number 0 can't wait for that. He can't wait. Lower your head. This is one of those games, Diego, you better make some business decisions, Because Alabama, they might have been caught off guard. Nah, we know what y'all capable of. Like, yeah, Pete Kwiatkowski, which the defense, I'm glad the defense isn't one of those, we're a little, what's the word? Vulnerable, a little weak. The defense turned up. They forced 3 turnovers against Carson Beck. Only 289 yards total. 175 yards for Carson Beck. 23 for 41. Horrible. It's horrible. And they got the win. I'm not worried about this defense too much. Vanderbilt might score a couple of times, but you just got to get off the field. You can't have them eating that clock up. That can't happen. Like, you got to get these dudes off the field, put them in those 3 and 8s, 3rd and 9s. We'll take that. But, yeah, this Diego Pavia, he getting a lot of love, man. A lot of love. So let's shut that up. Because it reminds me of Jeremy Lin. Remember Jeremy Lin, basketball, New York Knicks, the run he had? That was cute. That was fun for about 15 games, maybe 11. Then it got real dark. Jeremy Lin, he did enough to stick around in the league for a little bit, but he never matched that play ever again. Diego Pavia is on his Linsanity stuff. Piava sanity, as my man Rex says. Like, that's what he's on right now. Shut that up. You out here losing to Georgia State. Oh, he was a little hurt against Georgia State. Come on, man. Come on. Like, they're playing down the competition. They play up. I do like the tight end, though. I ain't going to lie. The tight end, pretty versatile. He ain't bad. Eli Stowers. Yeah. He ain't bad at all.
That's the guy.
He might be playing on Sundays. He's all right.
That's the guy that Pavia beat out for quarterback at New Mexico State. Yeah. And then they didn't like each other.
Okay.
And then Stowers moved to tight end, and now they're roommates. Now they tight.
That's a cute story.
You like that?
I do like that. Especially for Stowers. Yeah, I don't like you. You just beat me out for the spot. I've been playing quarterback my whole life. But Stowers said, you know what? I'm a football player. I got more to bring to the table than just playing QB. And that dude is way above everyone else when it comes to yards and catches and targets this year. So whenever Diego Pavia gets loose and starts improvising and stuff, he's looking for Stowers because he's a big target. And since Stowers played quarterback, he has a good feel for the game. So, yeah, take that dude out the game, man. I don't know if they're going to go so far as to spy Diego Pavia, maybe on certain plays. But those spies, that always scares me a little bit.
Well,
it leaves open other things.
If your interior defensive line can hold up, which Texas has, then you put speed on the outside. And that scares me a little bit, but because number 8 is going to be on the field a lot.
Come on, man.
Hey.
Come on. What?
Let's move. Hey, move 0. Move 0 up. Let him. I mean, this is where Pete Kwiatkowski's mad genius comes into play. You got to have Ant Hill running right into that play because he's got the speed to gum things up. Because Mark Stoops told me today, you got to get hats around this guy. You got to have multiple. He'll spin out of an arm tackle, and you got to have him surrounded. And Texas can do that. I think Texas's defense plays its butt off in this game.
Yeah.
And then you just got to have some life. We talk about how explosive the Texas offense has been. They were averaging 8.5 pass plays of 15 yards or more per game going into the Georgia game. They were averaging nearly 6 of those explosive pass plays in the first half. So 8.5 a game, nearly 6 in the first halves of all those games. They had 0 explosive pass plays in the first half against Georgia. So Georgia, give them credit, got Texas completely out of sync. And that's why my man Naaman is on one. He is tired.
Yeah, I need Trey Moore to do something, man. Now you got me like you.
What you mean?
What you mean? What you mean what I mean? You got me like you now. Like, what do you bring to the table at this point? Because I'm tired of seeing you almost get him. He gets close. And again, got to give him love for the first Andrew Makuba interception. That was all Trey Moore. Bull rushed homeboy. Carson Beck. Got a little antsy in the pocket. Made a bad throw. Trey Moore, good job. But that first run by ETN, they attacked the hell out of him. And they were running to his side a little bit more than you'd like to see. Like Ethan Burke, like what's going on? I know Ethan Burke be on Bucky and BK and stuff, but let's get him more reps. Like we've seen enough. We've seen enough. And Sark said, well, Trey, he does a lot of things for us.
He's versatile.
He's versatile. But
he don't make no plays, but he's versatile.
Yeah, like what does that mean? Versatile and not making plays in different areas of the game? Because versatile usually means you do a lot of different things. He's doing a lot of nothing in a lot of different spots. That don't mean he's versatile. You know what I'm saying? If he drops back, can I get a deflection, a pick, tackle for loss, break up a screen pass before it even starts? Go light up a running back that gets a, swing pass or something. Something. Like.
It's, yay,
Especially with them other dudes you got ready to make plays too.
Right.
Like Barrett Sorrell was good on Saturday.
Yes.
Against Georgia. He was really good. So Colin Simmons, that was probably one of them games where he was like, all right, I can't just use my speed to get to the quarterback. I got to be more strategic against some of these other 5 stars and 4 stars that have been developed like Georgia has. I got to see more, man. Let me ask you this. With the way that Vanderbilt plays, little pro-style option, everything that comes with it, do you like Jalen Gilbo still at that star spot?
He's a good tackler, and he's fast. I probably like a little more size, like Jade. I mean, honestly, I kind of like the defense they used last year, which was this hybrid where they had Jade at the linebacker level, Jalen Ford at middle, Mo Blackwell at the other linebacker. They played those 3 at the linebacker level, and Ant Hill was up on the line with his speed. And you had Barron Sorrell on the other side, and they contained Kansas's running game and K-State's running game with that package. So if Gavin Holmes is your next best DB, then move Jade into that linebacker role. Then you can have Gilbo still out there too. You're probably, you're taking a defensive end off the field. I would take Trey Moore off the field.
Shocker there.
I mean, give me Ant Hill and Barron Sorrell as your ends, and then and you can rotate Colin Simmons in there. But Ant Hill is a monster. I mean, so yeah, that's what I would do. You effectively have two spies, Jade and Mo Blackwell, who are making sure that everything's contained. If anything gets, turned inside of the end, they clean that up. If somehow it gets outside the end, they're fast enough to clean that up. So I could be crazy, but I think Pete Kwiatkowski has a good feel for this. And we haven't seen, Jalen Milroe made some plays with his legs off script early in the Alabama game, like when he dropped back to pass. And then he ran, and I thought, oh man, they need to run him. And then they stopped. He was averaging like 12 yards a carry in the first quarter. And then Milroe didn't run that much the rest of the game. And he threw some good passes. I mean, it was 27-24 with 11 minutes to play. But yeah, I think this is a game. The only thing that I find interesting, and you look at the teams that Vanderbilt, like the win over Alabama, Milroe should have been good enough to win that game. But Alabama's defense was giving up that booty. They just kept giving it up on third down. And that's where I just don't think Texas's defense is going to come anywhere close to that.
Yeah.
I think Texas's defense, which has been so good, this game is going to be won or lost when Vanderbilt has third down. They're 8th in the country in third down percentage. Like they just keep extending drives and running clock and frustrating the defense. And how are we still out here against this 5'10" fire hydrant,
Yeah.
But
he got a little beer gut too.
Oh yeah.
He got that.
They love to party.
Oh yeah.
They love to party. But
somebody called him the Mexican Manziel on our Coda text line.
I mean, it's kind of, I can't say that, but
I'll say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of true. He probably would love it.
Yeah.
But Vanderbilt they were 12 of 18 on third down against Alabama. 12 of 18. That's Alabama's defense losing that game. I hate to say it. But they weren't ready. They didn't study that Missouri film. They should have known what was coming. Milroe ran it 7 times for 10 yards. That's the thing about Vanderbilt's defense. They're pretty good against the run. You have to beat them through the air. And that's how, like, through the first 6 games, you'd go, oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because that was Michigan. Michigan wasn't going to let you do anything on the ground. You had to beat them through the air. Who did that? Quinn Ewers. 6 explosive plays in the first half against Michigan.
Yeah.
Guy was locked in. And I just keep thinking, okay, he's gonna revert back to that guy. He's gonna go back to being the deputy. And Georgia, different animal. Texas needed that they hadn't played anyone of that ilk. And look, Kirby, we said this going into the game last week. We said he's going to play man and he's going to blitz the crap out of Ewers until he shows he can make them pay. And he didn't do it in the first half. He did in the second, in the third quarter, but you're climbing out of a 23-0 hole. It was 7-10 passing. He had the 34-yarder to Golden.
Horrible pass, by the way.
Horrible underthrown
bad pass.
I don't want to. His deep ball. Okay, I'm gonna give you the numbers. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but
no, this is why we're here. This is what we get paid to do. Got to tell it like it is.
These are the numbers, okay? Deep ball completion percentage. So Quinn is 5 of 13 on passes 20 plus down the field. That is 38.5%. That's, you're looking to get 50% on your deep balls. 5 of 13, 163 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Arch, 8 of 17, so 47%, 326 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. Now, this is the one that's, I think, really telling, the 10 to 19-yard passes. Quinn is 14 of 30. That's 46.7%. 262 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Arch on passes 10 to 19 yards down the field, 11 of 16. That is 68.8%. 2 touchdowns, no picks. And they're both really good on passes 0 to 9 and behind the line of scrimmage. They're both over, they're both at Arch is at 80%, 20 of 25 on passes 0 to 9 yards. Quinn is 41 of 53, 77% on passes 0 to 9 yards. So Arch is the better deep ball thrower. He sets his feet. His mechanics are better than Quinn's. And same thing on the 10 to 19 yard passes. Quinn tends to, be off platform, sometimes even when he doesn't need to be. And that's, call that the Patrick Mahomes effect or whatever. Mahomes can make those throws off balance.
And blame it on him.
They're dots.
Yeah.
Quinn, not so much.
See.
And he was stepping up in the pocket. Go back and watch the first quarter of the Michigan game. He's stepping up. He's sliding. Unbelievable pocket presence in the Michigan game. And they have one of the best. They have the highest rated defensive end in college football, Josiah Stewart. He didn't do nothing in that game because everyone was locked in. Quinn was in the pocket. He was sliding. He was making play after play after play. 24-3 at halftime. Michigan's defense is still ranked number 9 against the run. People are not getting anything running the football against Michigan. You have to beat them through the air, and Quinn did that. So, and yeah, absolutely. Naaman's right. Georgia took away. They played man. They were right up on the receivers. They were trying. They're big. They're big. They're strong. They're veteran. Georgia played a great game defensively. Like Kirby kind of called a masterpiece. And I'm sure he thought Quinn would, I don't know, maybe he, you could tell.
He saw that out of our Oklahoma game and he was like, this is a scared puppy.
Yeah.
Oh, we got him. We got him. He don't want to be hit. He looks timid out there. Because why aren't you stepping into your throws? Why aren't you moving around the pocket? Because we've seen you do that before. So what changed? You have to go to the oblique injury. Sorry.
Right. For sure.
Either it's there physically or it's there mentally. One of the two. One of the two. It's probably scarier if it's there mentally more than physically. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's pain tolerance is different, but if he's out there not thinking about his progressions because he's afraid to get hit, then he's in a very tough situation. And that puts Sark in a very tough situation. And, hey, Arch Manning, I know he ain't scared of nothing right now. He ain't got nothing to worry about. It's just one of those, I'm just going to go out there and play. Because when Arch got out there on the 7th drive, when he got inserted into the game, he was at least trying to make things happen. Just nothing was there. Georgia was that good all around. Jalen Walker chased down Arch Good grief. Arch tried to roll out to the right side. That man, Jalen Walker, covered so much ground. Just an animal. So you're not going to get that with Vanderbilt. But again, Quinn got to make them throws, man. And the receivers got to get open, got to get that separation.
Yeah. Well, Clark Lee's a defensive-minded head coach. He'll probably start off blitzing Quinn just to see. And then if he makes him pay, okay, we'll back off. That was the problem. Quinn never made Kirby Smart back off. Quinn needed to be excited about them blitzing him. Like, the great quarterbacks want you to blitz them because that means I've got man coverage and I got guys who can get open. Yeah. Like, go back and watch the Georgia game. Matt Golden is open all day.
Yep.
He's got these in-breaking routes. He's open over the middle all game. I don't know. Yeah. So Quinn's got to see it, or Sark's going to take him off the field. I mean, I would say what I've been saying all week. Quinn, if I don't see you, if your eyes are not where they're supposed to be, I'm going to take you off the field and assume you're more injured than what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Because I owe it to the team. My first responsibility is to the team. You'll be my guy after the bye week. You'll be healed up, rested up. You'll be ready to go. But if I see it again, I'm going to take you off the field. I'm putting Arch in. And that Quinn needs to know if Arch comes in and lights it up.
That's it.
That can be it.
That's it. Get ready for the draft, buddy. Get ready for the draft. Yeah. Like, I hate to say it, but this is Texas, man. Like, this is a national championship team. But a lot rides on the QB.
That's the thing. This is not 2022 where you're growing. Like, you're willing to grind through a loss at Oklahoma State so that Quinn Ewers learns from it. No. We're past that. Yeah. This is championship time. And Texas can get it right. Texas can get after Georgia. They can, if they have a dialed in Quinn Ewers. I mean, I don't think Quinn's ever been blitzed like that, ever. Not by the talented guys that they have, and all the
jumping around pre-snap.
The stemming, that was impressive. I mean, Jake Majors was like, damn.
Yeah.
They had that stuff timed up.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have time to make a call.
Yeah, Jake Majors, he out here pointing over here and stuff. Hey, over here, something happening, bro. It was going too fast. Like, yeah, you got to go cross-eyed on them. The way that Kirby was throwing them boys, that was difficult. That was really tough, man.
Oh, man. Now people are just they still are not. Joe K's like, Quinn will grad transfer.
Damn.
Come on now. Give Quinn, this is it. You had strike one against OU. You had strike two against Georgia. Against Vanderbilt, we should see a totally different quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, Vanderbilt doesn't have that kind of pass rush. They have a good scheme. They have good disciplined players who are, what are they giving up on? They're only giving up 116 yards per game on the ground. They're only giving up 12 yards more per game on the ground than Texas. So Vanderbilt's run defense is legit. You have to attack them down the field. And what we've seen is Sark uses the pass to set up the run. And once they start making explosive plays, the defense is off balance, the safeties are back. and then the run game opens up, and then the defense is screwed. And what we've seen is Texas was good enough offensively against Michigan to overcome 7 offensive penalties in that game, overcome 8 offensive penalties against Mississippi State, against Georgia. 4 false starts killed 4 different drives. So the margin for error, shrinks when you're playing a disciplined, talented defense. And Texas has got to get rid of these penalties because now they're spreading over to special teams.
Yeah.
And that was a killer.
That was a killer. Come on, Kobe.
Come on, Kobe.
His name's Kobe.
Kobe's.
You know who you're named after? He a freshman. It's gonna happen. He's gonna go through that roller coaster year. Some freshmen, that's just what it is. But yeah, special teams, you can't be making no mistakes because that was a huge kick return by Matthew Golden that the Horns needed, obviously.
Right.
The way that
right after Georgia scored its first touchdown.
Yeah, you got 38 yards in that first half. You telling me they didn't need that? So, yeah, I know Jeff Banks, he was pulling his hair out on that one. But, I mean, a big reason why their defense for Vanderbilt has been solid at times, they're always fresh. They're not tired because they're barely on the field.
That's right.
They're controlling the ball on offense. So when you get out there, you lose, you feeling good. They flying around and stuff. I need to see them dudes huffing and puffing. Let's see where your stamina's at because y'all haven't been tested like that. And that's Clark Lee's recipe. That's how he has to take down these big-time blue blood type schools, making the game ugly. Can't let him make it ugly. As you just said, them third downs, you got to get out of those, man. You got to get off the field.
Got to win it.
So you could get rest because this Texas defense, no Andrew Makuba, no Derek Williams. That rotation that Sark's been talking about all year long, it's a little different. How much do you trust Jordan Johnson-Rebel in this game?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him much.
That means Mookie Taff, a lot more reps. You on the field for 40 minutes like Bama was? Yeah, so, you're not rotating the same way? That's not a good look.
2 guys played every snap on defense in the Georgia game. Any guesses?
Oh, 2 guys played every snap. Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron. Dang. Anthony Hill? Come on, Pete Kwiatkowski. I don't like that. Jahdae Barron had 2 interceptions, so that's hard to really knock, but I don't like that one bit. Like, why is it Gavin Holmes? Did Gavin Holmes not play much? What's going on?
What's that?
Gavin Holmes, what was his reps?
Gavin Holmes. Oh, stop.
Like, we just completely give up on the New Orleans native?
No. Sorry, I opened the wrong file.
Gavin. Manny Muhammad was all right.
Huh?
Manny Muhammad was all right.
Yeah, he had a tough night. It was his first tough night.
Yeah.
That was his toughest game.
Yeah.
That was but you know what? If you're gonna get beat, get beat in the regular season, and then you have the incentive, the motivation, the lessons learned if you face them again in the postseason. Anthony Hill. Oh, sorry. Anthony Hill and Michael Taft played every snap. They played all 71 snaps. Manny Muhammad, Jahdae Barron played 69 snaps. Trey Moore played 53. There were 71 snaps total in the game. Gilbo played 50. Sorrell played 50. Alfred Collins played 50. Makuba played 47. Vernon Broughton and Jermaine Lole, 41 and 40. LaFau played 37. Colin Simmons only 27.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. What?
Ethan Burke, 18, and Colton Vasek, 0.
I hate that. I hate that. Colton Vasek, 0 snaps.
Like, you can't do that.
Did he have the bubble guts before the game? Something happened? Did he have a Debo Samuel?
He looked good to me. He looked good to me.
Come on, PK. And again, we're bitching from a yacht here because that defense, they were locked in. Again, only 289 yards total for Georgia, but
283.
283. Thank you. Still, though, Colton Vasek.
Every time he gets on the field, he makes a play.
Like Ethan Burke in the teens?
18. He started last year.
Trey Moe, 50-something? Rick, you need to refresh that computer. That can't be right.
No, it is right. That's why. Refresh
that computer like 2 or 3 times, man. That can't be right. Ain't no way.
That's why I asked Sarkisian on Monday. Why? Trey Moore is getting all these snaps. What is it? What is he doing? Because he ain't making no plays. He's got half of a tackle for loss. And I don't know, 11 tackles.
I feel so disrespectful even saying this, but I feel like we have to. Is he getting paid that much where you feel absolutely obligated to play him? Whoever his NIL deals are with, that means, hey, man, this guy better play or else. I'm bringing a lot of money to the program. I need this guy, number 8, to be on the field so I can get back what I just threw y'all. That investment, which, again, Texas, they ain't benefiting much from it. But the numbers that he's putting up, like, yeah, you just said it, Ethan Burke, a damn starter last year. And was good. If he didn't get hurt last year, then we were talking preseason before Ethan Burke could move his way up to be a first-round pick. He hasn't had any reps. The NFL scouts are probably wondering what the hell's going on. What the hell's going on down there in Austin? What are these coaches doing? What are these coaches thinking about? Come on, man. This one, if you're a Texas fan, that has to piss you off a little bit. And again, you can't bitch too much about the defense because the defense is looking good. But if somehow this week Diego Pavia and them Commodores go crazy and I see Trey Moore on the field way more than Ethan Burke, oh, man. That'd be ugly. That'd be real ugly. Like that's something. What'd you say a couple of weeks ago? Was he bringing the coaches lunch, making the coaches dinner and stuff?
I mean, like, it's I don't know. It's crazy to me. And then Justice Finkley got 0 snaps against Georgia. Justice Finkley and Colton Vasek, 0 snaps against Georgia. Yeah. And Ethan Burke, 18. And Ethan Burke was a higher rated player than Trey Moore.
Yeah, if I'm Sark, whoever spent that NIL money on Trey Moore, Sark, you got it. 10.3 mil, 10.6 mil, whatever the hell, you put that back. You cover that for Trey Moore at this point, because it might end up costing your team. Be like, yo, bro, here your money back. We got to do what's best for us. His staff's about to go way down. We about to put in the dude from Westlake, Texas. Because that guy, he just needs the opportunity. And I don't know. Maybe instead of asking the Trey Moore situation, maybe you got to ask, is Ethan Burke on a count restriction? Are y'all looking? Is there an injury or something that we don't know about that y'all are monitoring? Because we know he was hurt a little bit last year. Like I'm trying to come up with anything to make this make sense because it's a little fuzzy right now. It doesn't at all. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt as much as I can, but it's looking crazy.
Here are the Pro Football Focus grades. Colin Simmons is the highest rated defensive end on the team. He's top 5 in FBS at 86.3. And he's got a 74 run defense grade. Your second highest rated defensive end on the team is Ethan Burke, 76.3 grade overall. He's got a 76.7 pass rush grade. Your third highest rated defensive end, Baron Sorrell, 74.4 overall grade, 72.7 pass rush grade, 70.5 run. And then Trey Moore. And Trey Moore has a 65.3 overall grade, a 60 run defense grade, and a 68.4 pass rush grade. Those are all below average. And I don't get it. But I don't get it.
That's fishy. Some fishy going on with
Baron Sorrell played great last week. He played great. I didn't think Colin Simmons could have a game where he didn't have a statistic. Colin Simmons did not have a statistic in the game, and I didn't think that was possible.
How many reps he get? 20-something?
Colin Simmons got 27 snaps.
That ain't enough.
And he didn't have a quarterback hurry. He didn't, but we know he can make plays. He had 6 quarterback hurries against Michigan.
Yeah, at least he's made plays before.
He had 2 sacks against Mississippi State. He had 1.5 tackles for loss against OU. Like he's had a play behind the line in just about every game he's played, except for Georgia. Trey Moore's had a half of a tackle for loss and a quarterback hurry against Georgia. That was a good play.
Good play.
Good play.
Caused an interception.
He shoved his guy into the quarterback, caused an interception.
Yeah. See, we're going to give you love when you deserve it. We ain't just out here hating.
Right.
But the proof's in the pudding. The numbers don't lie.
Yeah. No, we don't need to, and Coach 420 is right. We don't need to be yakking about the defense. You just want it to be as good as it can be as you go forward.
Yeah. What if you get a strip sack fumble because Colin Simmons has more reps, or Colton Vasek, or Ethan Burke?
Right. That helps the offense, which has been struggling.
Yeah. Now put that money up, Sark. Put that money. Go to whoever Trey Moore's NIL folks are and be like, here, y'all, take it. Throw it at them too disrespectful. And rubber bands, like Mob used to do it. Just drop it on the floor. Take it. We good here. We gonna rotate him. If he get about 25, if Colin Simmons about 30-something, if Ethan Burke about 30-something, oh, we good.
Hey, 420, I never hyped this guy. Never. Not once.
I did 420. I did. Those 420 probably wondering what the hell I was smoking there. It looked good. On paper, it looked good.
I looked at all the games where he had those sacks, and he never had one against a power.
Focusing on him. He's the man. What was it? Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year? Every game he came in, it was to stop him. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Now he's playing with a whole bunch of other players on his level. They can't focus on him like they did at UTSA. He's going to thrive. And what have we seen? Crickets. Cricket,
man. I can't talk enough about this guy. Brett Thorson. Any punter with the name Thor in it. I got a Ray Guy Award vote. I'm voting for this guy. Brett Thorson.
Damn, you out here voting for punters?
Oh, yeah.
Damn, man.
54 yards per punt. He was co-MVP. He was co-MVP. Whoever you picked as your MVP, he's co. If you gave it to God. Number 13, number 11, or number 10, you got to give it to 99 too. You got to love a punter who's wears the 92. Their punter's 92.
What else they gonna wear? All the good numbers taken.
Yeah. Like Michael Kern's he wears number 39.
Yeah.
We got to get his groin healed. We got to send some THC lotion over to Michael Kern.
THC lotion.
He needs to slather up that groin.
Oh, man, I don't need him high, man. Just kick the damn ball.
We need his groin to relax.
Yo.
Need some
By the
THC.
way, did you see Kirby Smart's badass kid after the game and what he did? This kid bad as hell. You know he be getting in trouble at school. You can just tell by his face. Look at this fool. After the game, look what he did. Putting up the college game day guys, since they all put Texas. He was talking his stuff after the game.
That's Kirby's kid?
That's Kirby's kid. Look at him. He look just like him.
He's got the same haircut.
He got the same haircut. They got the same face. That kid looks bad as hell. They better get him in football early because he looks like he's Kirby's kid.
Okay, we didn't talk about this. Leave that up there for a second. Did you see how Saban did his pick? He's like, Steve Sarkisian, Kirby Smart were both assistants of mine at Alabama, contributed greatly to our success. So I'm going to flip a coin. He didn't even let that coin hit before he said Texas.
See, man, I told you that favorite stuff is real. That hurts, Kirby. That hurts, man. It's like your pops having kids and you being the third one, like Tito Jackson or something. You think Joe appreciated Tito like he did Mike and Jermaine? You don't want to be that. Kirby's over here like, I've won before. But Saban's like, nah, you've beat me before. So you ain't my favorite. Even though Sark's beaten me, he hasn't beaten me in national championships and in SEC championships. It's a little more personal. Sark be acting like the favorite too. I know Lane feels it. Lane Kiffin, he knows Sark's the favorite when it comes to Saban's guys. He knows it. Like Saban, he don't even really be hiding it either. He might not say it, but you can just tell in the photos and stuff and the way Sark talks about them and then the way they were giggling and scratching on game day when they were watching film and stuff. Yo, that's petty, Kirby. That's petty, man. But I get it. Anything to give your team extra juice as a coach. But people forget about motivating. Everybody loves the X's and O's.
Oh, Kirby was walking up and down practice last week saying, no one believes in you. No one believes in you. No one.
Yeah.
And they were frothing at the mouth coming out there.
Yeah. Yo, Kirby, I mean, his motivation game, like that speech before TCU that went viral. You remember that?
We're not the hunted. We're the hunter.
I was ready to play. I had no dog in the fight.
We're about to go hunting.
Talking crazy. Spitting with that whack-ass visor. He be looking so weak with that visor, man. The visor game's over, Kirby. You got a nice head of hair. What you rocking the visor for anyway? But he just tacky, but it fits. It fits Georgia. It fits the school. It fits their culture. It's authentic. Can't knock it. He's winning. Can't knock it too much. And you know me, Chip. I'm one of the biggest haters who ever meet. We're all haters. We're all haters. It's just degrees on hate, you know. But I got to give Kirby his props. Make a coach. Man does a good job. It's just off the field, he has no control over those guys.
Woo! Hey, do you have the picture of that guy?
What guy?
The big hair?
Oh, big hair? Yeah, you know I can find it. Why?
Okay,
yeah,
so
he's been doing media stuff this week.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this guy that you're looking at, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, and do you have the picture I sent you?
What'd you send me?
I texted you a picture of this guy. So Texas One Fund said, find this man and bring him to me. And so Tanner Witt, pitcher on the Texas baseball team, tracked this guy down, and he's going to be featured in a Texas One Fund commercial. Wow. Didn't I text it to you?
Yeah, I'm putting it up.
Okay, so his name, oh Lord. His name is Grant, but they're gonna feature him in a Texas One Fund commercial. I just think this is so funny. They're turning this guy into a star. His name is Grant, or his Instagram is Grant.Waltha. Waltha. He's made exactly 2 posts. I think they've made him start an Instagram account. Grant Walter is his name. So Texas One Fund put out a wanted poster for that guy, and now he's going to be featured in a Texas One Fund commercial.
Oh, good for him.
I mean, you love that photo of the first photo. You put it up before we even knew they were looking for him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's got that hair.
He's got that hair, man. He's a legend. Hey, this should be a great week for him. The rest of his time at Texas, I don't know how many years he has left, how many hours until he graduates, but that's one of those, you know what? If I was about to graduate, I only need 20-something hours left. I'm going to milk it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to milk it a couple more years just because of things like this with the Texas One Fund. You know, the cutty that dude could be getting just by the name. Just by oh, hey, you're that guy. Yeah, come to the crib.
Is this true? He's trying to get his hair cut by McConaughey for charity?
I saw that because he did some video with, I think, the Daily Mail.
Oh, my God.
And I think he was talking about that, which good for him. If he's trying to flip it into something where, you know, it could be a good cause for charity, good for him. Like, this guy was definitely raised the right way, you know, with the success and media coverage that he's now getting. But yeah, man, have some fun too. You at UT, like that night, even with the loss, I'm hitting 6. Absolutely. I'm in 6th Street with my UT stuff on. Signing autographs, kissing babies, the whole 9. Like, exploit it, milk it as much as you can. Because that head of hair, it ain't always going to be there, bruh.
That's right.
You know,
that's
right. Always gonna be there. Who knows when Father Time's gonna come knocking? But as of now, yeah. Enjoy your time at UT.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here before Ralph Russo of The Athletic joins us. Passes.com. Passes.com. Ryan Wingo this morning said, join me on Passes.com. So get over to passes.com, your chance to interact with some of your favorite celebrities. I mean, we talk about it all the time. It's hard to get in touch with celebrities. You got to know someone who knows someone who knows someone. On passes.com, you're dealing with the celebrities directly. So if you want to buy, some memorabilia, some signed memorabilia, you want to have one of the 40 plus Texas student athletes on passes.com, call a friend of yours, wish them a happy birthday. It's all right there. Passes.com. Check it out. Check out the Texas One Fund account. They've got some stuff that they're about to roll out that's going to be crazy opportunities for fans. But they got stuff now. So check it out at passes.com and check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered account. You can see how BK predicted what would happen last Saturday. Hey, busr.ag. You like to put a little skin in the game? Go to B as in boy, usr.ag. Use the promo code TSU welcome. And they're going to give you up to $2,500 to, wager. So busr.ag. That's the only place to go to get your, get a little something down on the action. Cover 3. Oh man, Cover 3, your college and NFL headquarters. Great place to enjoy great food with friends, great vibe, and watch your favorite team. And don't forget about brunch, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. I mean, the brunch at Cover 3 is amazing. Make your plans, make your reservations, and then just settle in and take in all the games. You can do brunch on Saturday. You can do brunch on Sunday. The Cover 3 location on Anderson Lane up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. And, of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All right. I see him in the green room. Let's bring in Ralph Russo. Ralph, longtime, college football writer for the Associated Press, now with The Athletic.
Yes, sir.
Ralph,
how are you?
Good. Congrats on the new gig.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely old dog being taught new tricks situation. After 29 of the last 31 years at the Associated Press and about the last 20 in this particular job as a national college football writer. But, as you can relate to, Chip, because you're about in the same age bracket there, it's kind of cool to try something new a little later in your career. And this has been very cool. Listen, I'm basically doing the same job, just doing it for a different organization.
Well, and The Athletic has an agreement with the New York Times, right?
It's owned by the New York Times, yes. So essentially, it's become sort of the New York Times sports section to a certain degree, which is funny because I've been doing this job for most of my adult life, and I finally got my sister to be excited because one of my stories she saw in the New York Times. Like, after 30 years, she was finally like, "Oh, this is what you do."
I love it. Yeah. Are you still living in New York?
Yeah, I do. I've left here for a little while, but we bounced back a few years ago, my wife and I, and have settled in here. It's not necessarily the best place to cover college football from, but I always tell people I can get anywhere from New York, right? Yeah. I mean, you're on the road a fair amount, and there's no place you can get to in one flight better than New York because there's so many airports and airlines available.
Yeah. Well, I read your Diego Pavia story. I thought it was great. And Texas getting ready to go to Nashville off the loss to Georgia.
Yeah.
And here's old Diego Pavia, the grad transfer. Johnny Manziel, one of our viewers called him the Mexican Manziel.
Mexican, new Mexican Manziel.
New Mexican Manziel.
Yeah. So I think he might be Mexican through ancestry. Yeah, I think that might be right.
Yeah, but just great job on this story. Tell us what stood out. You know, I love the imagery of him coming out of high school because it sounded like he wanted New Mexico to give him a scholarship offer and they thought he was arrogant.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the way I've described this and his, you know, you try to get to learn as much about these guys as you can in about 2 or 3 days of doing research, right? So I'm going to stop short of saying I'm an expert on him, but you did get a feel from talking to people that in many ways what his strength is as a player, which is confidence, bravado, man, sort of toughness, fearlessness, in many ways, in some ways was working against him in the recruiting process. He's a kid who has an edge. His high school coach, even his brothers, they talk about like, hey, like we in this family, we have a little bit of an edge, right? He was a wrestler. Frankly, he's built more like a wrestler than a quarterback. And you know, his physical limitations, I think, limited him out of high school. He didn't have any FBS offers. But I also think, again, to a certain degree, that bravado, that toughness, that edge, I think even his high school coach said, like, turned some folks off. But when you get him from everybody who's coached him and had him, when you say, no, I'll take a chance on this guy, the teams that have taken a chance on him, whether it's his junior college, whether it's New Mexico State, whether it's Vanderbilt, have all realized, oh no, once you get him in the building, that confidence becomes contagious. That edge is a good thing. That edge is the thing that, you know, one of the things that got left on the cutting room floor of that story was Barton Simmons, who used to work for 247, but is now sort of the GM at Vanderbilt under Clark Lee, saying like, we needed that edge. We needed his personality because that's what we were lacking in our culture, is this like, hey man, we can play with everybody. Hey, I am the best player on the field, even though we're playing Alabama. So it's interesting how his rise has been, again, a little bit of like what held him back was some of that personality, some of that edge, but it's also been his superpower to a certain degree.
Yeah, Ralph, when the dude came out and said, you know, his idol was Johnny Manziel growing up, that basically said everything about him. Just talk about how in this 1 year playing big time Power 4 football, and he's completely changed the culture. I mean, you mentioned his edge, his confidence, bravado, but he also plays really good quarterback and plays the game in a way it's free. You can tell he's not thinking much. It's just a lot like backyard sandlot football, and that's what makes him so dangerous. Talk about that and what he brings to Clark Lee's team.
Yeah, and they built an offense around him, and understand, like, he's not the only New Mexico State import, right? He was at New Mexico State, and they turned the program around there. I mean, that's a program that, I mean, when it comes to like the bottom of FBS, that's where New Mexico State usually lies. And in 2 years there, they went to 2 bowl games and won 10 games. But it was Jerry Kill, who's coached a lot of places in FBS, and Tim Beck as the offensive coordinator. Clark Lee went to hire Tim Beck as the offensive coordinator and basically said, we'll just take the whole package, right? We'll take the quarterback, we'll take a bunch of the players, and hey, Jerry Kill, come to my staff and be a consultant, like an advisor. The offense that they built around Pavia is, you know, has a sort of a freewheeling spirit to it, right? I've heard people who are a little more X's and O's inclined say it's essentially kind of an option offense, right? Not triple option as we see the academies, but a lot of RPOs, a lot of like, we are attaching this to that, and we are going to sort of let Diego cook here. And maybe that means running. Maybe that means, you know, that we see a lot of this play, right, in these day and age. Like, quarterback runs 2 or 3 steps and still has a receiver out to the side where he can flip it behind or flip it ahead for a pass. So I think that they built an offense conducive to his style, not asked him to do too much not asked him to do some things that maybe he'd be uncomfortable doing, regular old drop back where he has to fire darts 30 yards across the field, but taking advantage of his strength, which is toughness, the ability to run, and again, to sort of be quick thinking and not flustered, right? When you're asking your quarterback to make those decisions, what you need is somebody who's not going to be flustered.
So I love that I think it was Kill and Beck are watching the JUCO National Championship between Pavia's New Mexico Military Institute and Iowa Western, and they were recruiting the Iowa Western quarterback, watching that game, and looked at each other and said, we're recruiting the wrong guy.
Yeah. And of course, because, you know, they're football guys, they're doing that scouting from a Hooters, right, in New Mexico, right? Because that's the budgets that you have when you're in New Mexico State, right? You're going to do a lot of your scouting off the television. And as Tim Beck said, hey, I've known that coach at Iowa Western for a really long time. It was not the easiest conversation to call him up the next day and say, hey, we changed our mind, but nonetheless, we got to change our mind. And again, that sort of speaks to this idea that, like, this kid, like, never, very few points in his life where everybody has been all in on him. He's always been the guy who is like, one or two people decide, yeah, I'll take a shot on that. Right. Like even the JUCOs weren't necessarily, you know, like they decide, okay, yeah, we'll take a shot on that. And it's worked out in the work. Cause I don't think he had a ton. Now listen, when you're offensive coordinator and you're head coach and he's very close to Kill and he's very close to Beck, go to Vanderbilt, it's likely that you're going to obviously in today's day and age follow those guys. Right. But I don't think there was a huge line outside the football building in Las Cruces, you know, trying to get Diego Pavia to Power 5 teams. So I just, again, it sort of speaks to this idea, like, there's not that many people who seem to believe in this kid, but the ones who do all hit it big. They all hit the jackpot with him.
Well, and Clark Lee's watching Pavia carve up Auburn last year and then decides, I'm going to Las Cruces. Because maybe that's the offense I need. So kudos to Clark Lee for changing everything.
Yeah, and, you know, we were both at SEC Media Days, and I think what stood out to me about with Lee, and I think it's one of those things where you hear coaches say a lot of things at Media Days, and you're like, we'll see, right? We'll see how that translates when it comes to ball being played. But it resonates now retrospectively. He talked about how he entered the job at Vanderbilt as a former Vanderbilt grad, really right before portal NIL exploded, and sort of had this mindset of what he wanted the culture and what he wanted Vanderbilt to be, and realized that, that doesn't work anymore. Because I can't develop players for 3 or 4 years, because as soon as I get one good, he's jumping in the portal and he's going to end up at an SEC rival, right? And it was a mind shift that what he remember him saying was, at this point, everything we do in our program is to win a football game. Now, I know you say, well, shouldn't that be the case? But, you know, again, it's Vanderbilt, right? Culture, you know, bringing in kids, life lessons. We hear a lot about that from college football coaches. And I think for a guy like Lee, it was a matter of like, no. Everything we do has to be about winning football. Like every single detail within our program is now about winning football games. We're still going to try to build the culture. We still need to have the right guys in here. We can't afford to take knuckleheads who are going to miss, because that screws things up too. But it's all about, where are we going to find wins here at a place where it's hard to find that? And again, I think that you bring in a guy like Pavia and you go raid New Mexico State with the idea that, like, hey man, this is a winning culture here. We need to bring this to Vanderbilt. Like, it's odd to say that there's a winning culture in New Mexico State, but that's what they had built there. And we need to bring that to Vanderbilt. And again, that shift in ideology, that shift in philosophy, you can now see it now on the field. It sounds like coach speak at Media Days, but you see it now with Vanderbilt because they're winning games.
Yeah, Ralph, talk about just the JUCO route, because a lot of coaches, they look at junior college and you look at some of the players and be like, okay, why is this player here? Is he going to be a cancer to the locker room? I mean, it's very hard to find a Cam Newton situation where Cam played that 1 year at Blinn and he goes on to Auburn, wins the Heisman and the national championship, becomes the #1 overall pick. But I think guys like Pavia are changing that narrative a little bit more, especially on the Power 4 level. Talk about just that approach that some of these maybe not blue buds should go about it, kind of like what you were saying, just go and get some of those guys that have been forgot about.
Well, listen, I mean, I think a lot of us like remember the Last Chance U, right? And you know, I lived in Mississippi and covered college football down there in the early 2000s. So when you live in Mississippi, there's great JUCO there, but you know, even the JUCO coaches will tell you nobody really wants to be here. All the players, they understand that this might be a step towards something else, but very few of them come to us because it's their first choice. So you kind of gives you a framework of what you're dealing with a lot of times at JUCOs. You're looking at kids maybe, again, like a Pavia, who I don't have a lot of opportunities. Maybe I need to clean up my image, whether that's fair or not, but maybe somebody sees me as like a little not quite as physically gifted as I need to be, or maybe I got something off the field or something in my personality that I needs to shift here a little bit. And I think he was one of those kids that had a couple of those different elements where the JUCO was a place for him to sort of thrive, to let his personality shine, which was, again, a big personality. You know, even his JUCO coaches started talking about him like showing up looking like, you know, Paulie D from the Jersey Shore with like chains and earrings and like and blonde tips in his hair. And like the JUCO coach is like, man, what have I gotten myself into here? But again, he gets in the door. He starts working hard. He starts ingratiating himself. He's not a kid. He's confident, but he's not arrogant to the point where he's putting other guys at arm's length, right? He's bringing people sort of towards him. He's a magnet. He's charismatic. And, you know, listen, does that open the door to all the JUCOs? I don't know. It's a tough time for JUCOs, right? The portal creates different dynamics. But I do think that, like, you do have to sort of keep an open mind. I would say this, the story of Diego Pavia is, you know, so to use a cliche, don't judge a book by its cover, right? I think that my sense is he's a kid who got maybe sort of pigeonholed as one thing, but when you got to know him, became another thing. And, you know, that doesn't make him a perfect player or a perfect person, but I know the kid's a winner. And because I know that because I just look at his resume. State championship, played for a state championship in high school, played for a national championship in JUCO, went to 2 bowl games at an FBS outpost that never goes to bowl games, and now all of a sudden Vandy is good. I mean, like, there's no denying that this is not a coincidence that this follows this kid around.
Talking to Ralph Russo, national college football writer for The Athletic. And Ralph, I thought it was very interesting in your story. You talk about how Pavia gets to New Mexico State and he's competing with Stowers. Eli
Stowers, yeah, who's a Texas A&M recruit a few years back.
Yeah, and they didn't like each other. And now Stowers is at Vanderbilt with Pavia and their roommates.
Yeah, so what Tim Beck sort of described it as, it was just a water and oil relationship. Like Pavia, this big personality, and Stowers, you know, far more even keeled, very reserved. Like Pavia has become a lot more religious. He's really connected with his faith, but Stowers was sort of always there, right? He was always very, you know, passionate about his faith, very religious kid. And again, there was a little bit of an oil and water situation there, especially when they're competing against each other. Pavia wins the job. They go to Stowers and sort of say, hey, you know, you're a pretty athletic kid. This kid was like a 4.5 star kind of quarterback coming out of high school, going to Texas A&M. Big kid. Like, do you mind changing positions? He does. That goes pretty well for Eli. And now at Vanderbilt, right, Eli and Diego are roommates. I think Diego is still a kid who likes to sort of burn the candle at both ends a little bit. But as I mentioned in the story, the day after the Vanderbilt, Alabama upset. It's Sunday. Diego's got all of his, like a lot of family members come to his game. They usually get about 100, family members and friends coming to his game. They're a wild crew. The brothers were out there tearing down the goalpost and riding the goalpost down Broadway. So the next day, Diego wants to spend more time with his family who's still in town. And he gets a text from Eli asking, hey, Diego, did you go to church today? And Diego's like, oh, man, I really needed to spend some time with my family. They're leaving soon. I promise I'll get back to it next week, man. But so that's their relationship, right? Their relationship has evolved from again, this sort of yin and yang. Are they, or this oil and water situation, salt and pepper? Do they really sort of mesh here? In some ways, it sounds to me, and again, I don't want to delve I'm an expert, too much of an expert here, but it does seem like Eli is the angel on Diego's shoulder a little bit.
Yeah. Well, before I know you got to bounce, but what did what's your impression of Texas, so far this season, and kind of what you thought of that game against Georgia?
Yeah, I don't want to overstate too much, especially in today's day and age with the 12-team playoff. I think we've, you and I, Chip, we kind of, Zay, you're a young guy, but you and I, we grew up with this idea that these teams will play once. That will be it. The result is the defining statement between these two teams. And now, we were seeing rematches more and more with conference title games and the college football playoff and four-team iteration. But I think now you really have to be open-minded to the ideas. We may see these two teams again, and just because one team beat another doesn't mean that that's the last word on that relationship between those two teams. So I say all that to say, not particularly worried about Texas going forward. They still look like a team that could win a national championship athletically. The weapons are still there. I think the thing that stood out to me about the difference between Texas and Georgia, and I think it's the difference between Georgia at its best and everybody else in the country. Nobody plays more violently than Georgia. And I mean that as a compliment. I don't mean dirty. It's a violent football. Football is a violent game. Nobody plays more violently, more physically than Georgia. And that is the trademark of Kirby Smart's teams. You may have the same level of athlete, but do you play with the same level of intensity? When you watch guys like Jalen Walker and Mikel Williams, as good as they are, as talented as they are, they play with a fierceness and a violence that is hard to replicate. So maybe the lesson that comes out of that game from Texas is not so much, we need to make this X's and O's adjustment, or we need to do this, or then this tweak or that tweak. It's, we need to learn to play like that. Yeah. Right. And I think Texas has come a long way in their physicality, what they look like on the lines. And that mindset has come a long, long way under Steve Sarkisian. And I'll also credit the guy I went to high school with, Kyle Flood, the offensive line coach, for changing some of that mentality too. He's done a great job of building up that physicality and some of that, quote unquote softness that Texas was often criticized for. I think a lot of that's moved away. The next level of that is play like Georgia.
Okay. Wow, you went to high school with Kyle Flood.
He was a year behind me. So we did not know, we weren't buddies in high school. He was a good high school football player. I was a bad high school football player. So I stopped playing in my junior year. The years we would have come together would have been my senior year if I had played a senior year on varsity, because I just kept getting hurt, and his junior year on varsity would have overlapped. We had similar friends and things along those lines, but when he got to Rutgers and became the head coach there, and I had a chance to cover him a little more as a national writer, that's where we sort of renewed the old connection from high school back in Queens.
Awesome. Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, one more, Ralph. Does Army or Navy make it as that 12th team and the college football playoff since you're close to both those schools?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I'm actually working on a story about Navy's new offense. They've made some tweaks with the wing, bringing a wing tee in there and implementing that into their triple option. So it's an amazing story, and Navy plays Notre Dame this weekend in the big test, and Notre Dame also plays Army in about a month at Yankee Stadium. So 2 big tests, and I'll be around for both of them. My sense of this is the G5 spot, right? That 5th conference championship spot. I don't think Navy or Army, even if they run the table, have a good chance. Now, you beat Notre Dame. It certainly improves that resume, but I think you're sort of targeting, can we be the highest ranked, of the 5th highest ranked conference champion, which is essentially the highest ranked G5 champion, right? I think that spot is probably going to get settled in the Mountain West between Boise State and UNLV. The conversation does change if either or both of Navy and Army beat Notre Dame, right? I think it totally changes the conversation, but especially Army, if you look at that schedule, boy, not a lot of meat on that bone. Navy still has to play Tulane within the AAC. I think that's going to be a tricky one. It's conceivable, but listen, it's a great story. They've both been amazing. And the fact of the matter is they could throw the biggest monkey wrench into this whole system by playing for a conference championship for the AAC one week, the week before the actual Army-Navy game, because Army-Navy is not a conference game, even though they're in the same conference. Like, it was a bad idea from the start. And the fact that it could come immediately the first year that this thing could be a problem for the playoff and all these things is frankly totally typical of college football. Totally typical that somebody came up with a bad idea, said, yes, let's go with that. And immediately it comes back to bite them in the butt.
Oh, it's so true. That is so true.
Isn't it?
All right. Who you got this weekend, LSU or A&M?
So, I made an interesting, somewhat bold prediction about a week and a half ago, which was the winner of this game will make the playoff. I think I'm going to go LSU. I think they're more explosive offensively. I think they can do more things. I'm a little worried about A&M getting bogged down offensively, not having a ton of playmakers, though that's getting better for them. But I remember talking to some of their coaches at the beginning of the year, and that was the thing they were just most worried about. Like, hey, we just need some explosiveness from this offense. And like we can be efficient, we can be good, but I don't know if we have enough game changers here. And I think I'm still a little worried about that, where I think LSU's getting healthier on offense, has finding a few more of those game changers. And while the defense isn't great, I think it actually might be a little better off. Harold Perkins is a great athlete, but I do wonder if the defense works better functionally when he is not there. That's rough to say because the kid's kind of going to play in the NFL, but I do wonder if the struggles they've had of figuring out where to play him have led to things being a little less sound. So I'm going to lean LSU, but I do think the prediction I'll make more wholeheartedly is I think the winner of this game gets into the playoff. Will Weeks, right? Will Weeks has been a tremendous player. Yeah, he's a machine, and they've seemingly figured out again. He is I think sort of playing the role that they envisioned Perkins in, but doing it more soundly because he seems more adaptable to different types of usage. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ralph. Great stuff, my man. It's great to have you on. We've already got people. We already got people saying Ralph needs to be a weekly guest. Wow. So yeah. Wow. Yeah. That's yeah. We'll talk fee and we can come up. NIL, baby. NIL. Well, always great to chat with you, Chip. It's not nearly often enough, and happy to come on anytime. It's nice to meet you, Zay.
Appreciate you, Ralph. Thanks.
Appreciate you, Ralph. Keep up the great work, man. Congrats.
Thank you, guys. Good luck to you.
All right. Ralph Russo breaking it down. My old colleague from my days at the Associated Press. Happy for him. All right, Zay, let me get a couple quick mentions in here before the chip shot. How about Salt Traders Coastal Cooking? How about let's go get some great seafood? You know, I mean, who doesn't love a great seafood meal? Whether it's scallops or the crispy salmon that Jack Gilmore serves up at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the snapper. I mean, whatever you want, seafood wise, they're gonna blow you away. And if you go for happy hour, you're gonna get insane raw oyster specials, the best selection of raw oysters. You're getting $5 off the shareables menu for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. So get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and enjoy. Treat yourself. You deserve it. You got the Salt Traders location at Zilker, right there at Mopac and Rollingwood, up north in Round Rock, off of Old Settlers. You know, treat yourself. You deserve that. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, our girl Camilla is going to tell you where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's get into the chip shot here real quick. I love stories like Diego Pavia. I love stories like this because this guy was never supposed to happen. I mean, he doesn't fit the role, right? He's like Ralph said, he had the bleached blonde hair and the earrings and the chains and loved to burn it at both ends. What you cannot underestimate, though, is that warrior inside. Yeah, he's 5'10", he's 207. And if Texas does what they're supposed to do, they're going to make life really hard for him and probably bring this 3-game winning streak and the number 25 ranking to an end. But the fact that we're even talking about this guy because he's willed the Vanderbilt football program to coming within one stop of winning the Missouri game in double overtime in Columbia, beating Alabama 40-35 by converting 12 of 18 third downs, going to Kentucky the week after beating Alabama and winning 20-13. This reminds me, and on a much different level, of what Vince Young did at Texas. Vince Young transformed the program. Vince Young took a program that had a reputation as being country club soft and turning them into warriors. Diego Pavia is doing the same thing at Vanderbilt. And the fact that they beat Alabama, took Missouri to double overtime, probably woulda, coulda, shoulda won, went to Kentucky and won. I think this is a great story. It's great to see a kid who's having fun. His brothers who beat him up when he was little, and then Diego got big enough to where he was beating them up. They show up wearing their gold and black farmer jeans with no shirts underneath. They're good-looking guys. The ladies love the Pavias. I just love that we're seeing this happen for this guy because you cannot measure a guy's competitive will. And so, Texas is going to play Vanderbilt Saturday. Number 2, the new Mexican Manziel is going to be playing quarterback for Vanderbilt. And I am here for it. So, Quinn Ewers, just make sure you are the best quarterback on the field on Saturday. All right.
Yeah, isn't it nuts? Going into this year, who would have thought that Diego Pavia is playing better at the quarterback position than Quinn Ewers? That's that's wild. That's pretty wild. But yo, shout out to Ralph for the Jersey Shore reference too. Jersey Shore was my joint back in the day. That was the show. That show was hilarious. Old Snooky with her crazy ass. She was about 4'8". Paulie D, the situation. Always lifting his shirt up and shit. Service 6-pack. That show was nuts, man. That show was a classic. Yeah, we got to get Ralph on more. That was a great interview. But all right, let's get to the right call. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well. Again, 100 years. How can you not want that type of production? They do it because they stay loyal. They stay true to the customers. It's not about that quota. They understand that. They'll take their time with you so you can find a new or pre-owned vehicle that fits you. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, GMC, Dodge, Chrysler, and be like my wife and I and get a Buick. We love our Buick Encore. We're scared to put miles on it. That's how much we love it, but we're going to get that baby out on the road in the next few months. Once the holidays come around, go to covertbk.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And look, you need that plant, need those plants in the crib, the decoration looking a little blah. You need to up that. You need to, get the ambiance looking a little better. That's why Leaf Landscape Supply has you covered. Full service wholesale, retail, plant nursery, and landscape supplier here in the ATX. 2 terrific brands to choose from when it comes to, or 2 locations, to choose from. Pond Springs location, 290 Monterey Oaks. You got one near you. Check them out. Trendy house plants, rare plants, landscaping jobs. They'll fulfill it. Your one-stop shop for everything you need. Check out leaflandscapesupply.com to see what they have to offer, or visit one of their 2 locations. And remember, let them know Zay sent you. Texas Sports Unfiltered. You get 10% off. You can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, got a little doubleheader for you, Chip Brown, on the right call today. First, just got to do a little recap of the NBA last night. NBA opening night, Boston Celtics. Yeah, that pick that you got, talking about they might repeat. That don't look too bad at all. Those dudes didn't miss a beat, and Jason Tatum looked motivated. I know it's only one game, but he gave them boys 37. And all the talks with Jason Tatum going into or after the finals, going into the Olympics, is he has the yips on his jump shot. His jump shot mechanics, something was wrong with it. That dude's been in the lab. He erased those in one night, because Jason Tatum, he has that weird little hump shot. It kind of like humps into his jumper. You didn't see that. You didn't see that from his mechanics last night. It was nice, smooth jumper, a lot like what he had at Duke in those first few years in the league. So, again, 8 threes, 37 points. Derek White's dropping 24. Jaylen Brown dropping 23. Drew Holiday, 18. It's tough, man. You got Josh Hart from the Knicks saying, I hope they all get drug tested today, because we've never seen anything like it. Those guys just play at a crazy pace. Joe Mazzulla has them clicking on all cylinders. And, with the extra motivation that both Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum had because of the Olympics, that could be scary for the rest of the 29 teams.
Celtics?
Your Celtics. They looked for real last night. In the other game, the Lakers, we saw Bronny James in for 3 minutes. He got 1 rebound. That's it. He had a jump shot in there. Him and LeBron did a nice little dribble loop, and Bronny had a clean look, but he missed it. LeBron had a nice dunk when he was in there. But the story of the game, other than Bronny and Bron, Anthony Davis, 36 points, 16 rebounds. He looked good, but where's Anthony Davis going to be once March and April come around when that body isn't feeling like it did on opening night, where he's as fresh as he's ever going to be all season? That's the only thing you got to worry about, Lakers. But if he could continue to play like that with JJ Redick, which is way better than Darvin Ham already, and it's hard for me to give JJ Redick love because of what he did against my Horns back in 05, that 41 piece. We'll never see the black jerseys ever again because of JJ Redick. Coach Terry was on that bench. I know he remembers that day almost 20 years ago. Never forgive you, JJ, for that. That was a cold-blooded showing. I think he hit 9 threes that game. I still could see my boy J.D. Lewis biting on that pump fake. And JJ looking at him, taking one step, knocking down one of those threes.
Let me ask you this. First time ever, a father and son have taken the field, court, or ice together. Well, that's not true.
Yeah, Griffey and his dad. They were there, by the way. They took a nice picture.
NBA. First time ever in the NBA, father, son take the court together. Did you get chills?
No. Not at all.
You think this is?
It was cute. It was cool. It was cool. I didn't get chills or nothing, because we saw it in the preseason and stuff already. And, they went at Bronny. Once he got in, Julius Randle took him right to the paint, shot a turnaround over him. So he's going to be a liability no matter how many minutes he plays. They're going to attack him. They're going to see. They're really going to test his ability. Daddy can't save you all the time. So didn't have many minutes.
Play carefree.
See, come on, bro. That was just dramatic. Like, he's in the league now. The pep talks, do we still have to do it? Like, that was a lot. Like, Ron knows he's mic'd up and stuff. Play carefully. Don't think. Like, Dad, I'm only getting 3 minutes. By the time I get a feel for the game, here comes the sub. So, leave me alone. And they're doing their commercials together and stuff. That little Fruity Pebbles commercial where Bron's pouring the cereal in Bronny's car. That's cute. And they have another one with the Dre Beats, and they're playing one-on-one. And Savannah calls them for dinner. Like, they're playing into it very well. It's a great marketing ability or situation for all of them. So we know LeBron, good businessman, but no, zero chills. Zero chills. Yeah. Joe K, I'm right there with you. He's a G League player, if that. Like, he might need to go to China or Europe, because once Bron's out the league, I don't know. We'll see how big Bron's pull is then, because once LeBron's out the league, whoever has him on the squad, I'm getting rid of him. He better show some crazy improvement if I want to keep him around.
Well, this is the Lakers doing whatever they have to keep LeBron around.
Oh, yeah. Jenny's smart. Jenny's no dummy. Jenny Bus is no dummy.
LeBron is made of polyurethane. He does not age. Like, you think black don't crack? LeBron, it's ridiculous how durable this guy is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous how durable he is, how few games. I mean, I know he's had a couple of, injuries here and there, but for all the years he spent on the court, the guy's, I've always said, he's made of polyurethane. I mean, he's still a high-level difference-making player.
Yeah.
Like, you're not to the point where you're like, oh, LeBron, just go be an announcer, He's still moving like a 28-year-old.
Oh, all the stars that were on that Olympic team, LeBron was the best one. He was the most consistent one. I know we remember Steph's last 2 games for, the championship rounds, but
up until then,
LeBron was the most consistent player on the team. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here's part 2 of the right call. Have you seen Jameis Winston's post-game press conference or whatever interview, whatever the hell you call it, talking about Deshaun Watson that's going viral?
No.
It's not supposed to be funny, but it's hilarious. It might be a little too long before we get the SEC guys on there, but yeah, Jameis Winston talking about Deshaun Watson. He was booed when he tore his Achilles this past Sunday, and you know what people think about Deshaun Watson? He gonna be booed for the rest of his career, especially if he plays bad. But Jameis Winston came to his defense. Listen to this.
The way I was raised, I was taught to love no matter the circumstances, especially for people who do right by you. I'm grateful that I had a chance to serve Deshaun, but I am very upset with the reaction to a man that has had the world against him for the past 4 years, and he put his body and life on the line for this city every single day, regardless of your perception, regardless of what you thought should happen with him. He committed every single day that I've been here to be the best that he can be for this team. And I know I come from the deep South, Birmingham, Alabama, Belmont, Alabama. So I know the standard that hungry fans want. But the way I was raised, I will never pull on a man when he's down, but I will be the person to lift him up. And that all of us have unique experiences. All of us have circumstances, conditions, and facts that we face every single day. And I pride.
All right, man. He goes on for another minute. Why is he so dramatic? Like, that's not supposed to be funny. Like, what? That's not supposed to be funny at all. But because it's coming from him, Birmingham, Alabama. Like, he's so dramatic. Now he's the third string. Like, when are we going to see Jameis Winston for what he really is, man? Like, why? He's hanging around the league. He had some decent moments in the NFL. You know, former national champion, former Heisman Trophy winner. But, gosh, man, that shouldn't be that funny. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Like, he sounds like one of those fake-ass preachers that are using the church to get more money, and then you see the preacher rolling around in a new Cadillac. Like, it's just, it doesn't seem, I don't know. Again, Jameis has always been like that, even back to when he was still in crab legs in Tallahassee. But it's tough. Yeah, that it reminds me of T.O. when T.O. did the quarterback thing. Jack's right. Like T.O.'s, that's my quarterback with Romo. That's my quarterback. Where it's not supposed to be funny, but it's absolutely hilarious. Like, that's one of those moments that are going to go down in history. Because Jameis, he has some moments. He has some moments. Him talking, eating the W's and stuff. He's just, man. And it's tough. It's hard to feel any type of empathy for Deshaun Watson. You know, I don't wish injury on no one, but, you know. And it's not like
he could have said that in about 5 seconds. He could have said, hey, no player should be booed when he's injured, and left it at that. All right.
Yeah, he goes on for another minute, but we got to bring David Chris on. We couldn't listen.
You just thought that was like his real, like, family blood right there. All right, let's bring in the fellas. Chris Phillips, Dave Shoemate, SEC Unfiltered.
My guy Zay getting on J-Boo, huh?
What's that?
My guy Zay getting on J-Boo. Oh, old Jameis.
J-Boo.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's one of the funniest characters in the world, man. He can't help himself.
You know, I thought kind of similar to what y'all did is, like, I get having your teammates back, but you're taking a risk hitching your wagon to I mean, I don't know, man. You don't know what if Deshaun goes around and does something stupid and gets in trouble again. It's like, man, you sure were vouching for a guy that yeah.
He gave it all for the city, man.
Yeah. He like you said, he went further than he had to with it.
He went further than he had to with it.
All right, real quick before we get out of your way here, Jack wanted to know if we can put something to bed. Did Texas want Johnny Football for defensive back or not? So Dwayne Aquina was the recruiter, and he saw Kerrville Tivy. He thought Manziel would be a good defensive back. Mac Brown did not want Johnny because his state trooper, who was assigned to him, said that Manziel had been in a lot of off the field, shenanigans in Kerrville. So Mac was never going to pull the trigger on Johnny Manziel. So anyway, just wanted to put that to bed.
Chip, when you get into Nashville?
I get in late Friday.
Oh, I thought you might want to meet me at Aldine's.
Well, how late you going to be there? I get in at 10.
Chip, it's Broadway, man. I mean, it's Broadway. What time's Chip Brown's bedtime?
Right. I mean, early, which
early.
I'm old.
He just said that because his wife listened to the show.
All right. We'll go to Morgan. We'll go to Morgan Wallen's instead. All right. I know you did. All right. That's fine.
All right.
That's fine.
All right. I'll text you.
Yeah. Do you have my number, Chip?
Yes, I do now. Because
do you?
I asked BK for both of y'all's number last week.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I went on Dave's, show.
Right. Okay.
Hey, for Texas fans' sake, we don't need you to be back on anytime soon. You need to stay off because you're 0-1 right now, Chip. I'd love to have you back selfishly with the Texas.
Oh, you're 0-1 going on Dave's show.
I'm the kiss of death right now. Yeah,
that's a tough look. Yeah, that's tough.
Kirby Smart watched that night. All us pundits, we were wrong.
Yes, certainly when Kirby was saying nobody believed in us or everyone doubted us, he was talking about SEC Unfiltered. Yeah.
Well, you're doing good because I got some text messages. Hey, just saw you on with Dave Shoemate. So,
oh, awesome! I appreciate you coming on, brother. No, we'll come on. We need to do basketball. What, less than 2 weeks?
Oh yeah. Zay's
got him in the. Zay's got Texas going to that short drive to San Antonio in April.
Let's go, man! Yo, you get that home court advantage?
What would San Antonio be? What, Final Four?
Yeah,
Final Four.
I love the Final Four.
What is that? 2.5? Is that 2.5 from Austin? About
no,
right?
Like an hour 30.
Yeah,
hour and a half, even shorter than I thought.
Yeah, 90 miles.
Yeah. All right, fellas.
All right, boys. Y'all be good. Great to see you as always. Great to see you as always.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, man. See y'all. Dave, what's going on, man? What's up?
Pizzle. No, I just told you I was talking to you earlier. I feel like I've been after we did our previews for football this week, the week 9 matchups, which obviously we're kind of in the midst of bye week season, aren't we? We've been on about everybody's mixing in bye week.
Yeah, I was looking ahead to next weekend's schedule. We've got 7 games. So this weekend we've got 6, next weekend 7. So
who's on a bye? I got the helmet schedule. I can look at it. Bama LSU's off, and who else is off next week?
Yeah, Bama LSU are off.
I got it right here. Missouri and Texas.
Alabama's off. Yeah, you already said that. LSU, Bama.
Yeah, there's 4 teams.
State, Mizzou. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
State's
Mizzou and Texas.
Yeah. No, it'll be. I'm like 99.9% sure, Dave, of where we're going next weekend for the tour. By the way, it's not even a secret. So I'm just going to say it. We are going to go to Jacksonville for the cocktail party.
Damn, dude! I thought you were about to spoil the party. You're going to Starkville for the UMass game.
No, now we kind of have to go, right? I mean.
Yeah, they call you need to say we need to go put it out or from SEC Unfiltered and say Mississippi State, you get your first conference dub this week against Arkansas, which isn't out of the realm, isn't out of the picture.
Yeah.
We will be in Start Vegas, boots on the ground next week. We'll be in the Cotton District.
I don't know, man. Which, by the way, anybody that missed it, super cool. Mississippi State using the SEC Unfiltered footage to promote the tickets for the weekend. That was very cool. That was a lot of love for Hail State. A lot of love. That was incredible. So, Dave, I'm going to need you and Cole to lay off the Jeff Lebby chatter for a little while.
I've been complimenting them since the Texas.
No, you have. You have been complimentary this season. Hey, they're the king. They're the kings of covering. They're the kings of covering, man. They're just covering spreads left and right.
Yeah, you're right. That big booster, the big alum sitting in Jackson Country Club right there talking to his Ole Miss buddy. They're both kind of impressed so far this year. But at least he's like, hey, we may not win a conference game, but you know what? We're staying with them. We've adjusted. We're giving Jeff Levy, we're giving his flowers for sure. I'm high on Michael Van Buren too.
Do you think State Ole Miss could be a game? I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, man.
I think it'll depend where Ole Miss is at that point in the season. Are they out of the playoff race?
I mean, I think they're going to lose to Georgia. So, I think they'd be out at that point. I think they lose to Georgia. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going
to Arkansas team we get too. I wouldn't say at Arkansas is an automatic dub either.
I mean, yeah, I don't think Ole Miss can walk the tightrope to the playoff at this point. I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned if that.
Who do you have more confidence in making the playoffs, Chris? Alabama or Ole Miss?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question.
Both.
I mean, Alabama's got to go to Baton Rouge at night. Enough said. I mean, I got to have. That's the thing. I have to have more confidence in Ole Miss because Bama going to Baton Rouge at night. Like I said, I mean,
Bama's got the harder schedule at it too. They got
they got at Oklahoma. I mean, dude, they got Mizzou this weekend, bye at LSU, Mercer, at Oklahoma, Auburn.
Dude, I get a weird feeling this year. I just can feel it. There's been too many double-digit wins in the Iron Bowl at Bryant-Denny Stadium. I get a weird. I'm not ready to. I think Alabama wins a very, very, very close Iron Bowl this year.
Yeah, that one's shaping up to be on Jefferson Pilot Sports with the 3 Daves calling.
Yeah, I mean, this year, what 7:30 obviously is now the prime time for the SEC, where we all used to know. I mean, Texas fans watched other college football. I'm sure they weren't in the conference, but the prime spot in the SEC was the 3:30 Eastern CBS game. Now it feels like it's the night game, and the second best game's the afternoon, third the morning game. But I mean, you're right. On that last weekend, I mean, let's see what else could be way more important that day. You got,
dude. What about Tennessee Vandy?
Legitimately could.
Texas A&M, obviously.
I mean, South Carolina, Clemson could
be interesting.
I don't know about South Carolina in the playoff race, but Clemson definitely. But South Carolina potentially going for 8 wins.
Yeah.
Obviously, A&M Texas would be massive. I mean, the Iron Bowl from a pure viewership standpoint, if Alabama's still in the – here we go, CP. If Bama's still in the playoff, like if they win that, they're in the playoffs, that'll get a ton of views, obviously still. But like,
won't it just be in that 3:30 slot? Like,
I think it would be.
It's in that slot every year.
We're not going to miss that. Texas A&M game is the prime time.
Yeah, that's going to be the night game, 110%. 110%.
And let's be honest too, you're probably not putting Tennessee Vandy in the afternoon slot either, just from a pure Vanderbilt standpoint. You're definitely going big. You're right. That game's probably sandwiched in just like how it normally. I'm trying to think the last time it was at night. Probably maybe 14 or something. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a good bit. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. We are live until 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. I do want to make this announcement just to give you guys an update because we got a comment here. Joe K says y'all need to have Zay on SEC Unfiltered for basketball. So we are dropping our SEC basketball season preview next week, essentially a week from today. I appreciate Dave being flexible with things. My schedule is just crazy. So we pushed it back a couple of days from when we were originally planning, but it's going to be an extensive conference-wide preview. We're going to talk all the top storylines. We're going to lock in our predictions for the season, predict the order of finish. I know everybody's in football mode right now, but won't you know it? I mean, listen, there's a game tonight. Kentucky plays an exhibition tonight. I got that notification.
Yeah.
So exhibitions are starting to happen. And then that following Monday, so we'll drop our preview about a week from today. The following Monday, your first official day of the regular season. So you guys will have that on hand. Again, I know we're all in football mode, but SEC Unfiltered, we cover all the big three and even beyond that as well. So excited to talk some hardwood, talk some hoops. And again, Texas fans have got a lot to be excited about when it comes to the
Texas probably hardwood. The best game of the first night of the regular season.
Ohio State, right?
In Vegas, yeah. Probably the best game that night.
Yeah, that is the biggest game, I think, of that night for sure. So we'll be, I would say, Dave, we're going to be covering college basketball as extensively as we can with football still going on. We'll highlight the big matchups. We'll talk about what needs to be talked about, obviously. But, we understand everybody's, again, locked in on football. We do have, though, the SEC ACC Challenge, which I guess happens into November, early December?
The SEC championship game.
Okay, so like first week of December then.
Or it's the week right after, one or the other.
Yeah, so it's okay, here you go. Yeah, Wednesday, December 4th, Thursday, December 5th. Or excuse me, so Tuesday through Thursday. Or yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday. Women's is Wednesday, Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday is the men's. That's December 3rd, December 4th. And then the SEC title is that Saturday, December the 7th. So, yeah, that'll be a fun week. That'll be a very fun week.
Yeah.
It'll be nice for us too, Dave, because we'll only have one football game to preview because it's the SEC championship. So we'll be able to talk actually a lot of basketball that week. So,
yeah,
that'll be fun.
What'd they go? 7-7, 8-8 last year? Yeah, 7-7, I think last year. I think they split them. That was the first year.
Yeah, so some of the big games, obviously, or I'll just go through them all. You got South Carolina at Boston College, Cal at Mizzou, Kentucky at Clemson, could be interesting, Florida State at LSU, Georgia Tech at Oklahoma, Ole Miss at Louisville, Arkansas at Miami, Notre Dame at Georgia, Syracuse at Tennessee, Wake Forest at A&M. That's the Tuesday slate.
Wake Forest A&M is going to be a good one.
Yeah, Wake Forest A&M will be a good game. And then Wednesday, you've got Auburn at Duke. That'll be fun. Texas at NC State, Alabama at North Carolina. I mean, Pitt at Mississippi State, Virginia at Florida, and then Vanderbilt at Virginia Tech. So that's going to be a fun little 2-day stretch right there.
Yeah, kind of the headliner way. The two headliner, Auburn at going to Cameron Indoor,
and then Bama goes to UNC.
Team Dome, baby. Yeah, they're both Alabama and Auburn like 8 miles apart from each other in that one. Hell, Bama's been playing North Carolina like for 4 straight years now. They got to get a little rivalry going in recruiting too. People who listen to basketball like this guy's trying to hype up Alabama and North Carolina basketball. Right? I'm saying recent.
I mean, that's going to be a good game. Yeah, so that's a 7:15. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Are those games on at the same time? That would seem crazy to me.
You would think you'd put one of them as a headliner one night and the next night.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow, so here we go, Dave. Man, this would be awesome. The Bama UNC games at 7:15, the Duke Auburn games at 9:15. Dave, you want to drive up Tobacco Road and just slide over from one just go one arena to the. They're like 6 miles apart, bro. Yeah. I mean, that would be an epic. That would be an epic night. I haven't either. I've been to Raleigh. So I've been to part of the Triangle, but never been to Chapel Hill or Durham or anything like that. So I bet the tickets for those will be insane, though. I bet those will be insane.
You're right.
Yeah,
Jake Bayless is right. NC State, Jay Burns is going.
Big time matchup. Dave, I got to ask you this, man. Let's get to this real quick. You're a Bama alum, so I need your perspective, man. It feels like to me Alabama's unraveling at the seams, Dave. It's just like it's one thing after another. Today, we get the Ryan Williams finger paint thing. Wearing the orange fingernail paint few days after losing to Tennessee. Dave, what's going on with Bama, man? What are we doing right now? What are we doing? What's your thoughts as an alum, a proud alum of Alabama? What's your thoughts right now?
Just like in the situation, like
I'm not asking you to go. I'm not asking you to go full AJ McCarron and like, back in my day, old man yelling at clouds. All due respect to AJ, but I'm just like, man, like you knew things would change once Saban left, but it's like this program is becoming. They're becoming unrecognizable, Dave. This is not Alabama. Like this does not feel like Alabama.
Yeah, I mean. There's so many layers to it. Where do you start?
The biggest problem is they're losing.
Like on the field, the discipline, turnover stuff, lack of discipline. I think that had been rearing its ugly head the past 2 years, probably since 2021. That season, probably third. Like I feel like Alabama's last. I get texts from buddies that are like Ole Miss people, and it's kind of like Alabama's like they're not even messing around with it. They're being like serious and talking about football. Like, hey, they just don't feel as dominant. It's like, if you think about it, they haven't really been dominant since 2020. I mean, they lost to a 7-5 A&M team in 21. So it hadn't been like you've been rolling the balls out and what you're accustomed to seeing from Bama from like 12 through 2020 for those 8 or 9 years there. And I think that, like I said, the discipline stuff. 2 years ago in Knoxville with Nick, they had 17 penalties. The other day they had 15. So it's been an issue penalty-wise. They've been bottom of the league the last 2 or 3 years. I think that's kind of been coming on. I think that may just kind of be inevitably a deeper issue than even football for not even just Alabama, but other teams from a perspective. I think some of these kids lack focus now and just the attention to detail standpoint of stuff like that from a running that play consistently and correctly in a hostile environment. So I think that could be it. I mean, the stuff that's out on social media about like Ryan Williams painting his nails and stuff. I mean, I don't know if that's a reflection of like their program, because you'd see other kids do that. I mean, you'd see other teams do that. And let's be honest, if they were winning, no one would be giving a crap. Like, I think it just kind of it explodes more and it's more magnified when things aren't going well. And I'll be honest here. I mean, if you trade the Georgia and Vanderbilt games and Bama lost to Georgia but beat Vandy, that's what I have their record at this point. Again, I don't think they make the playoffs, gun to my head. I don't think, again, like I said with them, I predicted them to lose to Tennessee last week. I don't think they're disciplined enough, specifically just the guys that have been on the team for the last 2 or 3 years, for whatever reason. I'm not there. I can't specifically say why. They haven't been able to play well on the road for a long time. I think that just continues through Baton Rouge. So I don't think they win that game. I think they finish around 9-3. I do think the Iron Bowl is going to be close. I don't know. I think it's kind of been trending this way. And again, I think if you trade the Georgia and Vanderbilt loss, you're sitting here at 4-2 feeling a little different. That's what I had them at. Now, I had them in the preseason winning in Baton Rouge and finishing 10-2 and making the playoffs. Now, is it as pretty as I thought? No. I think two things can be true at once. Just was like offensively, they have no identity at all. They don't know what they want to be. Jalen Milroe's banged up, I think, right now. And similar to what A.J. McCarron said. I mean, I think some of McCarron's stuff just kind of sounds like he's just being angry to be angry a little bit about stuff to be a former player. But, like, he is right on this. I think he reverts back to bad habits when he's banged up or when a blitz is coming. It's just panic mode. I'm just going to roll out and roll to my right and just try to make a hero ball. And that's why you have 18 targets to Ryan Williams. Like, I just think when the shit's hitting the fan, Jalen Milroe reverts back to kind of who he is, where Texas fans can remember in that second half against Texas and Bryant Denny last year before he kind of turned it around and became manageable. But again, I think no one in the country needs a bye week more than Alabama and Jalen Milroe, because last year when they came off the bye week, he looked like a totally different athlete after sitting out. Again, I don't know if that happened this year. I'm just saying no one is crawling to that bye week. Needs it worse right now than Alabama to go back to the drawing board, get right, get healthy. But again, it starts this week against the Missouri team that's dangerous. It's ranked in the top 20. I think the big question for that game, though, is how healthy is Brady Cook? They came out and said it's a high ankle sprain. I know he played in the fourth quarter, but we'll see. We got to battle, I think, two banged-up quarterbacks.
Dave, what did you pick score-wise for that game? I know you took Alabama. Did you see that being a close game, or you see Bama running away?
Yeah, it's at 30-28. Dude, I mean, I may be wrong, but I think
I'm just curious. I mean,
13.5 is way too many points.
Yeah. Yeah, from what we've seen from Bama to this point. We had Jake Crane on earlier today. Jake thinks it's going to be a blowout. He thinks Bama wins running away.
I mean, dude, let's be honest.
He's not a believer in Mizzou. Not a believer in Mizzou.
I'm not either. I'm just not a real believer in Alabama right now either, which I think two things can be true at once. I'm not saying – Jake probably isn't a big believer in Alabama either. I mean, he watches the games. But I don't – like you're saying, Chris, nothing in the past 4 weeks has shown you Alabama's going to go blow out Missouri. Now, do they on Saturday? Sure. Maybe it could happen. Sorry for pouring salt in the wound here, Texas fans, and it being too soon. I don't think anybody saw Georgia coming in. And, again, I hate how we use this word dominate or dismantle. If you go back and watch the film, I don't think Georgia outside of that quarter in the first half is very similar to the Bama-Georgia game, except obviously Texas didn't make that big of a comeback. They cut it to 8, had a 3rd and 10 they gave up that they could have got back in the game. But I thought their defense, Texas's defense, was actually fine given the circumstances, their short field stuff they inherited. I think outside the first half, Texas bounced back in the second half. So I don't think it was as bad as it looked. But I don't know. Just going back to Alabama, I just nothing they've shown me in the past 4 weeks to tell me they can win that game by double digits. Maybe they do, but again, they're banged up on the back end again, and you got a pretty good wide receiver core coming in.
Dave, tell me if I'm crazy for this. It's funny. I was looking back, and the reason that where this is coming from is that my good friend Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, somebody posed a question to him because of the Quinn Ewers stuff that was released on Monday, which turned out to be fake. He was skipping for the draft. The guy asked Brad, he said, if the season ended today, what would be the future for Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe? What would they do? Would they go to the draft? Would they come back? What would they do? And Brad mentioned he felt like Quinn Ewers would go to the NFL draft. Jalen Milroe would hit the portal. I
agree with that.
I bring this up because, and I'm not trying to like take a victory lap or pat myself on the back, but it's just kind of funny because I was looking back, Dave. We did our 3 bold predictions series way back in like January, early February, probably before many of you knew who we were. We did a 3 bold predictions for the 2024 season series, which again, the point was to make bold predictions. Like, not necessarily they're all going to come true, but things that maybe could happen. Dave, I said that back in February that I thought Jalen Milroe would enter the portal after the season. Is that a crazy take right now? That he may enter the portal once the season's over?
No, I think that LSU, I mean, these next 2 games, these next 3 weeks, if you want to include the bye week with the week of practice, will probably determine if Jalen Milroe is around in Tuscaloosa next year. Probably.
I mean, it's crazy to think about, but that's college football.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people would take him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I know he has his issues at times, but, I mean, he's got a high ceiling, low floor.
Dave, can you imagine Auburn starting quarterback Jalen Milroe? Boy, yeah. Over who they've got? Yeah. I don't know. It's. I mean, Milroe has not been. He doesn't look comfortable. That's for sure. He looks the furthest thing from comfortable. I don't know. Bama just looks like a shell of what you would expect.
He looked banged up.
He does look banged up, yeah.
Something like his left leg. It looks like he can't even bend it straight when he's throwing. And I mean, you go back and watch the game. So I mean, you see some of these plays that you're like, he's looking right at it and just doesn't throw it. Like he's at 2 wide ass open options.
Yeah,
just decides to not throw it and just tuck and run, or he throws it to the other side. I mean, that was a bad performance. That was really bad.
Yeah. What did you say about that play again, Dave? I think you said, how did you put it? You said, is he stoned out of his mind?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he just looks like he's just like staring at it. And it's like, dude, you got a receiver wide open here on a 3rd and 2, or a running back on 3rd and 2 out in the flats. And you got a guy up the seam right there. It looks like they're in cover 3. It's like, all right, man, kind of pick your poison here. Pick up the first down and you go for the throw and just goes back to the other way. It's like, I mean.
Yeah, what are you looking for?
What are you looking at, man?
What are you looking for that you didn't find there?
Yeah, he was rough. I mean, there were plays drawn up. And again, the problem, what Milroe really needs to be is he needs to be a 2 to 3 drop back, 2 to 3 seconds, take off, slide. So you reserve your body. So he's not just continuing to take shots. I think it's probably where he's banged up a little bit. I think he took a shot against South Carolina. He needs the bye week, probably worse than any player in the country. But I think it's what he needs to be as a player. He needs to be a guy that is just drop back, 1, 2, 3, nobody's there, and just take off, dude. But I think a little bit, the guy wants to prove he's such a pocket passer so much. It's a pride and ego thing from a perspective. It's a guess, but I could see that because somebody brought it up in his – I think Texas was saying last year going to that game, like, oh, this guy's a runner. He's not a passer. We just got to contain him. We can't let him get away. We'll keep him in the pocket. And you can tell he listened to the stuff because he said in the next day he met with the media, he's like, yeah, they're saying I'm just a runner, but I'm going to prove to him I'm a guy that can make plays in the pocket. So I think he listens to some of that stuff, and it's kind of in his head. It's like, no, I got to prove people I can make plays in the pocket. And he can at times if it's there initially. But, dude, for the best of the offense, man, it's got to be 1, 2, 3, and you just go. Like, it's got to be coached up. We're all in agreement, man. Yeah, you may leave a check out in the flat to a running back a little too early, but you know what? You go pick 4 or 5 yards up, slide. Don't be taking these hits. I mean, dude, just stay ahead of the chains, dude. They got 2 running backs that can do some damage when they get in the red zone. They could get back to this offense. Not that it was that, because I don't think he was a 1, 2, 3 read takeoff guy yet, but it could get back to, I think, looking like how they looked against Wisconsin, who's coming on. They're a top 25 team now, fringe team. And then against Georgia in the first half at some point. But I think he would just benefit, even go back to last year, just take off after that clock is out in your head, man. Like, Just stop trying to be this guy you're not, because it's a part of your weaponry, dude. It's part of your arsenal. Like, you know what I mean? You're the best athlete out of the 22 people on the field, man. You got to utilize that.
Yeah, I thought Nico did a pretty good job of escaping the pocket and utilizing it.
He started picking up some plays, and with his legs, picking up 8 to 12 yards, and that keeps the defense honest. Like, they made bail on one of their covering receiver to come maybe make a play. You can hit him over the top. Yeah, Nico will be interesting to see how he takes that second half. And is it just another inconsistent Nico game? Played bad in the first half, played decent in the second half. Now is it back to when we go play Kentucky? Is it going to be like, oh, man, good first half for Nico, second half, 2 interceptions? Like, can he put it all together for one game?
Binks commented and said he got stuck on a shiny object. You might be right, Binks. Either way, guys, leave us your questions, your comments, everything, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, X. We'd love to hear from you. Dave, I want to transition to this. We dropped your prediction today for the LSU A&M game, but I more so want to talk. You worked at A&M. What was the feeling around LSU when you worked at A&M? Because for me, it is seeing like the energy on social media this week. It's fascinating. Like I knew LSU and A&M folks didn't like each other. I don't know if I really understood like how, like there's a deep, deep hatred between these two. And like one side thinks it's a rivalry. The other's like, no, you're our little brother. We don't think it's a rivalry. And it's like, but there's been some crazy moments in the series, right? I mean, the 7 overtime game stands out. There's, a SEC West champion LSU went into College Station and lost to a 5-7 A&M team.
Knocked them out of the playoffs
2 years ago. So, like, there's been some crazy moments. But, like, what was the feeling when you were at College Station about LSU?
So I was there. I got hired by Kevin Sumlin to be number 2 in recruiting in 17. So we didn't sign a class with him. I got hired there April 17. So that when we went and played LSU, Jeff Banks, Texas special teams coordinator, surprisingly enough, was the interim coach going into that game before he ultimately left to go to Alabama to be the special teams guy. That's where he met Sark. But so, I mean, that year, not a lot of juice, but I think that was Orgeron's first full-time year on the gig. So, and they were okay, if I remember right. So there wasn't a lot of, and it was in Tiger Stadium. It wasn't even sexy. The next year, I feel like I was a part of it when like it started the rivalry. Because as you know, Chris, I mean, it's like they say in the NBA playoffs, dude, it's not really in this analogy doesn't make complete sense, but it's like, it's not really a series until you go win on someone else's home court or home field. Well, in this situation, it's not really a rivalry until you win a game. And in 18 was the first year A&M beat LSU since they joined the league in 2012. You're right. That was the 7 overtime. That's this ball right here. That's her game ball right there, man.
7 OT game.
Yeah, and
that's awesome.
I mean, that was the 7 OT game.
Yeah, that was Burrow's coming out party too. That was when Joe Burrow really balled out.
Loss.
Yeah, that was his last college loss. Yeah,
had to get carried off the field because he was in full body cramps at the end of the day. His teammates had to carry him off the field. That's when I was like, yeah, that guy's a badass. Now, dude, I think he would like. I was like, I remember thinking, like, dude, that guy's tough as shit, dude, because he took some shots. I mean, we had a guy in the interior who starts now for the Baltimore Ravens, Justin Matabike, and he said, dude, he would take some shots. We had Dalen Mack, so they go take interior-wise, just knocking the crap out of him. And, dude, yeah, he had to get carried off at the end when they were storming the field by his teammates because he couldn't walk off. He couldn't get out. But no, you're right. That changed the overtime rules. That was the game that I feel like I remember Jimbo Fisher's I was right there. Jimbo Fisher's nephew and Kevin Falk were getting in a fight.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah,
dude,
crazy.
Chris Cragg or Steve Cragthorpe, rest in peace. He was a part in the middle of that stuff. Like he didn't start it, but I think Kevin Falk thought Jimbo's nephew pushed him, and that's where having Damian Craig's kind of getting into it, running across the field because he got let go by Ed Orgeron, and Ed Orgeron and Ed Orgeron refused to shake Jimbo's hand after. Like it was a very just like. Yeah, that put it on the map. And then the next year in 19, LSU just I was already gone, but A&M had already LSU beat the crap out of A&M, like 56-3. That was, remember the jersey, the Burrow.
Yeah.
That next year, they were going to beat the crap out of A&M. But no, that game was fun, dude. I had a lot of fun. That game didn't end till like 1 a.m. We scored at the end of the regulation to tie it.
Yeah.
But no, that was a wild game. But how it felt, I mean, that kind of, you felt like, all right, that turned the switch. Jimbo's his first year, he goes and knocks off LSU. They'd never beaten LSU before. You finish 8-4. So that kind of gave him some good graces winning that game, beating LSU. Like, you're right, for a while, it felt like A&M tried to make it in the SEC, tried to make it more of a rivalry than LSU was even kind of willing to accept it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like, I mean, dude, we're trying to beat Alabama right now. Like, all right, guys, so y'all beat us. It's kind of this is a nothing. I think 18 with the way it ended, A&M storming the field, Jimbo's nephew fighting an LSU staff member, some stuff going back and forth in recruiting. That lit that switch. But then, as you know, O was gone after 2020. Jimbo was kind of, I mean, they made the Orange Bowl that year, 2020, won that, beat North Carolina. But then after that, it was kind of downhill after that year for Jimbo. So it hadn't been like you've had these two consistent coaches and staffs there going head-to-head. But A&M's won, I mean, LSU hadn't won at Kyle Field since 16? They won in 18.
Yeah, 0-3 in their last 3, yeah.
But you said in that loss for Brian Kelly in his first year, again, LSU wouldn't have beat Georgia, but if they would have beat A&M and then won the SEC the next week and beat Georgia, they were in the playoff. So you immediately just knocked yourself out of the playoff by losing to a bad A&M team, like you said, who didn't even finish with a winning record. But no, I don't really think it's a rivalry, though. I think both fan bases would probably be like,
the fan bases hate each other, though. They hate each other.
I think LSU wouldn't say it's a rival. I think if you go ask like Ruffino, I don't think I think a little.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because I
would be like, no, we don't consider them a rival.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, because I talked to Ruffino today.
What did he say?
Well, I mean, he said it's a game LSU fans want to win. Rivalry might be is probably a stretch, but it's a game LSU fans
taking over for LSU fans what Arkansas used to be in that game for Arkansas. LSU used to play always on Friday afternoon after Thanksgiving week, last game of the regular season. I think it kind of replaced that a little bit, where it's like, yeah, we don't really like these guys. They've kind of beat us sometimes. They kind of piss me off a little bit. It's kind of like that. That's kind of what I feel like A&M is to them a little bit now. It's like, all right, they've beaten us enough now where they got my attention and you annoy me. All right.
Wait till you hear what I clipped, David. Blake had some choice words for A&M. They essentially, and I'm paraphrasing greatly, but he said LSU fans don't like A&M fans. They think they're cocky, they're arrogant, they haven't won anything. Again, I'm going to try to paraphrase. I will actually clip and post this later. But he said that LSU fans look at A&M fans. It's like they're that guy that's driving like the super jacked up truck that's overcompensating for something that's just like a weirdo. That's A&M.
Maybe it's because I work there. I don't understand like the total. I get the cult. I get the cliquish stuff people make fun of. Yeah, they're kind of corny. I mean, look at their university commercials when you're watching the SEC network when their game's on or something. It's like, we're not weird. You are. It's kind of like, well, dude, if you're saying you're not weird, you're probably a little weird.
Right.
But, like, I've never understood the complete hate for them, because I feel like all their fans are nice. Like, it's not like a hostile group that like you walk into the stadium, like, no offense to any LSU fans listening, where you go into Tiger Stadium and like you got kids flipping you off, they're shaking your bus, like it's kind of like they're effing you across the whole campus. Like A&M's a little bit more hospitable. They're just kind of cheesy and weird, but I've never understood like the disdain for them.
Well, I'm excited to go to College Station, Dave, later this season. I will say, to your point about LSU, and I love the LSU folks. They've shown us a lot of love back, which has been great. But I've told people since that trip, I'm like, I would not want to go in here as a visiting fan, man. This would be a very different experience.
The blackout, baby. The blackout at Kyle Field.
Yeah, the blackout at Kyle Field.
How's that going to? Are they going to come out in black jerseys? Probably.
Yeah, I think they're wearing all black.
I'll give Elko credit this. Like, that was something Jimbo refused to budge, dude. He did not listen to the players when they wanted to do different uni. A&M has a couple of different uni change like combos they can do because they're what Adidas is primary football like school, just like Kansas is for them in basketball for Adidas. But Jimbo refused to do it, dude. He would never go away from the maroon helmets, and the players wanted to like switch it up. And you see, Elko's done numerous different uniform changes.
Yeah, he's doing the white helmet, doing a blackout. Yeah,
it'll be interesting how that'll look. Yeah, so, who'd you pick in that game, CP? I hadn't even seen it because I did the preview.
I went LSU.
Yeah, I think it could come down to. I mean, you go look at the explosive play rate. LSU's explosive play rate has not been great. It's not like they're taking the top off the defense, and they've been giving up some explosives. And they're one of the few teams I saw in the country. Someone posted this stat. I think the guy worked for ESPN, something White or something, Mike White, something like that. So I want to give him credit. Sorry, I forgot his name, so I'm really not. But I didn't want to think anybody like I stole this. So giving him a credit there. But it was something like they're like the only team with a winning record. It's like that poor in explosive plays offensively and defensively, how many they give up, and like their record. Like the record's like way levels above everyone else in that same statistical category. The other teams all have losing records, I think. So like I was like somebody commented and made a good point. They're like, is LSU just going to catch up with them this week at some point? Like, because I think you are going to have to be explosive against A&M on the road at some point. This is your third straight physical SEC game. I know you beat Arkansas handily, but like they didn't totally pull away. They still had to fight in the second half. They're at one score with like 5 minutes left. Is this the week that it catches up with them? Like I tell you and Cole, CP, the stat, Ole Miss had a chance to do it against LSU. They didn't get it done. Since 2019, I've said it on this show, true back-to-back road games, like back-to-back weeks, not a bye week sandwiched in. Only 2 teams since 2019 have won those 2 games. Won both of them. 2019 LSU, 2021 Georgia. Both won the national championship. Before anyone says 2020 Alabama, I'm talking non-COVID years back-to-back. Because Bama did win back-to-back road games in 2020, but it wasn't full stadiums. I'm talking about full stadiums. So that goes to show you how wild and how hard that is to do that. Ole Miss had the chance, beat South Carolina, lost LSU. LSU's the next team. They got it done against Arkansas last week. They beat A&M. They joined that party.
You mentioned those special teams that did it, Dave. If LSU goes into Kyle Field and beats A&M, and again, you've gone on record, picked A&M, not a bad pick, but you've gone on record, picked A&M. If LSU beats A&M at Kyle Field, do you start looking at LSU as like, this might be one of those special seasons for them? That this might be, you know what I mean? Because like
to win it all, no.
All right. On that note, Dave. Who from the SEC can win it all?
It's a good question.
Not just win the SEC, win the national championship.
100%. Because I think I made a statement in the offseason. I think people get this mixed up. Like, who has a chance to win the net? Like, there's only, even back when it was a 14 playoff, I always felt like, you tell me if I'm wrong, Chris, and you disagree. Like, I always felt like there was only 2 to 3 teams.
Yeah, 2 or 3
that could legitimately win the whole, like, go win 2 games. And people were like, and I'll even say it. Dude, 2 years ago, TCU did not have a chance to go win the whole thing. Well, they played in the championship game. Yes.
They would have got blasted by either Georgia or Ohio State.
2 back-to-back games together like that. And let's be honest, in that semifinal that year, Michigan played their worst game of the year. Like, they were scrapping for their lives, turnovers on the goal line, stuff like that. Like, TCU could not have won 2 straight games again. They wouldn't have beat Ohio State.
Yeah.
Ohio State would have won it all that
year.
It
would have been the same result.
Yeah, but to my point this year, Chris, you're right. Even in a 12-team playoff, who in the SEC could truly go win 4 to 5 games from a depth roster standpoint? All right. Georgia, I think for sure is one.
I think Texas could.
I think Texas is – I was literally about to say Texas. And I think it stops there. I'm serious. I think right now – I think Ole Miss is going to be too banged up. I don't think they can go win 4 or 5 games in that setting. No. You were talking about LSU. Dude, I think that explosive play stuff – again, like they are good. They have been very efficient the last few weeks, but I don't know if they're not good enough on defense, I think, to go win a national championship, if I'm being completely honest with you. And I don't think they're explosive enough on offense, and the run game has not been consistent enough. Is LSU a playoff team? Absolutely, 100%. They're definitely a college football playoff contending team. If they win this week, they probably are legitimately a playoff team. You could already probably start getting the key out to lock it a little bit with the schedule. But if they were to win this week. But yeah, I'd say the buck stops right there at Georgia and Texas. Don't you think, CP? I mean, the other playoff, Tennessee, I don't trust Nico to go do that for that. I mean, against that quality of competition because Tennessee, I don't think, is winning the league. So I think they would have to go win 5 games. I don't think he can do that. If Alabama were to get in, no, they're not good enough to go win 4 or 5 games. They're not getting a bye. To go win 5 games against quality competition right now, no. Missouri, I know they're still in it. They're 1 loss, no. Like, so I would say Texas and Georgia. If Quinn Ewers can get right, Quinn Ewers has played in enough big environments, big games, where when he's hot, he's got the hot hand, And those underneath and middle, the underneath routes, intermediate over the middle routes that he's usually spot on that he wasn't against Texas in the first half. If he's on and they're hitting them and they can establish that run game, yeah, I mean, I think Texas has got enough that they could go play well for 4 or 5 games compared to some other SEC teams.
Yeah, I would say Georgia and Texas. You know, I think that I think with LSU, to your point, it's just will the defense hold up, you know, for that through that run. What's fascinating about it though, Dave, is like if you tell me that LSU is the 5 seed and they play the G5 team and then they play the Big 12 champion, I mean,
no, I think
like whoever's the 5 seed's got a hell of a path. They've got a hell of a path.
Oh, yeah, I think they could definitely win those 2 games. It's just when I think you get to those deeper rounds, like the Final Four. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if LSU could beat Ohio State or Oregon.
And to your point about Tennessee, like it just unless Nico in these last like 5-6 games just turns it on
right now, CP, Tennessee or LSU. I'd have to say LSU, right? I mean,
you probably
defense, but until I see a full game from Nico,
yeah.
I mean, I can't say they're going to go.
Yeah, but I will say Tennessee. I mean, dude, they've got championship level run game, championship level defense. If Nico can get going,
yeah,
if he uses that second half and kind of propels him, and again, he's going to have some opportunities, man. I mean, Kentucky, Mississippi State, back-to-back home games before the game at Georgia. Like, if he's not rolling after Kentucky and Mississippi State, Dave, all due respect to those 2 teams, especially our friends at State that showed us love. But if he's not rolling after those 2, then he ain't going to figure it out in Athens. That's for sure. And then after that, they've got UTEP and at Vandy. So, I mean, listen, this I don't know, Dave, you tell me. Like maybe this year for Tennessee is a year where you're more so setting up the championship run in 25. Like maybe this is just a year where you got to kind of, I mean, listen, if Tennessee makes the playoff, Dave, if Tennessee makes the playoff in a year where you kind of felt like, all right, this was Nico's year to learn and take his lumps. I mean, who's calling that a bad year? I mean, it's, now he'd have to take a big step forward next year and be that guy or the locals are going to get restless. But I mean, I guess just, I don't know how much they lose. You could probably tell me, I don't know how much they lose defensively. Like, do you feel like you're kind of squandering a great defense?
You got some core defensive guys back. Arian Carter at the second level there. You're going to lose James Pierce, but I like the other edge guy from North Cobb High School in Atlanta, Joshua Josephs, who I remember evaluating, who was like kind of blew up a little late. We were one of his first offers at UCF, and then Tennessee offered, and obviously he went there. But I think he's a good player. Could be that next pass rusher for them. Yeah, they lose some guys on the inside like Omar Norman Lott and stuff like that. But they got Jermod McCoy, who's their best corner, who should come back. The Oregon State transfer had an interception the other day. I mean, it was a horrific ball, but he still made the most of the play. But no, Jermod McCoy's been the best DB they've had since Josh Heupel's been there. So, yeah, I mean, they'll have a core nucleus of some of those guys back. They lose Cooper Mays, lose Brew McCoy. They have to find some guys probably to go step up at the receiver spot, but you're right. Dylan Sampson could come back. I mean, obviously Nico. I mean, they'll be in the contention for the league again for sure. They don't lose a lot. I mean, you have your quarterback back. That'll be key. But no, I think Tennessee should be pretty good next year. I mean, what's their road trips? It's literally just they go to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, it'll be flipped.
To Kentucky and to Mississippi State. That's not terrible.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, Gainesville's a bitch for them. So.
Well, no, I'm just saying in Lexington and then at Mississippi State.
Right.
Road games or games you should be favored in, and obviously Tuscaloosa will be tough. Yeah. I mean, Tennessee hadn't won in Tuscaloosa, I think, since 2004.
Yeah, they'll be trying to break some road streaks for sure. Dave, switching gears a little bit, our good friend Jeff Goodman, friend of the show, who talks hoops, covers basketball, Field of 68. They do a great job. I just want to get your take on this as a basketball guy. He posted, you get to go to one game on Saturday, December the 14th. Which one are you picking? This is the slate. You ready? And it's not just SEC, but there are some SEC teams in here. This is the slate. You can only pick one game. Texas A&M versus Purdue in Indianapolis, Auburn versus Ohio State in Atlanta, Xavier at Cincinnati, NC State at Kansas, UCLA at Arizona, Louisville at Kentucky, Tennessee at Illinois, Gonzaga versus UConn at Madison Square Garden, and Creighton at Alabama. That's a hell of a day of games. That's a hell of a day of games.
I mean, it's a pure basketball. I'm going to give two answers. I could see nationally someone wanting to go to MSG and see
Gonzaga UConn. Yeah, that'll be a sick game. That's a tournament game.
Defending champs UConn. That'll be fun in Madison Square Garden. I mean, Creighton at Bama will be a good environment. But Creighton returning that, Ryan Kalbrenner back for Creighton. Bama, obviously preseason 2, favored to win the league. That'll be fun. But
who's preseason 1? Kansas?
Jayhawks, baby.
Wow. But Bama favored to win it all, no?
What are the odds right now?
Here, I got you. I'm gonna pull it up on my book real quick. I need to get it.
No, I would probably say that. I would say that. I would say Creighton, Bama from an SEC perspective nationally. I think you'd have to be fair and say Gonzaga at UConn.
Right.
Because I think Gonzaga is a sleeper national title team. And again, UConn speaks for itself. They're going for the 3-peat.
All right.
Early in the boys.
So here's what my book's got. Alabama at the favorite, plus 800 to win it all. Oh, let's see. Actually, never mind. This is in alphabetical order. Why is this in alphabetical order? Let's see. Yeah, Kansas is plus 1,000. Oh, UConn is plus 700. My book has UConn as the favorite to go 3 in a row. 3-peat.
I mean, it's not a bold statement in saying this. I don't think they do win it all. They lost a lot this year.
Yeah, you
right.
got.
I mean, it's not some bold statement. No way, man. What a bold take. You didn't pick them to win it 3 years in a row.
Duke is at plus 900.
Yeah, Cooper Flag is apparently the truth.
Arkansas plus 2,500. Auburn plus 3,000. Just trying to look for SEC. Florida plus 5,000 if you're feeling frisky.
Where the Longhorns at, baby?
Yeah, Texas is plus 5,000. Texas and Tennessee have the same odds, plus 5,000 to win it all.
Tennessee lost a lot, dude. For Texas, I'm excited to see the Trey Johnson kid. I was watching some of his stuff last night. Watch, I'm pulling up my.
That's the freshman, right?
Yeah, I mean he's a top 5 player in the country. The kid too, the Oregon State kid I watched last night was pretty solid, but he's a little.
Dude, what did you? Hey, all right, college basketball guy, Dave. I can't believe I didn't bring this up. What did you think about the Virginia coach hanging it up like 2 weeks before the season?
I don't know. Does that like scream what Jay Wright did at Villanova? Like kind of just like you're like, wow, like he was just kind of tired of it. I made my money. I'm gonna sit out. I feel like he'd be pretty good on media. I feel like he'd be pretty good at media. Tony Bennett. He comes off as pretty like a well-spoken, articulate guy. I mean, that's what Jay Wright does now.
Yeah. Again, guys, we're going to have the full SEC basketball preview dropping next week. We're going to have some really fun content from my guy, Dave Shoemate, talking arenas, talking head coach rankings, things that are just bound to piss you off and bound to piss everybody off. No, just the beauties in the banter. We like to stir it up and have a good time.
No, I think where I have Texas is pretty fair. I mean –
well, I'm just saying, Dave, in general, it's a no-win proposition. That's what makes it fun.
No.
That's what makes it fun.
People are going to get pissed off where I rank the Moody Center. How dare you talk about the acoustics like that in there? That's the house McConaughey built, man.
Yeah, the Moody Center. The Moody Center. Dave, funny side note. Again, we're closing out here, final 10 minutes or so. This could be spam. It very well could be. I've gotten like 2 DMs in the last month from people reaching out saying, like, they're like book publishers. They're like, hey, would you ever be interested in writing a book? It got the wheels spinning today, but I was like, it'd be kind of cool to like document the SEC Unfiltered
Clay
tour.
Travis, he did that. That's what got him.
I know.
Dixieland Delight. He went to
Yeah. I'm like, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. It would. It'd be kind of cool. Maybe that's an idea. I don't know.
Hey, I mean, you're video documenting it. That's what more people they'd rather see it right now.
Yeah. It's funny, Dave. If we go to Nashville and Vandy beats Texas, I think they might ship me off to Hogwarts to have me studied. Got to be the Defense of the Dark Arts teacher or something.
Oh, dude, the teams will be paying for you to go. highest bidder.
Oh my God, dude!
Dude, when we were in a fraternity, I was a Lambda Chi at Alabama. So when you do you get band like Friday nights before football games, you go get these rappers and stuff to come play, and you'd have to pay them, and then they'd always send like a list, like who came and played. Bone Thugs and Harmony played at our place. Second, but they had this request of like, but we want this amount of alcohol, this amount of X what, we want this amount of Long John Silver's and Taco Bell. It's like, all right, these demands. That's what you're gonna be doing to these SEC schools. You're like, I want a suite in the stadium, not in Knicks, not in Alabama be paying. You're like, I don't want it in Saban's. I want my own. Like, I want a hotel room right in the Capstone Hotel, a walking distance of the stadium. I actually want a golf cart to the stadium.
Golf cart to the stadium.
Sideline passes are obvious.
Yeah, that's a given. That's a given. No, it was funny. I mean, even Bowen, when I went to Arkansas, he's like, man, we're going to have to fly you out for every game. That's what happened. I didn't
chicken plane.
I didn't come. Yeah, I didn't
go.
I didn't come to the LSU game and they got drilled. You know, I mean, just
dude, you might get a call from Jerry Jones. Hey, hey, Chris.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you the next Hogs home game.
I'm gonna take some of that money I gave Dak and use it for your travel expenses to go to Razorback Stadium and get the Hogs a win when we play Ole Miss in Texas.
Hey, Joe K says, Dave, I wouldn't be surprised if UConn got to the Final Four again, winning it all. Sure. Texas fans will be happy if we get to the second weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rodney Terry's safe. That I'd be interesting because I don't really have a real beat on the Texas fans right now from a basketball expectation. Like, what? Again, we asked Zay and Chip, like, what gets Rodney Terry fired this year? I mean, all right, so you kept the ship afloat in 22-23, had that tough Elite Eight loss to Miami. When that was in the middle of the year when Chris Beard got canned. Mm-hmm. And then so you kept the boat afloat, finished I think you were 2 seed, 3 seed, I forget, but you lost to Miami in Elite Eight. Last year, 509-9, Big 12 or something like that when I was looking it up, and then you lost to Tennessee, Rick Barnes and the boys in the second round. See, I mean, I think making the tournament saves Rodney Terry this year. I don't even know if just missing the tournament saves him.
Jake Bayless not getting to the second weekend. He's probably gone.
Jake, so he's saying it. They got to get to the Sweet 16, or they're giving him a pink slip in his locker at some point.
I'd be curious. I mean, what are the expectations year in, year out for Texas basketball?
I mean, shoot. I mean, they had one of the best coaches in the sport until obviously the domestic stuff with Chris Beard. But and then you had Rick Barnes for a while, who, I mean, didn't win much in the tournament, but I think he was always consistent, like he is in the SEC now, always finishing in the top 4.
Yeah. It's going to be fun, man. I'm excited again, guys. For those that maybe, again, didn't discover us until we started doing the Texas Sports Unfiltered, our SEC Unfiltered Hour here, our basketball coverage is going to be even more extensive this season. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of Dave Shoemate, a lot of yours truly going to be chiming in as well. But I'm excited for it, Dave. I'm really pumped for our basketball coverage. I mean, football's king. We get it. But baseball and basketball, it's going to be a good time. SEC Unfiltered coverage is going to be a lot of fun.
The basketball's fun to cover.
Because I think too, bro, I mean, listen, we're not going to be able to do like a tour, like go to, a game every week, but like I think
you're always at one of the Tuesday, Wednesday games, and you go to a weekend game.
Yeah, I need a few weeks to chill, man. Honestly, after this is, I'm having a blast, and the question I've been getting, Dave, is like, are you tired? Like, I'm like, nah, dude. I mean, I get to come home, make content, I get to chill at the house, and the adrenaline of going to these places and hanging out with fans and being in the stadiums. And then you factor in the whole rushing the field thing. Like, I'm not tired at all, but that first weekend, Dave, where I have nothing to do is going to be pretty sweet.
You haven't gotten a bye week. All these other teams have gotten 2 and going to get 2. And Chris is just
what's interesting, man, is like before, when I first had the idea for the tour, and like when this, like going into the season, I did kind of expect, like I was telling people, I was like, yeah, we're probably going to go to like 8 or 9 games this year. Like, I don't know that we'll go every week, but I don't know, man. We just like got on a roll. Like it's at this point now, I don't want to skip a week, like I'm almost, Dave, at this point, like I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I didn't go to a game. You know what I mean? So the one that I've been contemplating, Dave, is the SEC championship. I don't know. It might be better off for us, because I will say this selfishly. You and Cole have been having all the fun with the reaction videos, and y'all been doing a great job with that. I kind of want to be on an SEC championship game. I think a 3-man reaction would be cool for that.
You said live show, man.
I mean, yeah, maybe potentially a live stream watch along too. I mean, we'll figure that out when we get there. I mean, who knows? I may be saying all this, and then I may end up in Atlanta at the SEC title, but I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I thought I was going to have a bye week or two going in the season, but it's just like you get on a roll, man. You're like, damn, we got all this momentum. Like, I'm not going to stop now. Like, I mean, because like I technically, Dave, I could use next weekend as one, but it's like, dude, if I can go to the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, like, why wouldn't I go? Like
Jacksonville, dude. Jacksonville's a massive land wise, but I mean, like massive land city. Hey, random stat, Jacksonville here for you, CP. Before we get out of here, I think that's where I was born, but I think land-wise, it's the second biggest city in the country.
Really?
I think at land-wise, just like not population, but outside L.A. was one, I think. Let's look it up. It was like that a couple years ago. I had to do a project in college on something about that, and it was it. Let's see.
You learn something new every day.
What did but no, that'll be a fun trip though.
I mean, dude,
it's not Oklahoma, Texas. I mean, but it's a good.
I've heard it's a cool environment. I've heard it. I mean, dude, listen.
Drop now, CP 6th.
Okay.
Alaska's put 3 more cities above them in the past 10 years.
I mean, listen, Dave. Maybe looking way too far ahead. I mean, is it crazy to say Florida could give Georgia a game? I mean.
I feel a lot better if it was Graham Mertz. DJ
Lagway, Kirby's going to cook up against.
First time against Kirby and Glenn Schumann. I mean, we saw what they cooked up against Texas, but a lot of that was that their players just looked like they were so locked into the details and into their game plan. I mean, you saw like Chaz Chambers already pointing out Texas plays and making sure the guy at the second level behind him knew. Like they were calling plays out. You could tell they had heard the noise all week, or they knew their backs were against the wall. At least how you go back and watch the game, you're feeling it live. It was in that first half, you felt like they were like, no, we came here to fight. It kind of felt like Texas was like, big game atmosphere. We're kind of glad to be here a little bit. Against Georgia's like, nah, we're coming in here. We got to win this game. Like, this is like do or die for us. And it'll be interesting to see if there's a real world where we get this rematch in the game we were just talking about, the SEC Championship.
By the way, we got a couple comments, Dave, in regards to Texas basketball expectations. Joe K. We expect a tournament bid every year, Sweet 16 every other.
It's fair.
Jakes, as far as SEC play goes, it'll probably be finishing no worse than 6th in the regular season. Joe K. also says, Alabama and Auburn ranked higher than Kentucky and Tennessee. Still wrapping my mind around that. I'm assuming he's talking basketball, right?
Yeah.
Alabama and Auburn.
Kentucky's got no returning player. And they just college basketball now.
Are they all freshmen? Or are they
portal? Some of his BYU guys he brought over, Mark Pope did. They got a big-time shooter from Dayton. It's a pretty good player. Got a guy from Oklahoma State, the Garrison kid. He brought in some, they're older guys, but none of them have ever played together. And literally, there was no one on that roster. Like when Cal got there in Arkansas, nobody. So that's when I was kind of doing my rankings. It's like you go back, you watch the tape of some of these guys. It's got to be about retention a little bit. I like A&M. A&M's got a decent amount of dudes back. I know they lose Boots Radford, but as long as it doesn't just totally turn into the Wade Taylor Jr. show where he's shooting from half court. You like Anderson Garcia. You like Henry Coleman. They brought in a shooter from Ohio State. It's pretty good. I don't know. I could see this being one of Buzz's better teams.
Yeah, I trust Buzz Williams. They had a really disappointing year last year, though.
Well, what they do, they went into overtime with Houston, remember? They could have won.
Yeah, they did.
You're right. A&M recently, the last 2 years, has started off terrible in non-con. Yeah. And then they get on this streak where they start.
Well, because remember 2 years ago, they went crazy in conference play. They won like 15 straight games or something.
Oh, dude, they were only a game behind the really good Alabama team with Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
They only lost 2. I think A&M lost 3 conference games. Bama lost 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Tip-off is just around the corner, believe it or not, as we're here in the midst
Still pissed off at the SEC, Chris, before we get out of here, not putting that Texas-Bama game at the Moody on a weekend.
I know. You could have gone.
I'd have went, dude. I was just sitting on G waiting on O.
Well, we'll pick and choose our spots this year. We definitely got to get to a couple of these arenas, no question. But, guys, again, we've hit 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock Central. Again, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Make sure you stay tuned and like and subscribe to everything Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. Fun fact, by the way, BK and yours truly going to kick you off tomorrow. I'm filling in for Bucky, so we're going to go.
Hey, you got the start tomorrow, man.
I get the start tomorrow. Yeah, they're putting me on the bump. We're going 8 to 10 Central, and then I think I'm jumping back on in the afternoon too, Dave. So that'll be kind of my day on Thursday is a lot of Texas Sports Unfiltered stuff. Really going out with a bang on TSU before the weekend in Nashville begins, and we head out on Friday morning to the to the nasty, as you would call it. So
the nasty. That's what the Nashvillians know it as, the OGs.
Yeah, going to be a good time. So anyways, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. For Dave Shoemate, I'm Chris Phillips. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.